Gentlemen, we're gonna have a day today. Let me tell you something. There's been a lot that's been going on. A lot of little situations, you could say. And you know what? We're gonna go over all of it today. I'm excited. I am very, very excited, to be honest, guys. I am. And yes, obviously I'm not getting a haircut. That's right, not yet. I probably will get a haircut kind of soon. I'm not going to cut it short. I'm just going to make sure it gets trimmed up, you know? So we'll see what happens. I'm not sure yet. Say it. Sup, y'all. It's me. It's your boy, Asmongold. And today, guys, we're going to do some, talk about some news, some stuff that's been going on. And on top of that, afterwards, we're going to be going around and we're going to be talking about some stuff that happened with Lost Ark yesterday. They had the Loa On event and watch a few videos, etc. And then I do actually plan to get back to the Final Fantasy MSQ. Obviously, on Thursday, we weren't able to do that. I thought we didn't have enough time. There was a lot of people that were unhappy about that. That's too bad. And today we will continue it. That's what my plan is, and get into it, have a little bit of fun, and do what we need to do, man. And yeah, we will watch. I think that today we'll watch the Bored Apes video. I think so. I feel like today, like I'm ready to fucking to feel it, man. Like I'm ready, and like that's what it is. Good morning, Asmon. Yeah, good morning, guys. There's a lot to do on Thursday. I know there was, man. People are pissed off about that pre-ordering shit. Here's the thing, guys. Is there some people that still get mad about this? I am so tired of like people hoping, and McConnell knows he's one of these people. People hoping that, oh, one day, gamers are gonna rise up. They're gonna say no. They're gonna say, we've had enough, Bobby Kotick. We've had enough of your shit, Todd. Fuck you. We're not gonna deal with your shit anymore. And you know what? That day's never gonna come. It's never gonna happen. And you know why? It's because people are fucking dumb. They're fucking dumb. And it doesn't matter. It's like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna do it. It's like, all right, great. Everybody else is doing it and you're not. Wow, that's fucking amazing, isn't it? Yeah, that's what it is. I like Todd. Sure. Well, ants, yeah, laws are going to solve it. That's the way you do with the microtransactions. As I said, I don't think that you should make it against the law to pre-order a game. I don't think that you have like a fucking grounds to like put people in jail if they do a pre-order. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's possible. But, I mean, we saw yesterday that we're putting people in jail for all kinds of shit now. So, you know what? That's okay. Remember when everyone stopped watching Twitch when they killed Adblock? Yeah, bro, like, Twitch died. That's exactly what happens, man. And I hate McConnell, but he's right. I think that McConnell was right. I wish what he was saying was more accurate and it was more authentic, but I don't really think that's the case. So, as I said, guys, we've had quite a bit of drama that's happened recently, and it's not really a big surprise to anybody. Is that really a new chair? Yes, guys, it's not Photoshop. I know. It's not a green screen. It's actually my room. Look at that. That's a real drink. That's a real chocobo right there. And, yeah, it's actually a new chair. I got the new fucking chair. It's great, man. How is it? It's nice. I need to raise my desk up a bit, but besides that, I think it's nice. Yeah, it's a real chair. I'm telling you guys, like, anybody, old chair, oh, nah, bro, you tell me right now, like, that fucking old chair, I'm gonna be honest, that chair was dog motherfucking shit. That was a dog shit chair. I sat in that at Office Max, and I was like, you know what? That's the best one they've got. We're gonna buy it. I'm not a big fan of it, okay? I still have it. I'm not gonna get rid of it, but I do think this is a straight up improvement. The battle about pre-order store mounts and stuff is exhausting. Everyone just do their stuff and nobody cares. I think there's a lot of people that, you know, it's like you get older and it's like, okay, you know, if we can't really stop this, then I'm not going to, like, go on a crusade against it. I think that's what happens a lot. The charity auction for the chair, I feel like that chair is I feel like that's a biohazard. So I'm pretty sure if I sold that, I'd be charged with terrorism. So I can't send that through the mail, guys. I apologize. And what are the updates on the Ted Cruz talk? I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest with all this stuff. I'm not sure when that's going to happen. We're waiting to hear back from them. Obviously, you know, they just overturned. I don't know if anybody knows this, but they overturned Roe versus Wade. That's like the abortion thing. It's like basically it was anybody that's not an American. I'll explain like what this is. It was like this thing that said basically that the Constitution protected abortion. Like effectively, that's kind of what it said. Like that's not exactly, but that's effectively what it said. Supreme Court, which is like it's like 9 old people in the country, decided that it was bullshit. And so that's it. Sorry, non-subs. Yeah, we're gonna have to probably put it on sub mode on and off today. I'm not gonna talk about it a whole lot right yet because we've got some other stuff to get into first. But I do want to say that if you guys have a you know, a big take, right? You're like ready to fucking, you've already got it typed out in like a notepad document, and you're just waiting for me to fucking hit that subject so you can just fucking press enter and Control C, Control V until I fucking read your paragraph. That's why we're probably going to be doing sub mode for a lot of this stuff, because to be honest, guys, my mods, you know, they don't want to fucking deal with it. So if you're gonna mauled out, if you're gonna, I also want to say, if you're gonna get mad about stuff like this, I mean, you're not helping anybody. Whenever you get mad and you start insulting people, nobody takes it seriously. Everybody just thinks that you're crazy, you know? Nobody wants to deal with that energy, you know what I mean? Like, I'm fine if people disagree. It's okay. Is there gonna be people? There's a lot of people. This might sound crazy, guys, but I actually looked this up, and I looked up, like, what the data was for, like, you know, other countries and having abortions, and what it is, like, how many people believe in abortions, etc. It's not really a cut and dried issue. I'm gonna be fucking honest. There's like over 30 to 40% of people that don't like abortions. So it's not like, I know you go on Twitter and you think everybody fucking hates abortions, right? Or everybody likes abortion, everybody thinks abortion should be legal. This is not a representation of the actual reality. There are a lot of fucking people that don't like it, man. Like most things, it's a gray area. Yeah, 70% is a supermajority, pretty cut and dry. I think there's a lot of people, but right, I agree with you. I agree with the conclusion that you arrive at, but I do think that 30% of people not liking something is pretty fucking big. I mean, you think about it. You've got to remember, I am a video game player. So I am very used to 1% and 5% and 10%. So you tell me something's got a 30% drop rate, I'm like, okay, I'm going to be done with this in 15 minutes. This is no problem. So yeah, that's the way I see it. It's definitely a very controversial issue. I'm going to be honest. I think the arguments on both sides of the abortion issue are fucking stupid. I think they are. I think the logic behind them is fucking dumb. And I am just kind of tired. I'm tired of reading them and seeing them, etc. They're very, very annoying for me to see that. Men's views on abortion shouldn't count at all. I disagree with that. I think that if you want to make arguments and you want to say that certain people can't vote for certain things that directly affect them, should a woman be able to vote on if circumcision is illegal? I think that she should, because it's going to be her kids. I think that everybody should be able to vote on everybody's stuff. I think that's what's fair. If you only allowed people that were directly affected by something to vote on it, you'd have a completely self-serving society with no checks and balances. It just wouldn't work that way. Now, I understand that this is maybe something that sounds very good to type up on Twitter, but the logical conclusion to this is not very healthy. And also, by the way, there are a lot of women that do not like abortion either. I know this is something that maybe people might not realize, people might not want to take into consideration, but there are many women that do not like abortion. And so it's not like this is a men trying to force the abortions on women. To be honest with you guys, I think there's a lot of guys that like abortion because they like that a whole fucking lot better than 18 years of child support payments. You know what I mean? And so, yes, I think that it's a big factor for both for both sexes and everybody, basically. It's not something that is owned or controlled by just one group of people. Now, I want to say, it comes down to being selfish. I think that it's not about being selfish. These are people who just have a different view on the world. I understand the view. I just don't like. You've got to did it really come as any surprise to you that like I don't have the most empathetic, emotionally attached, opinion on these things? Because that's just not me. It's just not me. That's not the shit that I get into. That's not how upset I am. Typical Asmongold, straddling the fence and not picking sides. What do you mean not picking sides? I think abortion should be legal. Are you happy now? I think it should be legal. Yep. What do you mean I didn't pick sides? I literally fucking tweeted out whenever it happened. Look, the tweet got almost 100,000 fucking likes. I literally tweeted out. What, are you fucking pissed off? No, yeah, you're right. Like, I can say that, yeah, both sides are fucking stupid with a lot of things. It doesn't mean that there's none, I don't have an opinion on it. Like, I can make commentary on the discourse without necessarily trying to say that the discourse is wrong. Think about it. Be a little smarter than that, all right? Should there be a cutoff age, and what stage? A cutoff age to vote, or a cutoff age for having an abortion? I think you should be able to vote no matter what age you are. I don't like if you want to talk about like means testing for voting, like I would look at it a completely different perspective. I think that, yeah, it probably is a problem that every single fucking person can vote, because a lot of people have no fucking idea what they're talking about. But if you want to talk about actually like having it for ages or things like that, no, that's not going to happen. UK has 12 weeks abortion term limit. Yeah, sure. 12-year-olds should be able to vote. 21, I think that the thing is, here's the way that I look at something like voting, right? Compulsory voting, I completely disagree. Like, for example, whenever I go to vote, and this is something I'd recommend everybody to do, is if I don't recognize the names of the people on the ballot, I don't vote. I don't just go and like, oh, I like Democrats, I'm going to vote for Democrats. Or, oh, I like Republicans, I'm going to vote for Republicans. Or I like Libertarians or whatever, right? I don't vote because I don't fucking know who it is. I don't know what this is. I'm not going to just go and make an uninformed decision and just enforce this on the world. So, yeah, should voting have a test so you have some kind of clue on an issue? I don't know. I think it's really complicated, to be honest with you. But I do think that something should be done. Absolutely. They should have compulsory voting, but none of the above written at the bottom. I wish we had that. Wouldn't it be fucking great if we could go, like, you know, for fucking Republican, Democrat, and, like, let's be honest, somebody's gonna vote for third party. Fucking the third option is none of the above. Let's have a redo. And if you get over 50% of people clicking redo, you have to start the whole process over again. I wish that's what could happen. I think it'd be great. Know who you're voting for? Not Republican, Democrat? No, of course not, because there's plenty of people that run under tickets that they're not really like. I mean, Donald Trump said he used to be a fucking Democrat. People change this all the time. I don't think that this is necessarily something that you can rely on. Yes, yeah, let's get a re-roll on these elections here, okay? That's what I'm really trying to say. A no confidence vote would be sick. Yeah, I think that's pretty important, because I would say with none of the above is literally what it is. Well, maybe that's the case. I don't know. I don't really think that compulsory voting is a good idea, if you want me to be honest with you. Now, I think less people voting is probably better, because I think most people are stupid, and the people that are going to be outspoken about it are going to generally be the people that are more educated in it, or at least people that are willing to participate. Anyway, let's go ahead. We're going to look at some Reddit stuff. I know that a lot of people have a lot of, really big opinions on this stuff, etc. But we'll get back to it later, and we're going to get into the rest of this stuff. How much they charge for a reroll? It's expensive. It really is. Multiple rerolls would make politics stuck, I guess. Well, it wouldn't make it stuck. It would make people it would make them actually have to address real issues rather than, fighting imaginary dragons or jousting with windmills, right? It's like, oh, these little tiny wedge 1% issues, and this is really what the problem in the world is? I don't think so. We can take it off sub mode for now, guys, but I do want to say that I don't want to deal with a lot of bullshit today, okay? So if you're gonna type and you're gonna get mad, etc. about this stuff, you're just gonna get insta-banned. That's it. You're just gonna get insta-banned. It's not gonna go anywhere. So don't waste your time. Don't get upset. And we'll give you guys an opportunity to have a civil discussion about this later on, and we'll try to weed some people out. And if it becomes too bad, we'll use sub mode again. Okay? I just want to make sure you guys know it's something that we're willing to do. How's your day going? I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. I'm chilling. I'm all right. And anyway, ban appeal is going to be juicy. We have to do some ban appeals. I haven't done ban appeals in a long time. I'll do that soon. Your mods are actually no fun? Well, if your idea of being fun is being a fucking spurg, then yeah, you're right. We hate fun. We fucking hate it. That's fucking right, man. Absolutely. And let's go back over here. Message from Twitch Get Painted Guy to Asmongold in the community. Thank you. Let's watch this. Let me mute the music real quick. Here we go.
And and the community. You might remember me from a few days ago as the guy who made that video roast on Asmongold. I'm gonna keep this quick, but this is a quick video just to say thank you. Asmongold reacted to the video, promoted what I do. His editor uploaded his reaction onto the official YouTube channel.
I did.
And things have just exploded.
God damn.
During the beginning of this year, I had a goal of reaching 10,000 subscribers.
Holy shit.
This was just a random arbitrary number that I didn't think was possible, genuinely, but you know, it's just a number that I put up there. But thanks to the enthusiasm of this community, I have reached my goals that I never thought were possible. And to Asmongold, and yes, I'll actually say your name this time, thank you. You are so kind to the community who spent time on making things for you. Even though you don't have to do any of that, you do it anyways. And you genuinely change people's lives. So to you, I wish you all the success in the world. As if you don't have that already, but you know,
that's nice. That's a nice thing.
I wish you
what a
good
nice
health.
Guy.
Eat a little bit better, will you?
True.
And of course, I wish you happiness. Thank you so much.
Wow, this is actually a nice video.
Love you guys. I'll see you guys again.
Oh my God! Wow, what a nice guy.
Peace.
Holy shit, man, what a guy. Yeah, it's such a nice guy. Yeah, I mean, the reason why I do it, right, is like, it's like if you have a plant, you want to water the plant so the plant grows. So it's like, of course I want to help promote people's content so they keep making more of it. Because if you're not promoting their content and they're just sitting there not getting anything out of it, well, then they're going to be less likely to make another fucking video. And like, then that's, what's the point of this? Then we're not gonna we don't have the system in this, you know what I mean? And that's it. That's the way I see it. Farmer Asmon planting seeds, it's just common sense to me, man. I'm gonna be honest, it's just common sense. Some more react for me. Yes, exactly fucking right. Elden Ring plant, show the plant. I watered it a little bit ago. It's not doing like super good, but it's okay, I would say. And less videos equals less reactions. Yeah, there you go. You didn't even water your own garden. I actually have the water on right now for my garden, so that's not true. I do water my garden. Yeah, one of them did die. I'm gonna be totally fucking honest, it fucking died. I went to LA, I came back, the plant was pretty much dead. I tried to save it, it didn't happen. The other one is okay, and we're doing all right. Maybe we'll, if we get enough out of it, we can plant it in the other one, right? And that's it. Why didn't you plant it in your yard? So I could show the chat. That's why, is so like the chat could follow along with what happened. You're supposed to water when the sun is down, though? Listen, I'm not a botanist, all right? I don't know how this works. I don't know what to do. It's just, did you name them? I hope not. I mean, shit, it'd be dead by now. And this is the new starting screen somebody made, as you guys can see. I think this one is like, this is straight up like an RTX on starting soon screen. I really, really like this a lot. It's fucking amazing. Like the detail is really, really good. On like my character, look at Dom and like Sea Lion and everybody. It's just so good. I like it a lot, man. And so yeah, I decided to use it. Of course I'm gonna use it. Why wouldn't I? Yeah, it's great. So thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let me go back over and look at the other ones. Stay strong, McCool. There's a low percentage of us who hasn't and will not buy the pre-order deal. Here's the thing. Look, let me all right, let's look at this here. I wouldn't even call it a minority. Asmongold did a poll and only 16% of his viewers pre-ordered and got them out. 84% of his viewers didn't. It's just a loud minority that doesn't agree with McCool. No, here's the truth, is that most people that watch my stream kind of agree with me. I think that the truth is that if you're a developer, you would be stupid to not do pre-orders. That's the facts. You'd be dumb not to do it, because you get to determine how many people are on the server. You get the money early. There's literally no negative to having pre-orders. You see what I'm saying? So like, if every developer is going to continue doing pre-orders, even if very few people buy them, because it's still going to be better than zero. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm guessing most don't play. Yeah, there's a lot of people that don't play WoW. That's also a big factor. You know what I mean? And you're trying to use that poll for basis. You didn't even get 10% vote total. No, you're right. There weren't really that many people that voted. But what I'm saying is that just logically, if you're a developer, there is no reason not to do pre-orders. Like, there really isn't. Like, the only time that you wouldn't do pre-orders is like if you were super unconfident about the product and you didn't want to ruin your brand image. But like, even if you think that it's okay, you'd probably still do pre-orders, and most people will be all right with that. If you're morally against it, well, I think that morality is always, there's a dollar value to that. And so I don't really take that very seriously, and that's why every company pretty much does it. And there's also plenty of people that are not morally against it. They don't see anything wrong with it. I don't like pre-orders, as I said before. If I wasn't a streamer, I would not really do pre-orders, but I'm not really seeing it going away anytime soon, if you want me to be honest with you. I really don't think so. So it's dumb. If the game is good, no one has issues with pre-orders. Yes, exactly. And I think that most people, whenever they release a game, they think their game is good. That's what makes sense. I don't know, to be fair, I see the pre-order mount everywhere I go on Moonguard and Warm Rest Accord. Yeah, well, those are also the fucking RP servers, so you've got to expect that RP players are never going to quit the game, okay? Like, if they haven't gone over to Final Fantasy to fucking, go to Catgirl nightclubs by now, they're not going to ever leave the game, okay? This will never happen. Minority plays raids, grants, or dailies, probably more likely to pre-order the mount. No, I think so too. I think that's always what it is. Doesn't necessarily mean the majority of players got it. I don't think the majority of players pre-order. I don't think so at all. Because you see a lot of day one sales. So there's a lot of people that just buy it on the first day. Now, my actual opinion is that if you can't, like, let's assume that you buy the game on the first day and you don't pre-order. Buying it on the first day, in my opinion, is very similar to pre-ordering. Am I crazy with this? I feel like these are very similar things because this is an MMO and like you don't really know like what the scope of the game is going to be on the first day of the expansion. You have no idea. Everybody thinks every expansion is great whenever it first comes out because you're dealing with all the new stuff. That's what it is. If you buy it day one blindly, then yeah, that's the same thing. I think so too, absolutely. It's all about sales metrics. Yeah, sure. And here's the thing, is I just want to see, the game come out. I want it to be good. Whether they have pre-orders or not, I don't think it's going to have anything to do with that, man. And I think pre-orders are totally different now that we don't really use physical media anymore. I think that people pre-order. So here are the reasons why people pre-order. People pre-order because they get bonuses for it, and also because most of the time you can pre-download the game if you pre-order. So whenever you pre-order and you can download the game, you can play it immediately whenever it comes out. You don't have to sit there downloading the whole thing and worry if the servers go down or something bad happens. So I think that that's why it's going to happen. Again, I think that if you're a developer and you don't have pre-orders, you're a fucking idiot. You should definitely have pre-orders. Let's read a few more of these comments and we'll move on to the next thing, okay? Let's see here. Spoiler, McConnell was right. It doesn't matter how right you are if people don't care. That's all there is to it, and they're still going to do it. There are a lot of things that you can be right about, but will have no impact or consequence because people will always do what they want to do. That's just the truth. I don't like this. I have had to learn this the hard way. Is that with store mounts. I fucking hated store mounts, and I still don't like store mounts. I still think they're bullshit, but I was on a crusade against this for like 10 years. I was one of the first people that was fucking speaking out against this. And you know what? Nobody else gave a shit. People called me a loser. They said I was only complaining because I didn't have any fucking money. And that's what happened every single goddamn time. I poured salt on my head for that. And you know what? The spit ban incident, exactly. It made no consequence and it did nothing. And you know what? That's just what's going to happen. I think that I think that gamers are the most easily... All right. Here's how easily manipulated gamers are. You've got these people that are spending thousands of dollars, sometimes tens of thousands of dollars, to get waifus that aren't real in a video game. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? And you think that they're gonna be able to resist pre-ordering? No fucking chance. It's not gonna happen, man. And I'm sorry, fucking weebs. Yes, that's right. Well, yeah, you could hire an escort for that much fucking money, man. PNGs of waifus. Yes, that's what it is. They're so easily manipulated, it's not even funny. I've gone a step further. Not touched a Blizzard game, period, for months now. None of the info about the stuff has grabbed my attention. Boys, am I free of Bobby's maze? You'll be truly out of it once you stop caring about news of Bobby and his little circus altogether. I think that's true. It's like whenever you... I feel like if whenever you get out of something, all you think about is the fact that you're not in it anymore, in my mind, you're still kind of in it. You know what I mean? It's like whenever you are apathetic about the situation entirely, that's whenever you've truly moved on. It's whenever you can go to your whenever you start forgetting to check on your ex-girlfriend's Facebook page. That's whenever you've really fucking moved past her. It's not whenever you're looking at her Facebook page every day and thinking how much of a bitch she is or how ugly she is now. No, you have not moved past it. You've moved past it whenever you don't, you hear somewhere like, oh, she got another boyfriend. Okay, cool. Well, I hope she's happy. Or, well, fuck her. Who cares? And that's the last time you ever think about it. You don't look the guy up. You don't try to figure out if he's better looking than you are or taller than you. You don't give a shit. Because you're fucking moving on with your life, and that's in your rearview mirror. So that's whenever you really fucking move on. So you have all these people that are posting all the time about how much they've quit WoW and how much they don't like WoW and how bad WoW is. These are people that are still in the maze, okay? They're just in the shadow realm of the maze. That's all there is to it. Let me go back down here. Deinstall BattleNet since 2019. There's a lot of people that do that. I think so. And I'm not really surprised about it. I think that most people, the reason why a lot of people are like unsubbed, because this is true. Like Blizzard is losing players. They are losing players, and not only are they losing players, but they are losing players. They were losing players during COVID. That's really bad. Where every other fucking, whenever Netflix stocks went to the moon, whenever, every other fucking game company was going to the moon, Blizzard was still fucking rolling around in the dirt on Earth. You know, that's what it was. They were digging a hole on Earth. Yeah, that's what they were doing. And it was awful. I feel bad. It's crazy they're losing players, but not money. Well, no, of course not. That's the way that microtransactions work. That's why so many companies do them. And that's it. So next, BlizzCon will bring Rotten Tomatoes, throw at people. No, that's too much. Like, you can't. I think that if you're ever not happy enough about a video game that you want to take that into the real life realm and harass an employee, you should check yourself into a psych ward. You should check yourself into some sort of a therapy session, because it doesn't really matter. Like, it's just a video game and nobody cares, and if you try to do stuff like that, you're a fucking nutball. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, it's pretty harsh. Well, okay, you want me to be totally fucking honest? I think pieces of shit that fucking say stuff like that should be investigated. Made sure not stuff like that. It's like so fucking vanilla, right? But like any sort of a comment like that that's serious, I think it should be investigated by the fucking police. I think the idea that you should just like be able to openly talk about like harassing people and attacking people and like escalating things on a physical level in real life over something that you're not happy about in a video game or on the internet. I think that the idea of doing that, I think that should be a fucking jail sentence if you keep doing that, or if you're doing it seriously. Absolutely. People have the right to not have to fucking worry about their own life because some fucking over emotional gamer on the internet is pissed off because they didn't add what he wanted into the video game. It's not okay. It's not okay at all. And it's called intent, and you can't. Yes, I'm not a fan of it. So yes, checking yourself into a psych ward or getting therapy is actually not the harsh way of me saying it. That was the nice way. I just did the harsh way. I think you're a fucking loser and a piece of shit if you say stuff like that. So yeah, that's what I actually think. And let's go back over. We're gonna look at this other stuff. But you know what? You want to talk about Wyatt? We can complain about Wyatt all fucking day. But the moment that you take it into real life, you're wrong. Yeah, he fucking lied about the gear thing. He's a piece of shit for doing that. And he knew what he was doing, I bet. Yeah, I agree. But that's where we're going to stop. That's about it. And so let's see here. Man, McConnell's rant was exactly how I feel about the whole thing. I just want to scream at these fucking twats. You're partly responsible if this expansion is shit. They just like, I love seeing these comments. what do you think you're doing? Like, what change do you make it like this? It's not going anywhere. It's not doing anything. Like, oh my God. It's not what it is. They intentionally do the Dave Chappelle cadence sometimes. I think it's just it is a side effect of me growing up watching the Chappelle show, if you want me to be honest. Yeah, stop making money, Blizzard. Pre-orders do not change the product quality. I think the implication behind it is that because there are pre-orders, then the developer doesn't have as much of an incentive to deliver a quality product because people have already paid for it. So they don't have to earn the dollar anymore. That's effectively what they're saying. I played World of Warcraft 2006 until late 2020. Pre-ordering the game will not hurt me financially at all. I love WoW. I just don't trust Blizzard 2018 plus. There's a lot of people that feel that way, and I'm not surprised. Let's look at another one here. Lost Ark x Witcher collaboration coming. I saw this a little bit earlier today, and I think this is a great thing. I'm very fucking excited. The Witcher 3 is going to be part of Lost Ark now. Can you fucking believe that? And it's going to be Korean only? Yeah, I think that's what happens at the beginning. What? That's badass. But why? Well, we'll find out why. That's the way I see it. And collabs are always cool. Yeah, I think so too. And I'm excited to see what this is going to be, man. I am. They ruined Cyberpunk? Sure. Gerald is already in Lost Ark? Yeah, you've got Madnik. That's right. I forgot all about that. And Lost Ark 2-factor authentication news? Yeah, I think Lost Ark is going to require 2-factor authentication. I feel like that's probably a good thing, too. Have I watched a Joe Cat DPS video yet? Have I? I don't know if I have or not. Maybe I will watch this. I don't remember seeing it at all. Let me see here. Maybe I can open it up this way. And how long is it? 6 minutes? Yeah, I'll watch that in a little bit. Why not? Yeah, okay. Witcher 3 is amazing game. Shit villain. I think the game was good. I played a bit of it. I did not beat the game. I played a bit of it, and I enjoyed it. And cleaning this home for free. You know, we actually used to have a stove just like this, but like, oh, I guess she took the, yeah, we actually had a stove almost just like this exact stove. Okay, let me watch this real quick. What is this?
My message.
No, that is a bed. What do you mean that's not a bed? That's literally a mattress. What's a mattress? A mattress is a bed. Look at this.
Can you imagine what's about to happen? Is we see the dragon, I link with the dragons, and we gon' get things second. I reckon immaculate, sign about accurate. I know the
Is this the same room?
sign about accurate. I know the strength that don't come without strategy. I know the sweet that don't come without cavities. I know the
No shot. What is this? Oh my god, the floor. Yeah. That's insane, man. It's fake? I bet it's not fake. That's just impressive. Holy shit. Look at that. It's a higher. My house is not that bad. I mean, like, actually, I mean, there's some things where it is. Like, it wants to be at the house is already back to the way it was, and now there's stuff under the bed, too. Yeah, there's that true. You let the house get that level, you probably aren't going to take care of it. I think that what happens is, like, this is what happens with, like, me, right? Is like every once in a while, I will like clean everything up. I will get everything sorted out. I'll get it taken care of, and it's like everything's clean, everything's good, everything's fine. And I'll be like that for a while, and then after that, then I'll be going and I'll be, you know, I'll kind of let it lapse a little bit, then I'll clean it up, it'll be okay. And then I'll let it lapse a little bit, and then a little bit more, then a little bit more, and then it just kind of gets worse, right? Because like it gets to the point of like no return, where it's like, oh, well, it's already messy at this point, like who gives a shit? And like that's what happens with me. I'm not saying this is what's going to happen with everybody, but that's certainly what happens with me. It's a beautiful job. He's done expressing appreciation, scoring to the box of points. Again, to get an MH counselor. I don't know what MH is, but anyway, yeah, that's the way I see it. Hire a cleaning company for $50 once a month. To be honest with you guys, I don't care. Like, I know this might sound very crazy to some people, but I don't care about it. It doesn't matter to me if the house is dirty or not. Like, I just don't look at it. It doesn't bother me. It has no like real effect on my mental state. Like, whenever the room is clean, like right now my room is relatively clean, and I don't feel any better or worse than I did whenever it was dirty. It's just, it is what it is, man. And so, yeah, I just don't worry about that stuff at all. And the dead rat was a problem. I'll be honest, because what happened is, like, so I had I've had many dead rats in the house, but there was a dead rat in the house, and I said this, right? You guys know what's coming here, right? I used the dead rat as an alarm clock, because basically I live in Texas. It gets really hot in Texas. And whenever it would get really hot, it would like, the house would get hotter, and it would like cook the corpse of the rat, and it would make it smell worse. So like, I would wake up every morning at like 7:30 or 8 a.m. Like, I was ready to fucking go, because the first thing that happened is I'd smell that goddamn rat. You know, what the fuck? Yeah, that's a natural alarm. Yeah, free alarm clock. This is the way that I've always done things. It's absolutely foul. No, that's nothing. I have better stories than that. There are some of them I don't even tell, if you want me to be honest. And that's horrid. I'm eating. It's totally fucking normal, guys. Let's not even get into it. Asmongold versus Kugain's jumping puzzle. Now that Asmon's back on Final Fantasy and ready for Stormblood, make this post to reach him so you can watch, have a go at Kugain's jumping puzzle. I saw that. I know what this is. It's like the Green Tower or something like that. I will do the jumping puzzle today. Don't worry about it. Or at least if I get there. I don't know if I'll get there or not. I'll maybe look at that afterwards. Vampire Survivor, 100% cooldown, 210% might build using Lancet and Infinite Corridor. God damn. Holy fucking shit, that's good. Is Infinite Corridor like the new garlic? I feel like it is. Yeah, 144p. Yeah, I don't know why these, whatever it is, it's like these Twitter videos or Reddit videos, they automatically go to the lowest quality. It's so annoying. I don't know why that happens. But yeah, why is Twitch bitrate just... No, it's not Twitch. It's Reddit for some reason. I have no idea why. Let's see here. Asmongold's color version. This is really fucking good. I'm actually very glad, by the way, that they're continuing Berserk. I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but Berserk will be continuing. They will be actually going forward and doing Berserk more and finishing the story. I think this is a good thing. I'm very glad about it. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. It's again just allergies and stuff like that. I'll deal with it as best I can. Taking powder. Yeah, it's good. Griffith needs to die. I think so, absolutely. And I'm excited. I think that it's the right decision for them to continue the story, because I view it as like there's not really a loss condition. Is because in the same way that like people, like there's a lot of other Lord of the Rings stuff out there, like the games, and there's going to be the TV show, but like nobody who's like really a fan of Lord of the Rings considers that actually part of the lore. Like, this is not canon. This is just some bullshit that some guys wrote up so they can, you know, make it a movie. So that's how I see it, at least. Berserk is go. Yeah, Berserk is great for sure. Waiting for Hunter x Hunter continuation. Oh, I thought they were doing that. Yeah, I thought they were doing the Hunter continuation. I thought that, I thought that, I read this, that it was, yeah, they are. I thought so. Anyway, so I think that, so if the continuation of Berserk doesn't end in the way that people want it to, that doesn't really matter, because like everybody's just gonna go back and say, well, yeah, but that was, you know, the guy didn't write it, Miura didn't write it, so like who gives a shit? So I think that like the worst case scenario is that people just don't like the ending, kind of like Game of Thrones, you know what I'm saying? And I think that's all there is to it. And there's a new Game of Thrones series in development at HBO. No, I know that, absolutely. He's writing Miura's story, though. And that's true, is that a lot of people might not know this, but the editors of Berserk, they were trained by Miura to finish the story. Like, they know what to do, and he trusted them to finish the story. I think it's what he would have wanted. So I'm glad that they're continuing it, and that's it. Oh, it's a different show? Bro, if it's a different show, like another Game of Thrones show, I think that's too many. So I found this ad today. All right, what's this? Let me pause this real quick. What is this bullshit?
How do you double a game's player base in the fastest way possible?
Create content that blows players away, that's how! Naraka Bladepoint recently released the new outfit, Ringtail, to a raucous reception.
Okay.
More than just a fashion statement, they're even more unbelievable in battle, whipping enemies from either side. Don't worry about him getting neck cramps, though. He can spin like a human drill at them, too. Incredible, but only what you'd expect from the geniuses behind Naraka. Ultimate move, baldness only makes me stronger. Even Saitama himself would give it a thumbs up, and I hear the game's available for just $1, too. My wallet's at the ready. Check out Here I Come.
So is this... The guy doesn't look like... That doesn't look like me at all, okay? Like, I don't know... I feel like, is this guerrilla marketing by Naraka Bladepoint? Where, like, they fucking... Like, I'm not gonna put it past them. You know, they've got a lot of sponsors. They sponsor a lot of people on Twitch here. I don't know if this game's good or not. I want to say this. I have no idea if it's good or not, but I do think this is definitely a little funny to see. And wallet at the ready, well, it's $1, right? I mean, buying a game for $1, I think, is fine. And as part of the video, reminds me of certain someone. Oh, I saw that video, actually. And yeah, look at that. I think this is a pretty good sized sword. What do you guys think? Is this about right? Yeah, this is pretty decent. And when I'm mounted, if you can use a helicopter, I don't know about a helicopter at all. I have no idea. And yeah, this is just about normal size. Yeah, it's about normal size, I'd say. And beta test for Matrix, game presented during OTK Expo. Yeah, you guys, if you want to play the game, you can go ahead and look at that and follow all the things for it. I don't know exactly how it works or how to get into the beta test or anything like that, though. He can't keep getting away with him. Haven't gained another angel today. Me and hell, where's Bobby Kotick? What is this? See, I do want to play this game. Bro, I don't know how you can look at a game like Starfield and then watch Doom and then think Starfield is anything less than a joke. This gameplay is just so much better. It's like it's infinitely fucking better. Like, it's more responsive, it's faster, it's more fluid, everything. Like, how the fuck does a game like Starfield get front page promotion or like, you know, main stage promotion on one of these fucking events whenever you have a game like Doom out? I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all, man. Not the same type of game. Yeah, one sucks and one doesn't. Yeah, you're right about that. Quasi reflects on his journey and gives his thoughts on Final Fantasy. Sure, I'll watch this. How long is it? It's 13 minutes? Yeah, we'll take a look at it in a few minutes. But right now, I want to look at some other stuff, too. Bellier about Final Fantasy 14 jobs. I might look at that. I'm not sure. I think I've got some other stuff that I want to take a look at. But, like, I know that shit's Photoshop. Like, I can tell immediately that shit's Photoshop. Like, it is. Like, it's fucking Photoshop. I've seen the original. That's not what it is, okay? Some people are too insecure to play Doom. Yeah, that could be it. How Blizzard feeling whenever the news about WoW's expansion? That's so sad. Pre-order? Listen. I actually don't think the game is that bad right now. I don't think it's that bad. I think that if you like WoW, if you've liked WoW in the last 5 years, I don't think it's that bad. Now, if you don't like the if you don't like the way that WoW has been designed in the last 5 years, like Legion onward, you probably don't like the current game. I think that's fair. And there's a big part of me that doesn't like that. I agree with you. But I think that for what it is, it's in a relatively good state right now. Expansion endings are the only time that WoW is good. Yes, I think that's fair. And you're blinded, dude? Wait, blinded? No, I don't. Guys, I've been playing WoW a little bit more recently, but besides that, I haven't even been playing the game. I'm just saying, like, this is my opinion. I feel like it's not in that bad of a state. It's okay. And game sucks. I mean, there are a lot of people that don't like the game. And I don't think that you're wrong for not liking the game. But what I am saying is there's a lot of people that do like the game. And the type of game that Legion was, etc., I think is not it is not that bad right now. That's all I'm saying. Game dies after a month. Which game doesn't? Most games die after a month, unfortunately. Animal Crossing fans be like, yo, this gameplay is mad intense right now. I mean, you're not wrong. I am not a big fan. I played the first Animal Crossing, and I never played another Animal Crossing after that. I never got into it. Think it's close to as good as Legion? No, I don't think so, but I think it's okay. It's how it always was. Bad at the start, and the last patch is decent. Yeah, I think that we're at the last patch is decent point. The progression is almost complete. Letting it grow out, the self-haircut. I wonder what I look like bald. That's not going to happen, guys, okay? It's... What the fuck? What the fuck? Asmon the Grafted? It's the Banhammer? I know that. It's nuts, man. Holy fucking shit, man. That's a little bit odd. I'll say that for sure. At least you're ripped. Yeah, apparently. Oh my god, that's weird. Okay, Berserker's back. Now beat this glam. I don't think... Wait, is that legit? Can you actually get that? I feel like... I don't think you can get that helmet in game, can you? Yeah, I've never seen this helmet in game before. It's the Ifrit background? Yeah, I know that. But you can? Well, fuck. Okay, alright. We're gonna have to get that then. Never mind. Yeah, I didn't know that at all. Weird part is they actually find these people somehow. Blizzard. Now, that's how I imagine our target audience. Wow, I have too much money. Damn it, what am I gonna do with all this money? It's literally falling out of my pockets. Won't somebody please take some of this money? Yes, I think you're right. There are a lot of people out there that are just fucking dumb. I know this is, and this is kind of what I was saying before about like WoW players and like people that don't like WoW now, is that there are a lot of people out there that just like the way that WoW is right now. They like WoW. They like playing the game. It's fun for them. You know, maybe they tried Final Fantasy and Lost Ark. It wasn't really their game. And that's it. Who? A lot of people, man. There are. Absolutely. Money havers. Yeah, sure. And they're wrong? No, I don't think they're wrong. I just think they don't like the same thing. And 14% of Wrath numbers. He was number 1. Well, Wrath of the Lich King, I don't think... What do you guys think? Do you guys think Wrath is going to be really big whenever it comes out? I feel like it's going to have a really big boom, but I can't really imagine it retaining players that well. Yeah, I don't think it's hard to tell. Yeah, I mean, the reason why I think it is hard to tell is because they are making changes with the game. So it's like, okay, if you're making changes with the game and you're doing things different now, it's like things are more up for grabs because I don't know how players are going to react to them, and I don't know how Blizzard is going to react to that either. It'll be more popular than TBC. I think at the beginning it will be, but afterwards I'm not sure if it's going to level down there. They're so unrealistic. Men can't expect us to look like them. I gotta hit the gym right now to look like them. Yes, exactly. Like, I wonder how many people watching or reading JoJo, it got them to start working out. Like, I feel like there's gotta be a pretty good amount. You know, like, for sure, yeah. Abso-fucking-lutely. And what goes up? What's gonna? Yeah, me, absolutely. No, I think that there are plenty of people out there. I've always thought this was odd, right? Is you can have these guys that have, you know, like fucking, they look like Mr. Olympia, and they're going around with like some massive sword and they're super strong, and no guys ever complain about unrealistic body expectations, you know? They never do that. Yeah, I want to be like Goku. Yeah, that's the thing, is like a lot of people that are my age, they first started working out and their inspiration was probably Dragon Ball Z. I'll be totally fucking honest. I even know some of them, man. This is sex fantasy versus power fantasy. Well, I feel like it's a power fantasy to have a sex fantasy, isn't it? I mean, I feel like it's kind of the same thing. Absolutely, because it's, you know, being able to, like, control how people view you is a power fantasy in itself. So, yeah, I don't buy that argument. I think that's silly. And let's see. Our game's full of hackers. What should we do? Make it free to play. Easy anti-cheat. Region lock China. I don't think that region locking China is a good idea. The reason why is because people have the technology to get around it instantly with VPNs and other types of technology. So region locking something to China, especially with like very big bot farms and stuff like that, they can afford to just move the bot farm. They'll just move it somewhere else. So I don't think this is an easy solution. VPNs are illegal in China. There's a lot of things that are illegal in China, but people still do. And that's it. Makes the game unplayable with VPNs. I'm telling you guys, it's just going to be a cat and mouse game. I don't think that getting rid of it and getting rid of China is going to stop the hackers. That's all I'm really trying to get at here. Asmongold Guts by me. I will post the colored version as well. Yeah, I like this one. To be honest, for like the Berserk style, I kind of like this one more than the colored one, if you want me to be honest, because it reminds me a lot more of the comics, you know? Speaking of pre-ordering. Okay, here we go.
Sir Kyle, I know that Sony's offering a special Black Friday bundle. You know the Xbox is still better, right?
Yeah, but why can't Xbox automatically let you pre-order Metal Gear Solid 5?
Sir Kyle, pre-order doesn't mean shit, okay? When you pre-order a game, you're just committing to paying for something that some assholes in California haven't even finished working on yet. You know what you get for pre-ordering a game? A big dick in your mouth.
Was there any lie? You know what I mean? Was there any lie there at all? I don't think so. Reference, yeah, it's just a dick in your mouth. Yeah, I mean, I think that's totally fucking honest. If you want me to be if you want me to be real, like, yeah, I think yes, that's exactly what it fucking was. And let's see this. The reason why I stopped Mythic Rating. Why did you stop Mythic Rating? Let's find out why. I'll tell you why he stopped raiding right now. It's because his computer sucks. Yeah, the guy's computer sucks. How the fuck can you raid with this FPS? Holy shit, no wonder. Yes, he's going to show how complex the fights are. Yes, I think that's basically one of the big reasons, too. I think that's why so many people play Sunwell and so many people play TBC, is because it's just so much easier. It's more simplistic. It's not as convoluted. There aren't 8 different intricacies between mechanics that you have to all manage together. You can just play the game and that's it. And yeah, I think so. And a hard game bad? Yes, I unironically think that. I think that if you make a game too hard, you're going to lose people's attention span. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, follow the voice that's telling you where to go. I'm telling you guys, Mythic Rating in Retail WoW is not... like, Sunwell is a joke compared to Mythic Rating in Retail WoW. It is an absolute fucking joke. I know there are some fucking classic Andys out there that are like, oh no, I'll tell you something. I had to move left 3 times on that fight. You only have to do it once in Molten Core. Things are heating up. Classic's getting hard. Yeah, guys, listen. It's not that hard anymore, and that's all there is to it. Retail WoW is infinitely harder, infinitely more complex, and I think also that's not a good thing in many regards. But yes, I do think that it's a lot harder. Absolutely. Sunwell's only hard because you need a fuck ton of gear. Sunwell, no, that's not true. Sunwell was hard because there were a lot of mechanics. It was the first, like, for example, like Tier 5
you needed a good amount of gear, but tier 5 was like really hard mechanically, whereas like tier 6 wasn't as hard mechanically in my mind, right? I don't think that it was. But the difference between like tier 5 and Sunwell is that tier 5 or Sunwell had the mechanic expectations of tier 5, and it also had the gear expectations. So it's like not only did you have to meet these fucking mechanical requirements, but you also had to do the gear at the same time. Sunwell was hard. Did you play it? Yes, I did back in the day. I did it back whenever it came out. And Black Temple was legit. Hard in a good way. Diverse fights. Good raid. I don't think that Black Temple was that hard of a raid. I really don't think so. I think it's a very boring raid. And there's only like maybe... Like, don't you just... Does anybody know? I don't know if you guys know this. But Illidan has a demon phase in Black Temple. I know. It sounds crazy. But like Illidan, so like he turns into like a demon and you have to have like a warlock tank him with like searing flame. What? Yeah, the classic players don't even know this now because they just do so much fucking damage. They kill the boss and it doesn't matter. Demon phase, bad team. True, exactly. When he throws his glaives, that's not whenever he throws his glaives. That's whenever he reaches 70% and he enters phase 2 and you have to tank the 2 flames of Azzinoth without letting them get too far away from the glaive or they enrage. Now, I know this fight very well. Now, I did it back in 2065, it's 65, yeah, somewhere around there. And I know this fight very well. I did it back in 2007, 2008, okay? It happened quite a long time ago. I figured since tribalism wars are underway, I'd throw some fuel on the fire. When a WoW player hears Final Fantasy XIV music. Okay, let's do it.
Okay, I'll get pack-a-lackin'. I love it.
Those are the 2 most sane Final Fantasy players. Those are the 2 most well-adjusted ones right there, okay? You've got to keep that in mind. Yeah, those were... Yeah, those are the guys that are posting on my Reddit, and they're like, yeah, it's not a big deal he didn't play MSQ that day. Like, it's really not. Like, it's fine. I'm sure he'll play another time. It's okay, guys. Like, just try to relax. Like, yeah, that's basically where we're at. You gonna watch the Nazi monkey thing? You watched JoJo Part 4 yet? Yeah, you've typed that probably fucking 10 times. No, I haven't yet. I haven't gotten to it. If you want me to be honest with you, I stopped because it's weird, right? Because so you know how like Joseph Joestar was like the badass, like really fucking like like force of life, in like the earlier seasons, and like then he's an old man. He's like, oh, he didn't really know what's going on or anything like that. Bro, it reminded me so much of my dad. It really, it fucking sucked, and like it was just it bothered me a lot, and that's why I stopped. Like I'll probably go back and watch it again, but like it's like that's what happened with my dad, and fucking sucks, man. Fucking sucks. Yeah, it was a bit too real. Anyway, let's go back over. We will look at the other stuff, right? But yes, I do plan on finishing it, okay? It is still just a TV show. I can handle it. I'm a big boy, all right? But I love the show. I just, took a break for that reason, right? And that's where we're at. And eventually I was going to... My dad's all right, but, I was younger and he could fucking, like go out there and cut down a fucking tree with an axe or a chainsaw and... just be ready to fucking go and do a bunch of other stuff during the day. And, like he'd be up at 7 a.m., going to bed at 12, like doing that shit all the time, like working. He was executive of a publishing company, like everything, right? And, now it's like he's 75 now, right? He's doing great for 75, but he's 70 fucking 5. And it hurts a lot to see it, It does whenever I have to like do small things around the house for him, or do like outdoor stuff for him whenever he's, it just sucks, man. It sucks. And yeah, let me go and look at this. Halo 343 Industries exploring microtransactions for Master Chief Collection. I don't know why anybody is surprised about this. Why is anybody surprised about this? Yeah, I want to move on. I don't want to think about it, right? Let's not think about it. You know, let's just not think about it. Microsoft toying with the idea of bringing microtransactions to its collection of Halo titles. A new post on Waypoint Series. 343 Industries mentions that it's exploring the potential to microtransactions. I love it whenever developers they're like, this has so much potential. This is going to add so much to your life. This is going to make your life so much fucking better. And you know what? It doesn't. Like, it fucking doesn't, right? 343 killed Halo. No, 343 did not kill Halo. Microsoft did. And I think that it was not, like, here's the thing, is that Bungie went from making Marathon to Halo, and now they're doing Destiny. Maybe Halo should have ended after Halo Reach. Maybe Halo should have ended after Halo 3. Maybe it's not a good idea to continue a story indefinitely. I think that there are so many people that always want another part to it. They always want another, like this is with Bloodborne. This always pisses me off with Bloodborne, is that Bloodborne, the ending of Bloodborne, in my mind, I think was fucking perfect. I think they ended it in the exact right way. They closed it out and everything was just like it needed to be, man. And speaking of Halo, watching a Moore's Critical video about the Impossible Gaming Challenge. I might look at that later on. Bored Ape Noscope, yes, guys, I will watch the Bored Apes video, okay? I have a lot of things to go over, a lot of things to talk about, okay? Bloodborne does not need a part 2. That's what I'm really trying to say. Bloodborne doesn't need a part 2. The whole story was completely self-contained. We don't need another one. Now, if they want to make another one, I'll play it. I'll be happy. I'll be excited even. But you know what? If they never do, I think that's probably the best decision, if you want me to be honest. And I think that for people that are creative and people that do like writing, you know, like big stories and, you know, things that are just like very expansive, like Bloodborne, I think that people like that, you get into, I think, like a creative, you know, like cesspool of like a creative rut where you're just continuously, you know, iterating on like this world and the creative energies turn on themselves. I think it's important to be able to move on and do another story as well. I would hate a spin-off or something in that universe. Yes, exactly. Also, From Software are too big now to do exclusives. Yeah, thank God for that. And let's see here. Zach, as he ponders methods to kill his doppelganger. Blizzard calls Asmongold an asshole. I saw this. I know people got so mad about this. Never had happened. This happened almost years ago. I am an asshole. Everybody knows I'm an asshole, right? It's like, yeah, sure. Of course people at Blizzard are going to think I'm an asshole. Like, I sit around criticizing and saying things about the game suck all the time. Of course they're going to think I'm an asshole. What a surprise. It wasn't even that big of a deal. Yeah, people got way more mad about this than I did. And here's your request, McConnell. I saw this. I tweeted it out. I don't know if I tweeted this one out. I think it was actually another one that I tweeted out. But yes, there it is. There it is. He's watching over us, smiling, happy, excited. Everything's good. This one's better. Maybe it is. But yeah, I'm not too surprised about this at all. And what's this here? POV, you caught RMTing in Lost Ark.
Hey, man, what's going on? My name's Steve. What's your name, man? Gamer Guy 1942, nice to meet you. You're not gonna give me a handshake? Alright.
Uh-huh.
Take a seat, man. Take a seat. Take a seat right there. Take a seat, man. Take a seat right there.
What's this?
So the reason why I brought you in today was because I wanted to have a little chit chat with you. Yes, sir. You. Yeah.
Okay.
Why you looking around? Ain't nobody in this office. You see anybody here? Damn, we ain't got no employees, man. It's just me. It's me. Good old Steve.
Oh, it's Amazon Game Studios.
Word around the office is you've been doing some RMTing. Some real money transaction. You know what that is? You don't know what that is? That's weird. Do you remember buying 8 million gold from A, B, C, Z, 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 G, E, F, D, E, B, 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 You remember buying that gold?
8 million gold?
Yeah.
That's good.
That's right. That's right. You bought that gold. You didn't buy that gold? You didn't buy that gold? All right. All right.
Oh, sure.
What's that then? Right there. What's that say?
Bro, I saw this guy. I actually saw this guy. This guy's 1575 item level. He's got all plus 25 gear, etc. And yeah, his roster level's like level 98 or something, right? Yeah, completely free to play, guys. Totally fucking free to play.
1575.
Yep.
15. You ready for fucking Albro shit or what, man? We're on the Vicus patch. You're 100 item levels ahead. What's that then? What's that say?
What are all those plus 10 gems, huh? Where'd those come from? Damn, you must be really farming. Wow.
You got vision problems? What's that say?
Plus 10?
11 level 10 gems.
Crazy.
You bought out the entire server level 10 gems.
Crazy.
People in Korea don't have level 10 gems. Yet you do. What's up with that? That's kind of weird.
It's interesting,
Between
isn't
you and
it?
me, man, I kind of like you. You got a little money in your pockets, all right? So I'm going to go see the proper solution to deal with you, man.
They're going to take care of him.
Call my boss and see what we can do for you, all right? In terms of punishment.
They're going to ban him. He's done. It's over.
Jeff? Yeah, I have him in an office. All right, man. So what you did here was a big offense to our terms of service. So we can't be having that. All right.
Yeah.
You know, we got rid of the bots. Go buy gold with real money. You know, pay us. You know what I'm saying? Pay us. So we'll just give you a 3-day ban. No big deal. I gotta go though. I gotta go work on the mid-June patch for December. So I'll see you later.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna give you a 3-day ban, and that's it. Oh, the best part about it, let me link the video. This was funny. I like this. The best part about it is he forgot the best part. The guy didn't get his stuff removed. Yeah, he didn't get his stuff removed after he gets suspended 3 days for RMT. So yeah, that's the most important thing that you have to keep in mind. Now, I want to say that this happens all the fucking time with these games. I'm very used to it. It's too much. Mid-June, yeah, it's just nuts, man. And we'll unban you if you pay us. That's probably it. It's just like that IRL. There you go. The Legends new PSA.
Wash your ass. Toilet paper is good, but water is much better idea. Use water each and every time you wash your ass. A clean asshole is good for you, good for your well-being, good for your soul, and good for each and everybody who is coming into close proximity with your ass. Wash your ass every day. Make washing your ass an act of devotion and a gift to your body. Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole.
True.
So wash your ass.
True, very fucking true. Do nothing. Yeah, where's the I've got to find out. Like, you guys saw this, right? Where was the first one? Never go to work and like only fuck around and that's it. Let me see. Maybe this is it. Yeah, here we go. I'll watch this one again because you guys need to hear this.
Fuck your job. Do only what you are paid to do.
Again.
You are not slave. You are not office bitch. Hard work is bad for you. Hard work only good for making somebody else rich. They say hard work never killed anybody. But remember, what doesn't kill you is putting you under chronic stress medication.
There it is.
Work hard, play hard. Bad idea. Work less, play more. Much better idea. Don't stay at work 1 minute more than you have to. When the work is finished, switch off the laptop computer, switch off the phone, switch off the brain. Tell your boss to take their after hours emails and shove it up their ass.
Fuck
You have a life, so live it. And remember, all work and no play makes Jack impotent.
There it is. There it fucking is. Give me a second. All right, we're good. Sorry about that. Wise words. Yep, don't forget about that, guys. Exactly. And I've been following this for years. I didn't even know this guy. This guy probably watched my stream. That's what happened. Fuck bills, right? Well, here's the thing, is that there was one time that my mom didn't pay the electricity bill for like 9 months. And like the city of Austin had some accounting error, and she actually didn't have to pay the months that she missed.
They were like, yeah, we basically lost everything, and so we don't know what happened. Yeah, what the fuck, exactly. There are many times, listen, and I remember she was telling me, this was like back early in the day, and she was like, man, we really got to figure out how to pay this credit card debt off. I've got to deal with this credit card debt. This credit card debt's so bad. And I'm like, Mom, let me explain the situation. You're never going to pay it off. I'm never going to pay it off. No one's ever gonna pay it off. She's like, well, what if they get upset? And I'm like, too bad, fuck them. You're not gonna pay it off. Don't worry about them. You get a letter from MasterCard, put it in the garbage. You get a letter from Visa, put it in the garbage. You get a letter from one of these other fucking places. I forgot the other one, Citibank, put it in the garbage. My money now. That's what it is. Just let the bank fuck them. And that's what I did. She was over 100 grand in credit card debt. Nothing ever fucking came of it. Nothing ever came of it. She never paid it off. And now it's problem fucking solved, man. Straight into the garbage, man. Worst advice? Well, it only worked for her because, like, at this point, you know, like my, we were poor as fuck, actually, at that point. And it's like, I was like, well, you know, realistically, she's not going to get another job. Like, she's not going to get another job, right? So that's not going to happen. And so I was like, well, I'm probably going to have to support her. So, I mean, I'm not liable for paying her credit card debt, so it's not an issue. And that's exactly what happened. Chat, this is bad advice. So it is bad advice. No debt collector? What are they going to do? What are they going to do? They can't do anything to her. They can't take a house away. It's Texas. You can't do that. She doesn't have anything else. She's got no fucking money. I just gave her all my money, and then problem solved. Yeah, fuck them. Credit score to 0. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She never gonna pay it off now. Like, let's be honest, she's done. They're not gonna collect it. Yeah, that's it. They're done, man. And yeah, they're not gonna collect it. That's it. That's a brain dead take. Here's the way I see it. I think credit card companies are parasites. I think that they shouldn't exist with the level of interest that they have. And so if anybody scams a credit card company, I think good. Fuck them. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me at all. Is this a Sam Hyde video again? Yeah, there it is. There it fucking is. Exactly. You got it. The chat proud of paying debt. Fuck that, man. Fuck them. That's the way it goes. Watching Asmongold until he raises his eyebrows.
What's up, guys? In today's video, we will be watching Asmongold until he raises his eyebrows. Let's go.
Came out, right? I wasn't a millionaire in high school. I was a I really do look like a fucking psycho just talking on the stream sometimes, huh, don't I? Like, I haven't really gone back and watched any of my streams recently. Man, I really look like a fucking psycho. Well, moving around, acting like that. Oh my god, literal fiend. Jesus, man. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. This, I can't unsee it. Yeah, it's too much, man. Times are changing. What's this? King Activision Blizzard? Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. That was like y'all gotta remember, like, that picture of me right there, I was like 17 or 18 in this picture. It's crazy to think how fucking long ago that was. And I still had the old army shirt and everything. King Activision Blizzard gamers. Well, here's the thing. People get mad about gambling and stuff like this, but the shit is legal. And it's on Twitch. Like, you should be mad at Twitch. Get mad at Twitch for this. Don't get mad at XQC. Don't get mad at Train. They're just getting money. I don't care about that. It's fine. I watch the streams. Why not both? Because the reason why not both is because whenever you attack somebody for something that they do, you turn that person into a victim. And whenever you turn a person into a victim, you make them a sympathetic ally. And whenever people are a sympathetic ally, or people are sympathetic to somebody else that you don't like, then now you have now made your job harder. Like, all I care about, I've said this before, right, is all I care about is is achieving the goal, right? And I know that getting mad at the streamers isn't going to make a difference, because what are you going to do? Oh, he's so bad, I'm going to write a Reddit post about him. He deletes it. Oh, I'm going to type it in his chat. I'm going to let him know what I think. It's in sub mode. Oh, I'm going to sub and then I'm going to fucking type it and then you banned. You can't do anything. You can't do anything. Like, you're just completely fucking powerless. You have no power. You have no ability to hold anybody accountable at all. You mean nothing. And that's just the facts. And I'm not being mean. I don't either. It doesn't matter how much I complain about it. Nothing happens. If you can't change the system, nothing will change. You can annoy them, it doesn't matter. And if you annoy somebody about stuff like that, they're just going to want to do it even harder. That's always the way things go, is you push somebody into a corner and that's what they're going to do. It's just what makes sense. People just like grandstanding. Yes, that's true. No obligation to listen to people that don't pay you. No obligation to listen to anybody, in my opinion. Thank you, Asmongold. Rackstrack's got a response to Blizzard. I actually saw this. I have this on my watch later. I will look at this in just a few minutes here. Let me make sure that I get all the rest of these. Okay, I think I pretty much... Okay, yeah, very fucking funny here. And let's see here. What else have I even looked at? 16... Okay, I actually want to see this. Is this any good? 16-bit Elden Ring. Oh my god. That's so good. I love that graphic. Wow. Wow. When? When is this coming out? Praise the dog. Oh my god, that's a big boy. Oh my god, please bring this out. If they bring this out, I promise I'll play the game. Oh, it's the magma worm. This is amazing. No shot are they actually doing this. This is incredible. I love it. This is actually getting made, right? Oh. If you subscribe, it's to 16 bits. Okay. Please, this is actually getting made, right? 1985, is it getting made? It's got to be getting... You guys ever deployed? It's very well done. No, I don't care about that. Are they making this or not? Probably not. No, they need to make it. They need to make this game. Right now, just an animation. Fuck! This is a very, very good video. I've never been more disappointed about a game that doesn't exist in my life. Okay? This is amazing. Holy shit, this is so good. And it's true to form as well. Like, it's actually exactly the way that the characters act as well. Fund it yourself. I feel like I probably couldn't because of copyright reasons. I think somebody would have to do it for free. I don't know about that. If it was up to me, I think this would be so fucking cool, though. Oh my god, this is amazing. Star Citizen effect? Yeah. Only animation. OTK project? You can't do that. Trust me, man. It's like a whole thing. Like, I grew up on Super Nintendo. That was my console that I first started playing on. So, like, this is super nostalgic for me. I fucking love it, man. And am I going to watch the Bored Ape Club video? Yes, I will watch it today, okay? We have a few other things to get through, all right? Now, I know that there are some people also, Final Fantasy players need help, but I will save them. What's this? I'll watch this in a bit too. Give me a little bit and I'll watch it. So I want to say also, I saw some stuff on Twitter. Obviously, there were some people that were unhappy with comments that I've made on Twitter, etc. I know that there was I think it got deleted at this point, but there was a like 400 comment thread about my take on Lucy Chan. I'll look at it and see what it is. There was a 400 comment thread on my take on abortion. This happened the other day. People got very upset about it. Oh, it's that video? Yeah. And so, obviously, if you look at the amount of people, You want to see what this is? How popular this this thing is? I don't know what this shows, so give me a second. Let me see how many people saw this tweet. Yeah, it's fine to show that. Okay, I didn't know. And look at that. 4 million people saw that tweet. Can you fucking believe that? That's nuts. Oh my god, Twitter not upset. Base take? Yeah, people really are dumb. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking people that saw that. I was really surprised. I just fucking... Bro, I tapped that shit out at the Sonic drive-thru. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I went to Sonic yesterday. I got myself... Oh, there it is. I got myself one of the big boys here. And I was sitting there at the Sonic drive-thru, and I just tapped that shit out. Fucking everybody started watching it based and went viral. It's not based. It's common fucking sense. You don't want the government telling you what you can fucking do and what you can't do. The thing is, in general, people don't want to have... Most people's idea of the government, and this is like, there are people that need help for stuff, right? Like food stamps, etc. But like, assuming that like you are financially stable, the best government is no government. You don't want to have the government involved with you. You don't want to have them telling you what to do. You don't want to have them trying to make rules for you, arbitrate around what you can and can't do, etc. That's what it is. Didn't they just give the rights back to the states? Yeah, but I don't think that's a good thing, because if you do that, then you're gonna have half the fucking states that make the shit illegal. Now, I do think that people can make an argument that, like, you know, okay, it's like the abortion thing. I'll talk about this just for a little bit, and then I do want to go and watch the Diablo Immortal video, okay? But I also want to say, before I do any of the Diablo Immortal video, I saw this tweet yesterday, or it was today. This is really, this is pretty bad. I don't think that they should tweet stuff out like this. I think this is despicable. I do. Kotaku made a tweet and they said how to add the U.S. Supreme Court justices to Minecraft for no reason at all. This is awful. And like, this is the kind of stuff that, in my opinion, I think they should take this down. Like, this is a take it down and apologize type of a tweet, man. Is that bad? I think it is bad, because the implication behind it, I think there's a very, very clear and obvious implication behind it, is so you can somehow go through and like kill them in Minecraft or like that. I don't get it. It's so you can add them into Minecraft. Let's read some of the comments and we'll see what people really thought about it. I don't get it. Yes, absolutely. And alternatively. And it's crazy Kotaku. It's crazy when Kotaku is calling for the murder of the Supreme Court in Minecraft. It's simply fun gaming guide. Yeah, it's intellectually dishonest. Straight into the lava they go. So it's very clear that the message that they were trying to send is not a good one. And they're coping. Fuck them. They deserve it. No, because here's the problem, okay? This is what a lot of people can never fucking realize whenever they're on the losing side of something, is that whenever you escalate things to where it's okay to simulate violence against people, they're gonna do that to you. What do you think? This is gonna be the only time that this ever happens? No, they're gonna do this to you. Yeah, that's all there is to it. You're putting it on the table. Yeah, having emotional maturity of a child has gone mainstream. It actually has. Well, this isn't about having emotional maturity. This is about having any level of fucking decency. It's like if we allow people to just, whenever they don't like something, they can just promote the you know, the implication of physical violence against them through proxy. This is disgusting. This is not something that should be promoted. These are officials. This is our highest court in the world. And the same people, like, I can guarantee you that if these people, if somebody had upheld, let's say let's use it in another one, right? Fuck them judges. It doesn't matter. Just because you don't like somebody doesn't mean you get to fucking threaten to kill them. That's not the way the world works, man. I'm sorry. Because if you think that's the way the world works, there's countries in Africa that do that, and you don't want to fucking live there. Because it's a goddamn terrible place. It's a terrible fucking place. You can't live in a world like that. It's nuts, man. People die because of the law. Well, then you have to change it because of the law. What do you think is going to happen? Like, I think that there are so many people can't protest near their homes and they're untouchable. Supreme Court needs serious reform. You shouldn't be able to protest in somebody's backyard. You shouldn't be able to protest at somebody's house. I don't think this is a good thing. This is not helpful for anybody. This is intimidation and it's escalation, and it does nobody any favors. I don't like that at all. Please explain the like on the tweet for the noobs. I do that to just add it onto my list so I can see and aggregate things. Yeah, this is no. Why would you go to their house? You're just trying to intimidate them and their family. This is not a good thing at all. There is a legal process to having things changed and having things done differently in the country. If you go around that legal process and you think that, oh, I am so upset about this, I'm going to subvert the process and just fucking burn the whole system down, don't be surprised whenever somebody else afterwards comes and does that to you. It's a bad system. You can't have people doing this. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. Process is a joke. It's still a process, though. Just because you don't like the process doesn't mean you get to ignore it. That's not the way the world goes. Everybody doesn't like the process sometimes. That's the way it goes. Public property doesn't mean you have to threaten their entire families. Yes, of course not. We've changed the system. Yeah, of course people have changed the system, but there is a process to changing the system. The court subverted its own process by ignoring precedent. No, I think that the court decided what they decided. Now, I will be honest. I think this is a bad decision. I think that they should just make a law and say you can get abortions. That's all there is to it. But what I'm saying is that making tweets like this, I think this is really, really bad. Like, this is really, really bad. And I would say that, here's the thing, and here's the logic behind one of this. It's bad taste. It's awesome. It's awful. It's very bad taste. If somebody went and they killed one of the Supreme Court justices, right? Let's just play this out, right? Somebody goes out and they kill one of the Supreme Court justices, and it's found that Kotaku, they read a lot of Kotaku. Would Kotaku be held liable for this potentially? I think that they could. I absolutely think so. Absolutely. By saying something like this, I think any lawyer in the country could argue that this is very clearly advocating for violence by proxy. It is very clearly advocating. Is there anybody who's going to be so intellectually dishonest to say that this is not? Very hard to prove, especially as a media company. It is very hard to prove, but I think everybody knows it is. Has anyone ever done something like that in history? Has anybody ever done? Yeah, of course. Absolutely. There's many of the Buffalo shooter. I think that one of the big reasons why he did that was he got radicalized online. It's absolutely because of online stuff. I think that's clearly a factor. It's inciting hatred. People do this when it's against stuff Kotaku would normally like. Yeah, same of any one of your viewers, dude. Well, I'm not telling anybody to kill anybody. That's the difference. Feigning ignorance, but no one's stupid enough to believe they didn't know what they were insinuating. Everybody knows what they were insinuating. This kind of stuff should not happen. Like, yeah, the violent undertone is very clear to see. This is really, really bad. And I think it's a disgrace that Kotaku tweeted this out. This is awful. And that's basically, that's one thing that I wanted to talk about. I wanted to make sure, because I see this stuff, and somehow this just gets by. It's insane. It's insane that this gets by. I can't believe it. Founding outrage to the next level. Well, I don't know about that. It's some 4chan shit. Stop selling out. Selling out to what? What am I selling out to? What are you unhappy about? And what Kotaku's worst take? Disgrace, sure, to Kotaku. Can they be disgraced anymore? I think that it's a disgrace to Twitter that they let something like this up on their website. I think that this is unironically a call to violence. And if I was in charge of Twitter, I would delete anything like this immediately. And if people continued to post stuff like this, I would permanently ban them and contact the authorities about it. That's what I would do. I don't think this is a joke. People have been getting killed. We've been having school shootings regularly. Millions of people have guns. There's a mental health crisis in the country. This is not good to put on. It's not good to put out there. This is fucking ridiculous. People are only supporting it because they don't like what happened. This is factually bad. It's embarrassing that anybody thinks this is okay. I'm so amazed by this. It actually, like, now that I'm talking about it more, it's making me more mad. And Congressional Baseball shooter was a Bernie bro. Nothing happy to Bernie. That's because Bernie wasn't advocating to shoot people. You understand what the difference is? Bernie never advocated to shoot people. It's a completely different fucking thing. I watched the Bernie stuff. I was a Bernie supporter. Yeah, why do you like it then? to have it for my list of likes. So I like everything. I know there's people who are dumb about this, right? I like everything here because most of the things that I like are things that I want to show on my stream later on. You see kind of what I'm saying? So, like, I just do that because it's a very good way for me to inventory things. I use it, yeah, it's basically a bookmark. But yeah, I see that there's a lot of people that were angry about this and they were pissed off, etc. And don't want people post pictures online showing where police and military are. It's shit's scary now. Even Ruth Bader Ginsburg argued this was a bad ruling. What we need is a new case with better argument. I think that this is my general opinion on this, and I've said this many times, right? Is that I think that the abortion thing is I support abortion. I don't support Kotaku making this post, right? But I am pretty much on the same side of the fence as they are, and I think that's why it's even more important to call out your own whenever they're acting bad. I think this is awful, and yeah, I don't like it. However, I do agree with the fundamental reason why they tweeted it is because I do agree. I think that abortion is something that people should have a right to. They should be able to do that. No, I think this does exist on a spectrum, though. There's obviously, like, abortions that people have. I think most normal people believe that abortions, if they're an outcome of, like, rape or, like, incest or something like that, I think most people think abortions are pretty much fine. Like, I would say 90% of people are like, okay, if you get raped and you want to abort the baby, I think that's totally okay. I would say 90 to 95% of people believe that. However, I think that you do get into a smaller and smaller circle. I did some research on this, and I looked into it. And apparently it's about like 60-40, somewhere around there. 60-40, 70-30 of people that are okay with abortion versus people that are not. This is also basically a left and a right issue, just like every single other thing is in the country, where Republicans are mainly for it, and Republicans are mainly against abortion, and Democrats are mainly for it. Not according to Texas law. What's this here that started pushing the abortion to far within 9 months? Well, here's the way I see it, right? Is that people that are aborting a baby and the baby is 8 or 9 months through the pregnancy, these are people who have picked out names for the baby. They've bought clothes for the baby. They have done everything that they can. They are expecting this baby to be a part of their life for the rest of their life. And they're not aborting the fucking baby because they just decided, hey, you know what? I read the fucking newspaper and it said my zodiac sign wants me to get an abortion. They're not doing that. These are people that are aborting the fucking baby because 9 times out of 10, probably 99 times out of 100, maybe 999 times out of 1,000, it's because the kid has some sort of fucking disorder or there's something wrong with him where he's going to be paralyzed for life and he's going to live a life of misery and torture. And you know what? They put the kid out of his misery ahead of time for that. You know what? I think that's okay. It's not a good decision to make. It's brutal, man. Or it's going to kill the mom. It's less than 1%. Yes, you're talking about changing the rules and not letting people make decisions for their own autonomy inside of a 0.1%. This is not fair to everybody else. I do not like making arguments that well, there are some people that will be negatively affected by this. I don't care if it's 99% or not. That's all it comes down to. Usually the baby or the mom are going to die from birth based on what I read. Yeah, I don't think this is malice. I think it's mercy. Holy shit. Imagine having a kid that's fucked up for his whole life. Oh yeah, that's exactly what God wanted. Get the fuck out of here. It's ridiculous. I'd rather not be alive than having a disability and make my mom's life difficult until the end of time. Well, I think so too. Lots of people in the countries that people can't afford to have another baby. It's nothing weird, it's just conscious decision for the family. Well, yeah, I think there's also, there are many countries where that is the case. You're right about that, where they do it based off of economic grounds. For sure. And do you think the law will stick? I don't know. I think that there are going to be a lot of states. Unfortunately, mine's one of them that's going to try to ban abortion. And they're going to try to at least like make the amount of ways that you can get an abortion a lot smaller. It's brutal as fucking disgusting. Well, I think that this is also something that people need to take in mind. Abortion is a brutal, medieval, horrible thing. It is terrible. Like, I've seen how it's done, and I will never be able to unsee it. It is terrible. It's just not a decision that people take lightly many times. It's horrible. If I showed it, here, just for, you know, context, if I showed what it looks like to get an abortion on stream right now, I would get banned for gore. It's brutal, man. It's absolutely fucking brutal. What's your take on the dad's choice? It's often pushed aside. It's hard to say that the dad is, I think it's a family decision. You want to get into the legality of it? I don't know. I mean, I think that's not, I think that's like step 5 or 6, and we're on, well, we're back to step 1, you know? That's the way that I see it. Those late abortions are gore, which aren't as common. No, I think so too, absolutely. But what I'm saying is that abortion is not something that is, it's not, you know, people live their lives in platitudes and euphemisms where everything is nice and passive and placid and okay. This is, it's horrible. It's a very bad thing. And I don't want anybody to think that it's not. But I still think that people should be able to make the decision. You're only referring to late-term abortions. Most Jews take a pill, have a heavy period, not violent or disgusting at all. No, you're right. But, like, in my opinion, I think that you should allow pretty much all of them. I think that 99% of the time, the truth is, guys, we live in a world of limited resources. We live in a world where not everybody can have everything. And if somebody wants to have an abortion, I think they should be able to have one. That's all it comes down to. And the vaccine coming. Yes, I saw this, and there were a lot of people that responded to my tweet here, and they said, well, what about vaccine mandates? Oh, where were you with vaccine mandates? When did I ever support vaccine mandates? When did I ever advocate for this? I never did this. I never said this. It's not even comparable. Even if it is, I never fucking said it. Yeah, what's to stop taking logic to extremes to kill that you don't want taking resources? I feel like you can take almost anything to an extreme and turn it into a bad thing. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't approach it from a level-headed position and try to find a common sense middle ground of where that extreme ends. I mean, you can take almost any line of logic or any law and turn it into an extreme. It's also a child's right to life. Once their heartbeat has its own life, deserve to be protected. Well, I think to a degree, right? But I don't think that it should be protected over the woman, right? That's all it comes down to. I don't think so. And I don't really have a very emotional attachment to this kind of stuff. I've never had an abortion. I don't plan on having an abortion. If, you know, I got a girl pregnant or something like that, it is what it is. But that's the way that I see it. And imagine today's political environment 60 years ago. And protests against polio and smallpox vaccines, so diseases would have been virtually eradicated. I don't know. We're not really talking about the vaccine thing, etc. All I'm saying is that I think that people should have a right to decide what they do with their body. And I think that's just a fundamental. How many lives deserve to be protected? How many aren't? That's the reality of the world. Yeah, I think that sometimes you have to make a choice. You have to decide. And the way that I would see it is that I think that if you want to make an argument that getting an abortion because it would be inconvenient for having a kid, I think that you can make an argument that it's a bad thing to do that and maybe it should be limited in some way or another. I think you can make that argument. However, I don't think anybody can make any argument whatsoever. It is completely indefensible, 100%, that people can't get abortions for things like, you know, the kid having a horrible condition or being a danger to the person's life, you know, the woman's life that's having him. I think those are the things that just should not happen. Like, those are the things that I feel like everybody basically agrees on. You see what I'm saying? And Norway was shooting last night, 19 people injured, 2 people getting killed. Holy shit. What are your thoughts on people saying that men should be getting vasectomies as a result of this? I mean, it's what's my opinion on that? It's the exact same as what I said with the abortion thing. I think people should be able to choose what they do with their own body. It's their choice. It's the same thing. Yeah, my balls, my choice. There you go. It becomes convoluted. I don't think it's that convoluted. Conservatives, life is precious. Once they're born, they're on their own. Well, I'm not a conservative. I'm not really a liberal. I'd say I'm kind of in the middle. It depends on the issue, right? Like, I'm very pro Second Amendment, but I also think we should have universal basic income. Where does that put me on the spectrum? I don't know. But anyway, what I'm saying here is that I agree that they should have better child care. I absolutely think so. Yeah, of course. And vasectomy is reversible. Bad comparison. Sure, but people can have another kid, etc. But yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I can type my name. What's this here? People think it's the same argument. No, I don't think so. How is there no other way for birth control for men? There's condoms. There's plenty of different ways. There's also not having sex. I think that works. There's only, I think, one case of that not working. I think they wrote a whole book about the case whenever it didn't work. So it's probably not going to happen again, you know, guys? It's a little bit unlikely. There's birth control for dudes. Yeah, violent masturbation right way. So yeah, it does worry me a lot. And in general, I just don't like to have people have their rights taken away from them by the government. I think that people should be able to live their life the way that they want and do what they want to do. And the government should try to stay out of it as much as possible. I think that there are times where government intervention is necessary, especially with like things like regulation and large entities and large groups of people, etc. But whenever you're talking about an individual, like a one person, I think that the individual person should be able to do what they want. That's the way that I see it. You're making a pill for men so we don't need condoms. Great. Can we move on? You're just arguing against clowns again and repeating your point over and over again. Well, I'll move on whenever I feel like I'm done talking about it. Anyway, so that's the whole argument, not one person, according to some. I'll read a few comments here, and then we'll probably go watch the video, okay? And I get your point about freedom of the body, but what happened to magically taking responsibility for actions? Couples fucking without protection might produce children, shouldn't be treated so lightly. It's just not that easy, and it produces horrible society with bad morals. Well, I don't find it to be a horrible society that you don't force people into having babies. I think that it's worse to do that. You bring the kid into a world that the parents didn't want them to be a part of. I think that's a pretty bad start. I don't consider this to be the morally righteous thing to do, and I think that people's own morals should be their own decision. I don't want us to have this dictated by the government. That's all it comes down to. Also, that like taking responsibility, how is it taking responsibility also not having an abortion? If you want to look at taking responsibility as an ultimate thing, then you would assume that anything that you would do in response to the action would be fundamentally taking responsibility. So I think that argument is just, at its very core, it's a flawed argument. It doesn't make any sense, and it immediately falls apart once you look at it structurally. It's stupid. And so that's it. Let's read a few more and then we'll move on. And IQ test, proof of financial stability should be required before having a kid. Sounds like more government bullshit. I don't want to deal with that. And I'm going to be honest, Burger King drastically stepped up their ranch game. Wouldn't you agree? No, because I don't like ranch dressing. I fucking hate it. Let's see here. Any other important comments here? Check out the abortion Gallup poll over the years. People who wanted the legal, 100% or only 20% of the population. Yes, you're right. I don't think that they should be catered to at all. And did you hear QAnon is back? I can't wait to hear what he's got to say. Taking responsibility argument is to illustrate that they had an out. Well, I think everybody had an out. The thing is that I think at a certain point, whenever you have an out to something, forcing somebody to commit to a bad decision, I don't think that really helps them. It's kind of like the same argument that I have. It's not the exact same thing, but it's kind of like how I don't think felons should be able to have like this record that effectively makes it to where they can never get a job again. Like, I don't like that. I don't like the idea that, like, as soon as you have a criminal record, you will not be able to get a job again. And the reason why I don't like it is I think there are logical reasons why it's good, and it's the same thing with abortion, right? Because yes, I can see why it's a bad thing, but society will function better if this is not the case. I don't like people getting branded with a scarlet letter. I don't like people having to live something like this down for their whole life. And also, by the way, I'm not talking about, you know, some child molester working at a fucking daycare. I'm not talking about a bank robber working at Bank of America. I'm talking about people trying to just get an average job and move on with their life. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Yeah, 18 states, it's already illegal in. Yes, exactly. And it's being canceled by the government. If women are forced to not abort, then people who agree with that should be forced to adopt the kids. That sounds like too much work. I don't think any government decision should be based on religion, and let's be honest, that's what this is. I don't think so. I think that there are people that arrive at this conclusion without religion, but I do think that most people arrive at it through religion. You're right, but I don't think it's an absolute right. Does that make sense? Really could say, prisons meant to rehabilitate felons. Once they make it back to society, they can be productive and good for everyone. Yes, I think there should be some limitations. As I said, if you're a bank robber, you shouldn't be able to go work at a bank. But other than that, I think that it should be between you and the state, and the employer should have no business knowing about it. Posirik, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I'll go through a few more of these, and then I want to watch this video, okay? And let's see. Do you believe in the burning of churches in response? No. I know I'll have to repeat this. I think that any time that you destroy property because you're not happy with a political decision, you're instantly wrong. You're instantly wrong. I don't care. It's like, oh, but I really don't like this. No, you are instantly fucking wrong. Yeah, don't burn down anything. Don't break anything. And I think if you do that, the cops should make sure that you can't do it. Absolutely, it's called domestic terrorism. Yes, 100% should be considered terrorism. I think that's probably too harsh, but in some cases, you're probably right. Yeah, for sure. And any violence or destruction immediately invalidates your point. I think so, for sure. Don't block traffic either. I agree with you. I don't think people should be able to block traffic. That's ridiculous. Should be arrested for that. There are people that are trying to get to and from a fucking hospital just because your cause, you think it's important. This isn't gonna, like, I don't think this is fair that, like, you just get to stand out there and fucking interfere with everybody else's life because you don't like something. That's not the way the world goes. Run them over? I don't want to see people get run over either. I think the cops need to go out there and fucking arrest them. That's what it is. What about all the other cult that are against abortion too? Yeah, I think that there's plenty of them. They mind their own business. Exactly. And you know how many times what's this here? I'm here today. My mom got an abortion. No, there's a lot of people that I think everybody's here today because they didn't get an abortion. You know, let's be honest. Don't politicians have a conflict of interest from having a different view of the major religious views in the U.S.? I think that the religious people in the U.S., I feel like this is my opinion on, like, what the whole, this is my opinion on, like, what's going to happen following this. I think that this is a very big moment for conservatives. I think that this is a very galvanizing, emboldening moment for conservatives. You're going to see a lot of people out there that, you know, they're protesting against it and they're very upset. But the conservatives just won. That's the fact. They just won. And there is nothing that is more motivating, nothing that makes people happier than winning. And I'm pretty sure that that's not going to go away. Is that won the battle, not the war? Well, it's I think actually, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like that kind of did happen already. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. Had to be this way. I don't know. I think that there should be a law against it as well, right? Revenge is a pretty big motivator. I think so. I think there are a lot of people also who, and this is another factor, is that there's a lot of people who were very unhappy about the amount of control and constraints that were put around them during COVID and the expectation to get the vaccine and all of this stuff, right? And I think that a lot of the people are happy that Roe versus Wade is getting overturned because they view it as revenge for the COVID thing. I think that's a big factor. I've seen people say this a lot. And the thing is, you question, yes, abso-fucking-lutely. That doesn't make sense? Yes, it fucking does. Yes, that's so fucked up. The reason why I think that is because it's stupid. That's why I know it's true. Absolutely. Yeah, people don't understand abortion were banned outright. Yes, it's stupid. That's exactly what it is. Try and make sense of these extremists. Yes. Of course that's what they're gonna think, because they look at it as revenge. They said, you want to fucking tell me what I can do with my body for the past 2 years? Well, fuck you. This is what you get. That's exactly what they're thinking. I can guarantee it. And I think that this will only embolden more conservatives and more, you know, far right and like right-wing people to get into politics and also succeed. And it will also motivate more people to go out and vote for them, because I think that people vote for who they think is going to win. I think there's a lot of people that do that. They go out, they vote for whoever they think is going to win, and right now, they just won. That's what it comes down to. Where they just want to stop baby murder? Yeah, sure, I think there's people. I do think that while I disagree with them, I do think that there are people that come at the abortion topic from a noble perspective. They genuinely think that it's a bad thing. It actually upsets them. And yes, I think that's fair. It's important to make sure that you don't paint all of your enemies as these like evil monsters that are just like trying to kill you. Because that's not usually what it is. These are just people that have a different view on the world. They don't need to have an abortion. No, I agree with that. I think it's different. Telling women what they can do with their body is revenge for the government telling us what we can do during COVID. Yes. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yes. In the mind of those people, yes. I absolutely think so. And if you go through and you read a lot of the comments, in essence, yes. If you go and read a lot of the comments, what is the main thing that people equate to the abortion thing? Vaccine mandates. It's that simple. Because that's what they connect in their mind. We're take first off on pro-abortion. Second, couldn't it be true that certain states are more religious than others, which makes this decision in the end more democratic? I don't like the idea that states can make certain decisions that are too drastically different than other states. I think that we're the United States of America. I don't like the idea that certain states you can go to jail for something and other states that you can completely be okay with. I don't like that. I think that it's weird. I think that it is, it makes the law seem more transparent and meaningless and easier to get around. It makes people respect the law less. It makes people respect the government less. I don't agree with that. I think states' rights do matter, but whenever you're talking about like big issues like this, I think it should be decided on a federal level. Things that alter the course of people's lives. Yeah, sure, the state can decide how much your driver's license costs, but whenever you're talking about like what the age of consent is, or what abortion laws there are, or big things like that, I think it should be decided by the federal government. Absolutely. As Constitution, many things stated in the Constitution also always work that way. That's what I think. Whole argument could have been avoided if they let everybody vote and didn't rely on what 8 people thought. I think that it's important to have the Supreme Court. I don't dislike the Supreme Court. I don't at all. I don't think this is a bad thing. There are other ways to get around it. This is one branch of government. I think that it's very important to have people that have security in their stance or in their position, and they're not beholden to the opinions of people that sway and change very regularly. I think it's a very good thing. They're currently biased, which shouldn't be. Everybody's biased. It's impossible to not be biased. You're trying to do something that's not impossible. Not be old? No, they're not. No, they're not at all. Anything that control the way you live should not be controlled by your COVID. I don't care about the COVID thing. All I'm saying is that this is what happens in the mind of these people. Does that make sense? Supreme Court decision wasn't even unanimous. No, I think there's the case true. Yeah, you're right. And Supreme Court shouldn't be partisan, though. People are going to be partisan. Guys, they're not robots. Everybody is going to have an opinion on things. That's why you have different appeals. That's why you have different branches of government and like checks and balances. Everybody has biases. People just find other ways of doing abortions. Yeah, sure, but this will clearly make a lot less of them. This will clearly make it a lot harder to get abortions. If you make abortions illegal, you will reduce the amount of abortions by a substantial amount. You will absolutely do that. By a tremendous amount. Probably like 90%, at least over 50. That's it. Yeah, of course. I want her to get safe abortions. Wrong. I think that that's obviously true. Do you understand the irony? The same people who relied heavily on vaccine mandates saying they're pro-abortion because my body, my choice. There's one right there in chat. I told you guys. And for a lot of people, it is just as simple as if you think you're gonna, I'm gonna beat you because you tried to beat me. People view politics as a sports game, and it's tit for tat. If you're gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. That's all there is to it. But in return, you'll force them into back alley abortions? Yeah, but they don't give a shit about that. They think abortions are bad. And so if abortions are higher risk, I think there's plenty of people that would probably think that's a good thing because it would make people consider it more heavily. I think so. And let's see here. Supreme Court's going to be ruled females as livestock. Let's take it one step at a time, okay, man? And, bro, where are the checks and balances in the Supreme Court? Sold white men with Swiss cheese brains. There's no legislative pushback to fight this. It's broken. Well, there obviously is. basically what the overturning said, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, all right? I was going to go to law school, and I dropped out to play video games. So keep that in mind. I might not fully understand this, but this is what my understanding was, is that what they said, they did not make abortion illegal. They just said that the Constitution does not protect abortion. That's all they said. Am I right about this? Yeah, I think so. Yes, which is true. I think that you can make a very strong argument that it is true. So that does not mean that the government, federal government, cannot make a law that requires this to be the case. This does not make that happen at all. And so let's see here, and state level, and it's about privacy, not abortion. And listen, here's the thing: is what's this here? That's what the Supreme Court's supposed to do. Yeah, that's what they do. We should need to amend the U.S. Constitution, which takes what? Well, you don't need to amend the Constitution to write a law, man. Like, you don't have to do that. You need a supermajority for a federal law on abortion? Well, I think that a lot of people, and this is what I was saying before, I think that most reasonable people, and I really do mean this, I think like way beyond a supermajority of people believe that abortion should be legal in pretty much every single case, and the only case that they don't agree on is just frivolous abortions. That's the one thing that people don't really agree on. Everything else, people are pretty much on the same page with. That's what I would say. People are pretty much on the same page with this stuff, and numbers back that assertion up. Yes, there are a lot of numbers. You can look them up. I looked them up myself because I'm not saying this as in, oh, a lot of people think this. No, I looked it up, and that's what the polls show. Yeah, a lot of people are completely okay with that. What are frivolous abortions? Basically women that go out and have unprotected sex and then just have abortions if there's a baby that comes out of it, right? With like no real consequence or thought about it. That's what I mean by frivolous abortions. And some people muddying the waters. Yeah, I think so. It's not common, which is a very small percentage. I think so too. I think that it's a very small percentage as well. I think that just by making it legal, it makes it easier for most people. I don't think that people are going out and doing that regularly. And for the people that are, is it worth... Because like you always, it's effectively like a trolley problem, right? Are you going to inconvenience and fuck up 100 people's lives because there's one person who is, I think most people would probably say to some degree like morally bankrupt or morally deficient? Is it worth ruining 100 people's right to their autonomy because one person is a piece of shit? I'm going to be honest, guys. That's an easy decision for me to make. That's a very easy decision for me to make. And so it's more than one? No, collectively it is. But I'm talking about like the percentages. That's the way that I see it. That's a retarded argument. Well, why? Why is it dumb? Yeah, why is it dumb? That's it. So I'm making wild guys for 1%, not all the other casuals. Yeah, and they never got any fucking views. That's exactly what happened. And how's someone having unprotected sex morally wrong while your incels masturbate to porn every day? I didn't say that it was morally wrong to have unprotected sex. I never said that. You're taking what I said out of context because you're mad at the conclusion that I drew. But just talk about what I actually said rather than putting words in my mouth, okay? I never said that. Also, listen, my mods are doing a great job with this. I knew that talking about this today would be a very upsetting topic for many people. They would be angry about this, etc. And I do appreciate most of the people in chat being relatively civil about this and just expressing what they think and not being crazy about it. So thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's much more pleasant to have a conversation about it in this way. Doctors are telling people that the kids are going to have disorders, but the parent decides to have the baby and it comes out perfectly healthy. So many stories of this. Yes, I'm sure that there are a lot of stories of that. I think that there are also stories of people finding meteorites in their backyard, people winning the lottery, and all kinds of crazy things happening, right? And you can look it up on YouTube and you'll see it all the time. The truth is that doctors are usually right. They're usually right. They're usually right with like a tremendous level of accuracy with stuff like this. So yeah, I don't think that you can't go and use exceptions to disprove a rule. That's not how it works. Why does anyone else care what people are doing with their lives? That's the question. Well, I agree with that. I definitely do. And problem with the trolley view is many conservatives view abortion as killing other humans, so it's ridding an inconvenience with murder. Well, that's fine. We all have there is always an acceptable level of death that is worth avoiding an inconvenience. And I know that this is not a very pleasant conversation to have, but we've all decided that with the with traffic. You take the traffic and you cut down, you make it where people can only drive 10 miles an hour, and I guarantee you're gonna have a lot less people get killed. But you know what? People don't give a shit about that. People want to be able to do what they want, and that's all there is to it. So yes, I do think that it's a decision, and I think that there is an acceptable level of death whenever sometimes you make rules, and it's something you have to accept. Yeah, you have to accept this, and not lightly, but it's something that's true and it's real. And what's this, brutal but true? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Is it? Yes, it's not a hot take. It is a take. What I specialize in is telling people things that they agree with in a way that makes them so mad that they don't agree with them anymore. They're like, we know you're right, but the way you're saying it fucking sucks, and I hate that you're saying it that way. That is the sad reality, is that you are trading people's lives away for convenience all the time, and I will continue to do it, and I think the entire society will, because everything just works better that way. That's all it comes down to. And yes, it's not a convenient thing to say, but I think it's also the truth. That's all there is to it. Topic is a lot of subtopics. One is church versus state. I don't think anybody likes seeing religion be put into law. I don't like that at all. Look at Germany's driving laws. Germany, there are speed limits all over Germany, right? Like the Autobahn isn't all of Germany, right? I mean, there's speed limits all over Germany. Yes? Okay, so stop using that as an argument. It's stupid. Why do you have death penalty? One side and preach the value of life on another. I don't know. I think people just like retribution. Everybody loves public executions. We've had public executions for thousands of years. People love them. Like, we crucify people, we'd burn them alive, you shoot them. There's like a million different things that people used to do, right? And it was like a big thing. People would bring out their kids to watch public executions. It was a whole party. Yeah, people love this shit. The gallows, yeah, exactly. The brazen bull, the guillotine, the hangings, yeah. People love that. Stoning, yeah. Forgot about stoning, man. Remember the good old days, back whenever you throw rocks at people until they quit moving. You know, it's nuts. We had one in our lifetime, Saddam. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and everybody was so happy whenever we killed Saddam. Everyone was like, yes, we killed him. People love public executions, man. And they always will. It's because people are animals, and animals love doing things like that. That's all there is to it. He's still alive. Oh, okay. Thanks. I didn't know that. Yeah, now we settle for getting somebody fired. Yeah, cancel culture is like the closest thing that people can get to it, but they still try to simulate the good old days, you know? That's what it was. And Sony during a soccer game, sure. Autobahn is recommended speed. I tend to say you have no restriction, but there's one recommended, though. Yeah, sure. You should look up the speed limit point whenever you're bored. I think that there's a lot of other points like that as well. I think that there are many cases where people can do certain things, and they're not necessarily good for everybody, but, you know, people have the right to make decisions for themselves. Chat appeals are like chat appeals are public executions. You're right. And people love the content, so I think that's a great example. Nobody gets abortions recreationally. It's not fun. It's not something people enjoy. Conservatives pretend like people are out getting recreational abortions. I completely agree with you. Let me respond to that in a minute. Yes, I think that's true. I think that what happens is that this is the way media works. Is media will find the one super, like, fucking weird psycho feminist that says she's had 17 abortions and she fucking loves abortions. It's like, you know, basically, it's like Tumblr, Glee, and number 3 is abortions on her favorite things to do. So yes, that's true. Like, there are people out there that are like that. But do I want to have the whole fucking world be controlled by one fucking psycho? No, I don't. I'm like, all right, fine, write him off. That's okay. We'll deal with everybody else in the whole world. Yeah, it's a boogeyman. Most people don't do this. It's unrealistic. It's sensationalized. Exactly, it is. There's left-leaning media flaunting abortions. They even made a movie about it on Pregnant. Well, I think people can make a movie about stuff, sure. And they can make a movie about abortions. They made a movie about Hitler, too. Listen, all I'm saying is that I think people should be able to have the right to do what they want with their body. That's all it is. Anti-work, yes, exactly. But it's controlled by the insane. Same thing on both sides. You're right. I'm not. What do you think that I hate the media. Like I've always hated the media. I think the media is the enemy of the people. I think the media is a bigger agitator in society than either one of the parties. I think they're worse than the Republicans and worse than the Democrats. I think they're awful. It's like nihilistic, self-serving, in-stage capitalism. I don't like it. I'm not a fan at all. Half the women are pro-life. Did you know? The decision makes women happy too. It's not half women are pro-life, but there are a lot of them that are. I don't think this is a gender issue where it's like men are forcing women to have kids. No, there are a lot of women that also don't like abortions as well. Like 100%. And so, yeah, it's important to keep that in mind as well. What's the issue with banning frivolous abortions? I think it's very hard to draw the distinction of where you think frivolous is and it is not. Is it like you get like a punch card with abortions? Like, oh, well, you've only got 2 holes left, so we can only abort 2 more babies? Like, how do you really decide what's a frivolous abortion or not? I think just let people do what they want to do and don't worry about trying to arbitrate these little tiny exceptions. Yeah, it's a 3-strike rule, yeah. 3 abortions are out. You gotta have the kid the next time, okay? It's crazy. Legislating morality is usually a slippery slope. Should it try and be in line to European countries on abortion? I think there are some countries like Poland. I think it's pretty much like you're not able to get abortions in Poland except for like certain circumstances. That's what I've read. I've never been to Poland, so I could be wrong about this, but that's what I've read. So, and not just like all European countries. And Malta, yes, there's another one too. And also, I think in Egypt, it's like completely banned. I looked this up, and I think that just in general, I think just let people make the decision for themselves. I think most people will make the right decision. That's it. I think that the overwhelming majority of them will make the right decision. Abortions for most women are horrible and traumatic. It's mostly a last recourse they don't even want to go through. I think so too. I think that, yeah, like I've known people that have gotten abortions before, and yeah, they're not, it's not like, yeah, so I'm going to go get this baby aborted, and then I'm going to go to McDonald's, and then let's hit the club. Like, that doesn't, that's not the norm, guys. Yeah, it's not the fucking norm. It's not what happens, okay? Conservatives see it as a victory. It'll only make more people hate them. I disagree. I think that people, I think this is a major win for conservatives. I do. I think it's a major win for them, and it will galvanize them to continue to move forward with things. So you saw Clarence Thomas talking about, you know, maybe trying to get rid of the ruling about same-sex marriage. I don't think that's going to happen. I feel like, I feel like, for example, like with same-sex marriage, like gay marriage and stuff, for example, whenever you have like an abortion, it's like, okay, well, people are, you know, they're trying to protect the baby. There's a clear victim in abortion, right? Like the baby gets killed, the fetus gets killed. Same-sex marriage, it's just 2 dudes or 2 girls getting it on. Who gives a fuck? So yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I think that most people are completely fine with it. I think that the obvious opinion that most reasonable people have is that same-sex marriage is a good thing, but churches should not be forced to marry gay couples or anything like that. I think that's what's fair. I do. I think that is the reasonable opinion that most people have. How do you explain them wanting to go after birth control and contraceptives next? Well, whenever you're winning, why would you stop winning? Yeah, why would you stop winning? That's what people do. Yeah, you just keep pushing it, keep trying to get more and more. You really think 60% of conservatives changed their mind on gay marriage in 10 years? It's lip service. I think that a lot of people are uncomfortable by the idea of gay marriage, but I think that reasonable people will come to the conclusion that it's not their business, even though they might not be comfortable or okay with it. So there's 2 different levels. There is, do you like gay marriage? Do you think this is like totally good? There are a lot of people that don't agree with that. No, they don't. But there are even more people that they don't agree with it, but they think, I'm going to let him do what he wants because I want him to let me do what I want. That's what I think it is. You think people are reasonable? Yeah, I think that a 10-minute conversation with most people most conservatives would lead to that outcome. Yeah, I think so. Not disagreeing with you, but it's objectively the Supreme Court's job to interpret the black and white law that doesn't protect abortion. I'm not really sure what you're trying to say. Yeah, I don't know. Abortion isn't their business either, but they suck their nose into that. Why are contraceptives and gay marriage any different? They don't care. It's because it's a harder sell, is what I'm saying, is that I think the public is much more okay. In general, I think the public is much more okay with gay marriage than they are with abortions. Because there's no clear victim in gay marriage, whereas there is in an abortion. That's why. So yeah, that's my opinion. Is that what's going to happen? I don't know. I think we'll find out. But I've kind of gone through and talked about this a whole lot. I'll read a few comments, and then I want to go and talk about this this video here. Where the fuck is it? This one here, the Blizzard one. What's your opinion on gay couples adopting kids? I think that's generally fine. Yeah, I'm not. I don't think that gay couples should not be able to adopt kids, if that's what you're trying to say. I don't think so. They're teeing it up already, claiming children are the victims, saying openly gay people are groomers. I don't think that's the case. I think that people had a problem with the, like taking kids to drag shows. I think that's something that is kind of weird, definitely. But for most people, they don't equate that with all gay people. That's it. Kids need a family. Why would he be against that? No, there's no reason. And what's this here? Trying to push me? No, I think that my viewpoint on this is the majority viewpoint. I think that none of what I'm saying, none of this is hot takes. None of this is some divine level of insight. I don't think that there is anything that I'm saying here that is groundbreaking, crazy, or anything. It's common sense. It's just straight up fucking common sense. Fair percentage of anti-gay people have repressed feelings of their own sexuality and use it as a coping mechanism. Yeah, we watched a lot of his YouTube videos. He had like that big thing with Act Man. Yeah, I know that. And there's people already claiming that a gay kiss in Buzz Lightyear movie was grooming children. I didn't hear anybody say that. I thought there were just people that didn't want to have it in the movie because they viewed it as sexuality. That's why they view it as an agenda, and they don't want an agenda in the movie. And also, the movie didn't do very well, so apparently there's a lot of people that feel that way. I don't think that's probably the only reason, though, but it did receive negative press because of it. The kiss was literally one peck. I didn't watch it. I don't care. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's a fucking movie. It's a fucking movie. I don't care about, like, what... If people want to go see a movie, they can go see a fucking movie. Like, I don't want to tell people, like, oh, you can't see a movie. Now, how's a gay kiss any more sexual than a straight kiss in a kid's movie? That's my point. The reason why people view it as more sexual is they view it as being more forced and intentional to add sexuality into the movie, and they consider it more, what's the word for it? More intentional. I think that's what it comes down to. That's what people say. Personally, I don't really care. I don't care about that. It doesn't matter to me one way or another. With 5 overall thoughts on the abortion issues. I got here late. Curious what your overall take is. My overall take is that abortion is a terrible, horrible, medieval, brutal thing to do, and I think that people should be able to do it. That's what I think. That is my overall opinion on it. I don't like the idea that some states can make it illegal. I don't think that they should be able to have that jurisdiction. So yeah, that's overall what my opinion on it is. And sure, it should seem more intentional because it should be normalized. I don't know. Like, again, I don't want to get in an argument over whether 2 gay action figures in a fucking an animated movie can kiss each other. I don't give a fuck about this. Like, I really don't. I don't even for a second of my time think, oh man, this is such a bad thing. There's literally there's people starving in the country. There are people that are dying because they can't get medication, and you've got people wrapped up fucking thinking about, is Buzz Lightyear gay or not? Who gives a fuck, man? He's not even real. It's crazy that people even think about that. It's pathetic. Disney cares, though. Well, then don't watch the fucking movie. That's my best advice. If you don't like it, you don't like that Disney is pushing what you'd believe to be like a gay agenda, then don't fucking watch the movie. Just don't watch it, right? That's fine, man. It's that simple. And people only care about the internet. They watch the Bored Ape video. Yeah, I'll watch it in just a little bit. Saying it's a sign. What's this here? That people are after gay marriage. I don't think that's gonna happen. But I could be wrong, right? I could easily be wrong. I just don't think that's gonna happen. That's all. And the normalization. How many months after contraception do you think? I think that you should be able to get an abortion for a baby pretty much whenever. I think that most of the late-term abortions are abortions that happen because they found out that the baby has something like fundamentally wrong with them. I don't think that these are frivolous abortions that are happening in like month 7 or 8 of a pregnancy. It's not like, oh, let's just go. You know what? I changed my mind. I'm not gonna have a kid this time. Right, I don't think that's what happens. Like, these are people, again, like, they probably already bought, like, a fucking baby carriage. And they have to abort the baby because they found out that the kid has some condition where it's going to live, like, 3 years and then die of, like, extreme pain and agony. And so they just abort it. Okay, good call. I'd do the same thing. Yeah, a baby would have to die as soon as it's born. Yeah, it's a brutal fucking decision. But you have to... I think that's the right decision to make. I think so. And let's see here. I'll take it off sub mode for a minute or two. I'll listen to a few comments from the non-sub chatters, and then we will move on, okay? What if the baby is seemingly healthy and the mother isn't in danger 1 week before birth? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. The thing is, to me, is like whenever... I think that's a bad thing for sure, and it's like a doctor could just simply refuse to do it, too. Like, you've got to keep that in mind as well. I think that what happens is that... Like... obviously, like, that's clearly a very immoral thing, right? It's a horrible, terrible thing, and, like, yeah, I completely disagree with that. But, like, is it worth changing the law and making the entire country conform around something that probably occurs less than 1 in 10,000? I don't think so. And that's what it comes down to for me. Planned Parenthood is inherently racist, though. Most of the centers are put up in black neighborhoods, and Margaret Sanger is known for her racism. I don't think that anybody that supports Planned Parenthood is racist nowadays. I don't care what. I don't really give a shit about that. I think it's just bullshit. Like, let's say I will grant you everything you said is true. That's fine. The organization has evolved over the years, and it has transcended that initial intent. I still think you're wrong, even if everything you say is right. It doesn't matter. And so what's this here? Strong tape, very strong line of logic. I think you have to use logic for this kind of stuff, because if you don't, then you just get lost. But I think that the abortion topic fundamentally is really not a logical one. I think that you can poke holes in a lot of the arguments that people have. So, like, if the baby can survive on its own, I mean, after a baby's born, it can't survive on its own. Can you still abort a baby after it's born? No, you can't, in, like, almost every single circumstance, right? And so, many of the lines of logic with abortion arrive at weird, weird conclusions. I think that it is fundamentally an emotional and a moral argument. I think so. I think it's a fundamentally emotional and moral argument. It's not something that you can write down and, like, logically figure out, like, that there's, like, this time or that time where abortion is okay and then after that it's bad. I think that everybody is going to draw a different line for that. And discussing doing exactly that. And use Planned Parenthood for the first kid is super helpful with checkups and starting supplies. 3 epi kids helped us get started. No, I think it's important to keep that in mind, that, like, Planned Parenthood is not just about abortions. I think abortions are like 2%. Am I right about that? 2 to 3%, less than 10. I know that for sure, of Planned Parenthood's what they do. Yeah, it's very, very minimal. That's what I thought too. And yeah, I remember, like, you guys know that, like, I was like a big supporter of this whenever I was younger. And so, yeah, in my opinion, I can. Bogus statistics created specifically by them. Okay, well, I mean, you don't have any better statistics, though. I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. You'd see Lazy Peon's video on V Rising. I'm not going to watch it today, but I've seen it. What about stem cell research? What do they have to do with the consequence of the abortion? I don't know. I think stem cell research is good. Adoption in the U.S. is abysmal. The foster system is failing in every front. Well, do you want to know why the adoption is so bad in the United States? I'll tell you why. It's because nobody has any fucking money. How the fuck is somebody going to be able to afford to have a kid, much less adopt another one? Yeah, they don't have any they can't afford a house. They can't buy a fucking house. Of course they're not going to think about adopting a kid. Are you crazy? Yeah, that's what it is. Should society in general have the same moral values? I don't know. I think it depends on what the moral value is. I think that, in my opinion, I think that many moral values have an ethical and logical foundation to them. I actually think that they do. I think that you can look at many things and you can say, if everybody acted this way, that's immoral, society would cease to function. Yeah, so I don't think that it's just about morality, but I do think that there are some things that are exclusively morality, but it's very rare. Have the people pro-life adopt each kid, see how they change their opinion? I mean, you're not the first person to say that. You're not the first millionth person to say that. Everybody's said that for years. If a baby's sick, they do an abortion. It's not okay when a sick person shoots up a school. It's justified. These are two completely separate things. You're completely conflating. That's silly. What's this here? My take is legalize it, push propaganda against it. Work for cigarettes, drugs in Portugal. Could work for abortions. I think everybody knows that abortions are not a cool, fun thing. Yeah, I think people already know that. There's a male birth control pill, had side effects similar to female hormonal birth control. So they said it was too unpleasant to mess with male hormones, so it didn't get past testing. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can still wear a condom, right? It's still legal to murder someone for being inconvenient. Wouldn't the murder just be legal? I don't know about that. I think that, again, like, I was a supporter of the death penalty. Like, I don't really place a lot of value on human life. You just have more people, right? People die. They're born every day. I don't place a huge amount of value on human life, right? It is what it is. I am a supporter of the death penalty, but the thing is that it costs more money to kill somebody. So why would you do it? Why would you waste your money? Just to make people happy and make them feel good? Fuck that. It's a waste of everybody's money. Yeah, I looked this up. No, it's not. So, like, I didn't believe this. I actually looked this up yesterday, and I learned this yesterday. It's the appeals process. The appeals process to make sure that you attain absolute certainty that a person should be killed is so long and so expensive that it is literally cheaper to just keep them in jail. And I do think that somebody deserves to have an appeal. If you're going to kill somebody, you better be damn sure you're killing the right person. So that's why. And yeah, shoot him in the head. No, it's not about the fucking, it's not about the way that you kill them. It's about everything that leads up to the chair. It's about everything that leads up to that point. It's paperwork, it's lawyer fees, it's processing, it's filing. That's why. That's never clean cut. No, I don't think so. They want babies to live, but they don't care what happens to them after they're born. I think there's plenty of people that do care what happened to them after they're born, but I think that what you're saying is generally true. Yes. We have a lot of privatized for-profit jails. Prisoners make people money, sadly. You know what I would do if they put me in charge? I would take all the people that run the for-profit prisons, and I would charge them for human trafficking. And I would take all of the people that took money that ensured that they would have a minimum population, and I would charge them for treason and human trafficking. I would be done with it. I'm a big believer in, maybe not literally, but, you know, metaphorically, shutting this shit down in the public in front of everybody to make sure people know this is not okay. Yeah, absolutely. And you be in court forever? No, probably not. And prisons are real-life Diablo Immortal. And what's this here? Why leftists? Not for the death penalty, but call for the death of landlords and police? Well, because they want to kill those people and not the other people. Isn't it obvious? So you're making the fatal mistake of trying to assume logic. There's no logic. Everything is self-serving. Everything is self-serving. It's a straw man. Yes, it's a straw man. I think so. Unless we could let out all the non-violent drug offenders. I mean, come on. Oh, I agree with you. I would do that immediately. Again, if it was up to me, I would make it to where using all drugs are legal and distributing them is what's illegal, because I don't like the idea that addicts are treated like criminals. I think it's bad. I think it causes people to not seek help and rehabilitation, and it costs the country money. The thing is that every person who pays taxes should agree with me on this. Do you know how much fucking money we spend just to put some loser junkie in jail for 5 years or 6 months? It's our fucking money. We're setting it. Oh, great. Oh, wow. You know, Todd. Oh, man, we've got to put Todd in jail. Oh, no. Yeah, he's smoking weed. There's $20. That's gone. That could have been a fucking 5-star gym out of a rift. And now you're fucking doing that instead. You waste money defending school shooters. Everybody deserves their day in court, even a school shooter. Thankfully, I think the guy killed himself. Best thing he did. And I wanted that $20. Yeah, I know. Starving people could have eaten that $20. Absolutely. And Johnny Still Kids, yeah, contradiction. Legalize all drugs, take the money, get paid by cops to pay safe injection clinics. There's a lot of things they should do differently. Smurf for the 5 to the subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. The drug war has been a war that's caused most damage to our country, but the cartels, they love it. Of course they do, because they can still sell they can sell drugs at a huge fucking premium. Like it's like it's a lot of fucking money for some of these drugs. It is insane, absolutely fucking ridiculous. School shooters deserve jail, not death penalty. They were a very bad time in jail. Well, it just costs more money. Like I don't want to spend a bunch of money on this stuff, right? That's all there is to it. What drugs would you legalize? I would legalize every single drug. I would legalize the usage of every single drug, because I think that most people that use those drugs, even if at the beginning they use them because they're morons, I think they turn into victims. I think that it ruins their life. There are not a lot of people that have been using fentanyl for a year or something like that, and they go to work and everything's fine. Most of these people turn into literally like the Wizards in Suramar. Desert Island Sales to 5 good subs. I appreciate that. Yes. They literally turn into Wizards in Suramar. And Crocodile. They turn into fucking like little fiends. Like it turns you into an animal. It removes your humanity. I think it's awful. 100% it's awful. Most prisons are self-sustaining by forcing the inmates to slave work and sell their products. Oh, I think that it's totally fine. If somebody is like a murderer and they're in jail, I think, yeah, force them to work. Why not? Fuck them. That's what you get. Yeah, I don't care about that. Look at LEAP. It stands for Law Enforcement Against Prohibition. I think that most, in my opinion, I think that most police officers probably would want that too. Because it makes their lives a lot harder. It makes them have to deal with problems that, in many cases, they don't really need to deal with. There are a lot of legitimate big problems and, like, actual cases that they need to solve, and they're too busy fucking dealing with, Carl, who's selling weed at a high school. Who gives a fuck? They're smoking weed at high school. Who gives a fuck about this? Doesn't matter. It's not ruining the world. It's crazy. Let me see here. Isn't being imprisoned a punishment itself? Why forced labor? Well, why not? You get free. Yeah, that's the way it goes. Fuck them. That's why, because fuck them. Yeah, I might as well get some money out of them. Might as well get something out of them. Absolutely. Prison's a luxury to some. Not in America. But somebody at least keeping an eye on it to make sure it doesn't get too out of hand. Yeah, for sure. What's this here? Let me see if I can read this. I think we'd have less murder if we do that. It's hard to say. And let's go through. We're going to read a few more. And as I said, I like talking about this kind of stuff. I know some people, it might bother them or they might not like it, etc. But I do like talking about this stuff. And I want to say also that a lot of you guys in chat today have been really cool about this. You guys have been really cool. There hasn't been a lot of spurgery. There hasn't been a lot of popping off or getting mad or going crazy. And I have to say that I appreciate it. I think you guys have done a great job. And, yeah, I do. I really do appreciate it. Thank you guys for not being fucking nuts and making this unpleasant to talk about. Yeah, thank you very much. Let's see here if I can look at the rest of this. Hearthstone, what's this here? I'll look at maybe some of that. It's about Revendreth and Denathrius. Hearthstone dropped the teaser. That's badass. I'll have to watch the trailer whenever it comes out. And you think these things are manufactured to cause division in society? I think that there are a lot of things that are manufactured to cause division in society, but I don't think that abortion is one of them. I think that there are a lot of like just very small issues that people get mad about. You're right. And I don't think they're manufactured by the politicians. I think it's mainly the media that are just trying to farm people's attention to it. And that's it. Let's see here, because you said you'd ban us if we talk. Well, there have been a lot of people who have disagreed with me and they haven't gotten banned. It's how you disagree. If you disagree like a fucking like psycho, then yeah, you're going to get banned. But normal people are not going to get banned. Absolutely not. And I think your view on abortion is completely nuts, but these discussions, issues must remain civil. Yeah, that's fine. There's people that disagree with me. That's okay. There's a lot of people that do. Yeah, I mean, that's all it comes down to. What's this here? Can we not tax the hell out of abortions and put that money to foster homes? No, I don't think so, because I feel like one of the worst things for abortions is that this is the last thing I want to go over, hopefully, until somebody brings something else that I want to talk about. The worst thing about it is, like, mainly the people that are affected by abortion control and abortion regulations are mainly poor people. So what I mean by that is that if you can afford to, you have always been able to get an abortion. You would just go to a doctor and then you'd be gone for a couple of weeks and you'd come back and then you're not pregnant anymore. That's what used to happen. My dad told me about it, right? And that's what they did for years. So it's not something that affects rich people anyway. Like, you have to keep in mind, rich people don't follow the law. They're rich. Like, I mean, come on. It's not how it works. And so, yeah, that's not what it is. So it will just affect poor people more, and I think it'll just make their life worse. So yeah, that's why I'm not in favor of it. Tax didn't make good idea. Subsidies for low income, high tax in middle and high class. I don't like means testing for taxes. I don't like that. Sounds weird. Let's see here. Problem is people thought abortion was amendment to the Constitution. Yeah, sure. Laws in prison are made for poor people. That's why high crimes are just fined heavily. I agree with you. Absolutely disagree. It doesn't affect people who are making above poverty level, not rich people. Most people live above poverty levels. Yeah, most people do, but most people don't live that far above poverty levels. That's the difference. Let's see here. And if you look at everything through the lens of class warfare, it all makes a lot of sense. No, it doesn't. I don't really think so. I think that I think you're right in many regards, but not in all regards. So, anyway, this is something that I wanted to talk about today as well. So, Diablo Immortal. We are nearing the end of the saga of Diablo Immortal. What has been said has been said. What has been done has been done. However, my reacting to a YouTube video by Raxtrax has caused Blizzard to respond to him. We actually did something. And after this, I promise you guys, we will watch the Bored Apes thing, okay? I know there's a lot of people that want to see it. We will watch the Bored Apes thing. Okay, here we go.
Hi everyone, it's Rax. I got an interesting video for you today. I recently made a video called My Final Thoughts on Diablo Immortal, where I essentially explained a lot of the different reasons why I've been playing this game and testing it for a year or a year and a half, however long it's been. And I'm just very disappointed with the game, and I've essentially stopped playing. I log in and I do my dailies. It takes 2 seconds and I log off.
That's what everybody does.
The only reason I do that anymore,
every Blizzard game,
is to maybe one day the game becomes great.
Isn't that sad? That's what I've been doing in WoW for years.
I'm not exactly optimistic that it will happen, but that's why I'm doing it.
Yeah.
But I got a lot of topics here because Blizzard reached out to me because they saw my video, and probably one of the reasons why they saw it is a content creator, which I'm sure you've heard of, named Asmongold, watched my video, reacted to it, shared it with his community. So have a bunch of topics here that I want to go over really quickly. First, I want to start with 2 thank yous. First of all, I want to thank Asmongold. Thank you for watching my video and reacting to it. In my opinion, he was nice to me, just for even for sharing it with his community.
I try to be, yeah.
The second reason
of
that
course.
I want to thank Asmongold is I actually like his content, and I had
Thanks.
been watching it, and I can prove it to you. A couple of months ago, he made a video which really resonated with me. Actually, now I think about it, it makes me cringe to say the word resonate, because the word resonance is just ruined for the rest of my life because of Diablo Immortal. But
that's what happened with reforging. Like, anybody who plays Blizzard games, I told you guys, after that Warcraft 3 situation, ain't nobody asking for reforging back in WoW. They said, all right, you know what? Maybe reforging isn't that good. Let's keep it out of WoW.
Asmongold made a video a few months ago about Lost Ark. He said in his video, I should try PoE, I should try Lost Ark. I actually have, I actually blasted Lost Ark when it came out.
My man.
I had a super powerful character. I played free to play there as well.
Oh, so it wasn't
And he
super
had
powerful.
this video where he essentially said that Amazon or whoever was releasing it was being very predatory because they released the 1370 tier 3 content. It was the Argos raid, way too early. And it was just for it was just for the whales, and it was incentivizing the free-to-play players to spend money to reach 1370. It was not realistic at all for someone to be at that level.
Absolutely.
Unless you had prior knowledge, if you had played it in the other regions before, knew exactly what to do. I was ultimate blasting Lost Ark. I knew nothing about the game. I started fresh when it was released, and I was about 1350 as a free-to-play player at the time that this content was released.
Wow!
And the chasm between 1350 and 1370, if you played the game,
oh my god,
it takes you forever.
This guy played the game.
Get those last upgrades. So he made a video essentially saying this was very predatory and that Amazon needed to apologize. I just completely agreed with everything that he had in his video. And then they did that. They apologized, like literally the next day, gave us a bunch of events. They gave us the Pokemon races, and they gave us those
the Naruni racing.
The special Guardian raids, and it gave you a ton of materials, it gave you the books, and then I got to 1370 instantly and was able to enjoy the content. But he went even further in the video, which is what I was thinking.
That's what I always do.
About like the psychology of the whole thing, which I think is a huge problem in video games nowadays, where he was saying, has anybody taken a moment to actually see the big picture here, where they released a system where the whales could spend money to get ahead, and then they also extracted as much money from the free-to-play players as possible by releasing this 1370 content early. It's just barely pushing people over the edge. You should spend money to get to 1370 so you can do this Argos raid. And then what they do is after they've gotten the money, then they apologize and they give you the events, and then they hope that everyone feels fine. You know, like, here's a treat. Do you feel better?
You fuck them raw, and then after that you take them out to Burger King. And they're like, hey, you know what? I'm not that bad, huh? I'm not that bad. That's what you do every time.
Now we're sorry. Do you feel better now?
Yeah.
Of course. That whole psychology of it, he brought up, you know, that's also kind of like, it's kind of evil, right? A free-to-play player like me could be very happy, where I say, wow, I'm sad I couldn't do the end game content. Oh, but now I'm happy. They said that they were sorry, and now they boosted me to 1370. I feel good, right? But let's not forget that they extracted essentially the most money possible, or almost all of the money, and then just said they were sorry and hoped that that fixed everything.
Yeah, you're double dipping. You're getting all the money from whales. You're farming out the whales. You're converting dolphins into whales and minnows into dolphins, and, you know, plankton into minnows, and you're slowly, you know, building that up. And then after you get all their fucking money, you're like, guys, man, shit, we made too much money. I'm sorry. We're not going to do this anymore.
So I thought, like, the psychology of it was the important part of the video. And also, I mean, he just got my free-to-play player at 1370 so I could do the raids. So thank you for your content. I think that it really does matter. I think a lot of people listen. You know, if I make a video, it's kind of like a little yelp. And when he makes a video, it's like him standing on a cliff with a megaphone. Like, the whole world hears it. So
It's crazy how popular some of these videos get, man. Like, whenever I've done these videos, no, it's nuts. Like just the video about me talking about how much I didn't like Diablo Immortal in this room. I was sitting over there. That video's got over 1 million fucking views. It's nuts. People watch this shit.
For what you put out there.
1.5.
I also want to thank Blizzard, right? Because even if people really don't like Blizzard right now, which I mean, a lot of people are not really too happy with Blizzard right now, they were not obligated to reach out to me. They're not obligated.
Isn't Blizzard doing exactly the same thing right now, though? Aren't they doing the exact same thing that I was saying that Amazon was doing, where they've extracted all of the money out of whales, and then now that they have reached kind of like that plateau of whale extraction, now they're saying, we hear you? Oh, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where this goes.
At all. And I don't think I'm God's gift to Earth, so I appreciate them reaching out to me. The person who reached out was actually Wyatt Chang, you know, the guy at least leading the,
don't you guys have phones
game over there. So, and just for the record, I like Wyatt. I've had a chance to speak with him multiple times, pick his brain about some theory crafting of some games.
I don't know if I like him or not. I think that there was some bullshit whenever he said that you weren't able to buy gear, though. Like, I didn't like that. Like, why say that, man? Like, it was, you just, why say that?
I do have respect for him. Remember, there's a difference between the developers of a game and the, you know, the producers that, or the executives that pick the economic model. It's not all exactly the same. Okay,
yeah,
so anyway, whatever. Let's get into the video here.
Okay.
Blizzard reached out to me.
Yeah, what did they say?
And we had a conversation about the game, and I'm going to give you my interpretation of it. And one thing that I want to clarify is I'm not going to talk about any solutions that they're going to have to these problems. That's up to them. And
what makes you think that they're problems? So this is not a bug. It's working as intended, guys. Fenris, thank you for 5 subs.
And you know, we don't have them present here, so it'll be up to Blizzard how they want to fix things. But I want to talk to you about some of the topics that were brought up, and essentially the thing that I took from it is they agreed with a lot of the things that I said, and they missed the mark, you could say, on certain things. And so to me, that means that for the people that are playing the game, I know there are people that are playing Immortal and liking it. There are free-to-play players who are, you know, don't care about the pay to win, and they say, you want to know what? I got a free game. It's on my phone. I log in. I kill some monsters. I get some legendaries. It's fine. Whatever. For the people that are enjoying the game, I do think that Blizzard having this conversation,
they're real, guys. Like, he's not wrong. They're actually real. I've seen them with my own eyes. And they're out there. They're like, we love eating shit. I'm a shit eater. I love eating shit. Oh, I love eating shit. Yes! Feed me more shit.
And admitting that there are some problems
here.
Yeah,
we know one. That's
will
right.
make the game better going forward.
The loathsome dung eaters.
So let's talk about these specific things that went wrong. The first thing is the zone events, right? If you watch my other video, the zone events were a great way to get everything. People are asking, where do I get legendaries? Where do I get yellows? I can't upgrade my gear. When do the zone events spawn? I have no idea. Well,
they're going to have a timer.
They never spawn. No one can ever figure out when they're going on, etc. I think that they may buff these again in the future, and I think that's going to be
much better. Of course they're going to buff them, because it gives a second wind to the casuals, right? So this is what Blizzard basically does. It's like, so player activity is like this, right? So it goes up, and then it like levels off. So like whenever it starts leveling off, Blizzard's like, okay, let's make the game better. And then they make it a little bit more, and then a little bit more, right? Because you have to have The whales are the ones that are going to play the game for a long time because they're invested. They're 50 grand in the hole because of this fucking game. Do you think they're going to quit? There's not even a shot. There's no way they're going to quit. So, of course not. They're going to be the ones that are continuing to do this.
Better for you because when
so you want to
these
keep
zone
the
events,
plankton
you have
there.
a much better way to get items. So that's one thing that gone wrong that I think may have better results going forward.
Yeah,
Now we
sure.
talk about the caps.
50K
Did you watch
invested.
my last video where I said, imagine a world where they didn't cap me. Let's remove them and let's do a thought experiment. What would have happened? Would I have caught the whales? And the answer is absolutely not. And I believe the verbiage that they used is,
not.
after thinking about it, they agreed that the caps are redundant, right? There are...
Exactly. So, like, basically, but why are they redundant? They're only redundant because you can't catch the whales. So if you could catch the whales, then they wouldn't be redundant. Because then you could beat somebody that spent $50,000 on the game. And what happens whenever that happens? Well, then the whale quits. We can't have that. I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss, guys. I'm back. Sorry. Okay, somebody said if McConnell isn't here, he's gonna pre-order Dragonflight. Well, guys, that's another yacht for Bobby. Let's go. Wash your hands.
They're
No.
capping you in all these ways, but really it's not preventing the economic growth of the game, right?
Right.
So really all
But
it
they
did,
erred on the side of caution because you don't want to have the whales. It's better to make the whales more powerful than make free-to-play players more powerful.
was prevent people from logging in and having an incentive to play the game.
Wash hands.
And probably one of the most important topics that was discussed is being a free-to-play player.
Bah.
Now, one thing that they did say, which is true, this is 100% true, if you look at the crafting system for free-to-play players for legendary gems, everyone can agree it's pretty worthless, right? It just doesn't help you. I haven't gained any resonance in like a week.
How much money did you spend?
But they did try to buff it and make it better than what it was. Now that's 100% true, because the old
they're like, oh yeah, well, we were gonna give you, so he's got a steak and we gave you a peanut and you don't like your peanut. Don't worry, we hear you. Here's another peanut. Oh, I guess anything we do, the players are just going to complain about it, right? Yeah, here's another peanut. It's just, it's like this is the, guys, it's just two peanuts. That don't mean they're not peanuts.
System was so bad, it used to cost platinum and you had no chance in hell. Now it doesn't cost platinum and you have a chance. It just takes you way too long, right?
Yeah.
And I think, again, their sentiment is that they have completely, pretty much missed the mark again. The free-to-play player, the huge milk.
You were looking for the red bullseye. They were aiming for the dollar sign, okay? They were going for the dollar. They're looking at a different mark. The actual mark is the free-to-play players. Those are the marks.
Milky Way galaxy difference between a free-to-play player and a whale. It's just too much, man. You can give a free-to-play player a couple legendary crests per week. Let them run an Elder Rift and get a couple of things. And is that going to matter in the grand scheme of things? No. Is it going to make them feel better? Yes. At least they're going to get some gems and have some power. At least they're going to get some magic finds. So when they do your zone events, when you buff them, and when you uncap them, when they're playing the game, they're actually getting something. You know what I mean? So I think overall the sentiment is the zone events suck right now. There's too many caps and they're redundant. That's the word that they use. That's a fantastic word for it. It's redundant. And the free-to-play, it's too far behind right now.
I think that's fine. I think that's what they were going for, is that they wanted to make Diablo Immortal realistic. They said, how can we make a game that simulates life in America? Well, we're going to have the people that have all the money. They literally are just so massively more fucking powerful than you are that you just have no chance. You can work for 10 years and you're not even going to be 5% of the way there. And that's the way it goes. This is the American dream. The Diablo Immortal is the most realistic game Blizzard or anybody's ever made. It's perfect. Hellbeer, thanks for the 5 subs.
So if these things get buffed, I think we're going to be in good shape. Sorry, my monitor went to sleep there for a second.
I think that instead of being 5% as powerful as a whale, you'll be 10% as powerful. Your power will double. You'll be twice as powerful.
Shake my mouse there to get it back. I wonder how that's going to affect the video.
That's crazy.
Another thing that they wanted to say that was that a myth that they wanted to dispel was that they didn't listen to our feedback. And actually, they brought up something that I forgot to show you guys. So I
think that they did listen to your feedback. I think that they listened to your feedback and they were like, so this is a good thing. Players like this thing. And then if they use this thing, they can get more powerful, maybe kill the whales, and then maybe they won't have to spend as much money. Okay, well, yeah, we need to listen to this very carefully so we can learn how to make sure it doesn't happen. That's what it was. Yeah, they were listening to that.
Do something. But in the alpha, we actually did a gigantic test for Blizzard, which actually fixed something in the game that I actually forgot had been broken. So when we were playing in the alpha, we were the most powerful people in the world. We sent a message to Blizzard as part of the feedback and said, did you realize that the way that you power up in this game, the way you gain XP, the way you get items, the way you upgrade your materials is very lopsided. Some events are godly and some dungeons are godly, and some of them are utterly terrible.
That's how Blizzard designs games. They design games with massive power differences because they have no idea what they're doing. Give me one sec. Remember like that scene in Daredevil where like he's blind, but then he can start to see everything around him? That's like literally the way I just felt. Like I blew my nose so hard that like I think I've ascended to another plane of understanding. I have, like, I just, goddamn, bro. God fucking damn. Like another plane of existence and perception. It's nuts, man. I feel good.
Did you intend that or did you know that? I said, we did not know that and we did not intend that. Can you prove it to us?
Okay.
And we said, absolutely. So I want to show you one of the, probably the most important things, if not the most important thing that we did, and I forgot about it. So we grabbed 4 of the most powerful people in the entire world, right?
Uh-huh.
You can call this combat rating. Our combat rating was 4,400. Okay, that's like Ultima Whale status. Our damage was in the 8,000s.
It's not Ultima Whale status. Ultima Whales are so much more powerful.
And we made this beautiful little spreadsheet. By the way, I want to throw a quick shout out to Maxroll. If you did not know, I'm the content lead for Maxroll, all games, D3, Lost Ark, the Adventure Tomes and Lost Ark, those beautiful guides that were written. Shout out to the Lost Ark team, the Diablo 2 team.
Good job, man.
Diablo
Thanks.
Going to be Diablo 4, going to be PoE and PoE 2,
yeah,
et cetera,
that
et
was
cetera.
great.
Shout out to the Maxroll team. These are Maxroll players. If you like the site, we put in a lot of work to try to make it useful for you guys.
Yeah, I think he's done a very good job with that.
What we did was we took every activity in the game. Mad King, Countess, Caverns of Echoes, whatever, Elder Rifts.
Okay.
And we recorded every single thing in the game, and we set a timer, and we blasted as hard as we could with 4 of the best players using the most min-max strategies you could possibly imagine.
Oh my God.
We recorded this 1 hour of footage, we sent it to Blizzard, and we made this spreadsheet. What we came up with were these XP per hour values, scrap values, essence values, shard values, gold per hour, XP per run. We even
did
went
all
as
this
far
for
as to
free?
create hourly divisors. If we go over 1 hour, we play one.
They need to put this guy on the
say,
payroll.
55 minutes, and we play one for 65 minutes.
Holy
These numbers
shit.
are not a perfect representation of making it equal. We create an hourly divisor. We divide all the numbers by the hourly divisor. Sometimes it multiplies it. Sometimes it shrinks it. It normalizes all the values. Then we make a pivot table. We all had jobs before content creation, right? I was an analyst for a very long time. And we make this beautiful little pivot table. And this showed some very, very interesting things. So everybody was doing Mad King and Forgotten Tower and thought it was the best XP in the game, right? But there was this crazy idea where, what if you only killed the first boss? What if you walked in, just killed the first boss and left? How good would that be? And the answer is insanely good. It's about the same.
Do y'all remember in Diablo 3 where all you would do is run to the tomb in Act 1, clear out the tomb, check if there's a resplendent chest or a chest or something like that, kill the elite and log out? And then do you remember before that, whenever all you would do is fucking go and kill the blacksmith's wife and then immediately reset the game over and over and over? Oh my God. Yeah, the wife, that's what we used to do. They still haven't fixed it. What is the team doing? I guess it really was a Diablo 3 code.
Same XP, but the scrap is way higher and the essences are tied, and it gives you more legendaries.
Yep, there we go.
Than doing the other things. And then we had this crazy idea to do Tuma Fahir, which is a terrible dungeon, but we found a way to kite the trash mobs into the middle, go separate ways and kill the 2 bosses, come back to the trash mobs and keep our massacre bonuses, kite them to the 3rd boss, kill the 3rd boss, and we'd get 3 bosses with like a 50 massacre. It would multiply, it would take that XP multiplier, apply it to 3 bosses, and then we'd leave, and we figured out that you would get these ridiculous XP values which shattered everything else that anybody else was doing.
Oh my God.
Paragon. But the most powerful way to gain power in the game was actually to get essences, right? To upgrade your gear. And actually, no one would have known this without just testing it, Terminator status, but actually the best dungeon by far was Caverns of Echoes.
Okay.
Another really funny thing to see.
Holy
look how bad
shit.
Elder Rifts were. Elder Rifts give you
Bro, this guy's making flowcharts? Imagine how funny this must look to somebody who's a whale. Imagine how funny he must be like, they're trying to do all that? Let me just say, I'm going to put in another 10K and just do what I need to do, right? I actually saw, there was a post, I want to send it to you guys. I have to send it to myself on Twitter. And I wanted to show you, this was a post in chat, and I wanted you guys to look at this. So I saw this in a whales chat, and I want to show it to you guys and see what it says, okay? And look at this. Oh, man. The child's not going to college? Yeah, and with only 5K, he's not getting a 5-star gym either. Holy fuck, man. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I gotta do it again. Never mind. All right, we're good.
XP. They give you no scrap. They give you no essence.
Isn't that sad?
They give you no gold. I mean, they were terrible.
5K.
So then a conclusion could be
dropping a 5K.
Wow, Rax, cool. You just showed us a spreadsheet so they could normalize
Probably
everything
fake.
and
No,
buff
I
elder
saw
rifts
it.
and help the whales even more. Guys, remember, as testers, we're trying to do the best we can for the game. We want everything to be equal, and we want to get rid of these stupid-ass runs where you zone into Mad King, kill one boss, and leave instantly. It's one of the most profitable things you could possibly do.
Of course it is.
We were doing 91 runs an hour. Do you know how miserable it is to do that? To zone in, kill, leave, zone in, kill, leave, zone in, kill, leave.
I am very familiar with that. We did this all the time in Diablo 3. The reason why it's like that is because Blizzard can't balance the game. You cannot expect them to be able to do anything. You cannot expect them to be able to do an activity, to figure something out. It's just not going to happen.
You know, it's like doing Pindle runs in Diablo 2, but worse. It's just so many loading screens. By identifying these problems and showing the crazy discrepancies in all the events that you could do in the game, Blizzard normalized this, and it's much more equal now.
Great.
We started to do some testing
Wow,
again,
all right.
and it's actually a lot closer. No matter what dungeon you do, you're not going to get screwed on the scrap or the essence or the XP. They brought this up to remind us that, you know, you did this testing for us, and we listened to it, and we used your feedback to balance the game.
Good for them.
So they wanted to make it clear that, you know, the content creators do matter, and they do listen, and it's not just all in one ear out the other. All right, so I just wanted to show you guys that spreadsheet.
Yes,
honestly,
they do.
To be honest with you, I'm a nerd. I'm a math major. I
love graphs.
I love
graphs.
I like
we love numbers.
I'm just I don't know. It's fun to me, but just to kind of show you in the alpha some of the interesting outliers.
The funny thing about this, I made graphs like this in Diablo 3, but it was about how much gold I could make from botting and how much money I could sell the gold for. It was a little bit of a different graph, but, like, you know, it was kind of the same thing.
That we found, right? All right, so let's go back.
Yeah, imagine not botting Diablo 3, guys. I mean, come on. I never did that, to be fair.
So let's talk about D4 for a second. They made a comment because I made a comment at the end of my video. I don't know if Blizzard hated me or if they wanted my help on D4, that I would help them. A bunch of people in the comments like, dude, this guy helps them for free forever. And then they release
that's what we're saying.
This guy wants to help him on D4. This guy is the dumbest person ever. This guy, you know, well, I mean, maybe
he's a kid with a dream, you know?
Ever, but I still believe D4 can be a good game. I still like Blizzard. I still like the Diablo franchise. And they told me that if we do testing in D4, that they would be happy to have me. And that made me, honestly, that made me very happy.
Oh, man. He loves the game, man.
He loves the game. He just wants the game to be good, man. He just wants the game to be good. Like, he don't give a shit. He just wants the game to be good. That sucks, man. That sucks. Like, it does. That actually sucks. Like, I just, like, the reason why is, like, I feel like they take advantage of people like him. I do. I feel like they take advantage of people like him, and he might enjoy it, and he's like, you know what, I like the game. It is what it is. It's mutually beneficial. It's okay. But, man, I wish Blizzard, I wish people like this worked at Blizzard. We'd have better games. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's so sad. Fuck, man.
I'll do it again. Maybe I need to write more than 19 pages next time in the document. If you want me for D4,
fuck,
I will test it. I will help you.
I gotta read the comments on this one.
Make it a great game. Let me know a time and date. And honestly, I have an open challenge to you, Blizzard. Let me stream it. Let me stream it. I'm going to open up a Word doc. Let chat have their feedback as well. Give me very good ideas of stuff we should test. Let's test the game. Let's make it good on launch.
They let me do that with the betas and the alphas and WoW, and the first fucking thing I do is I spoil major plot points, and the GMs literally come and kill me. So you know what? Like, yeah, that sounds good to me. Let them stream it. I think they should. I think they should let them stream it.
So
it's the least they could do.
The final thing I want to talk about is what does this all mean? Like, what do I interpret
climb a mountain
from it?
Well, true.
First of all, I appreciate Blizzard reaching out. Again, I'm talking to the devs, and usually I don't have a problem with the devs, right? The devs are really cool. They're building the game. Remember, it's not they don't have any control about
the developers and the designers are not the ones that are making the game bad. Like with like this monetization stuff, they are basically like, effectively what they're doing is like they're trying to run as fast as possible, and the executives are trying to get them to wear a backpack and deciding how many bricks to put in the backpack. That's the relationship the developers and the designers have with the game.
You
constantly call them incompetent, though. That's because they fuck up a lot. I do call them incompetent, but I also say whenever they do things right. Okay? I do say that, don't I?
Minimal control over it, right? This is talking about the actual game. I think them admitting a mistake or multiple mistakes is a very good sign. I think if they do it publicly rather than just messaging me, it's even better. I asked them if they wouldn't mind if I shared the conversation publicly.
I think that what they're going to do is they're going to come out and they're going to say, guys, listen, we hear you. I'm going to be honest. We messed up. Diablo Immortal is too pay to win. We're going to be giving every player in Diablo Immortal now 10 free Eternal Legendary Crests. We're going to give you 10 of them right now. They're in your accounts. You can log on to the game at this exact moment. And on top of that, we're going to make it to where you can only put in 7 Legendary Crests at a time and not 10. So that way, if you want to have 2 full runs, you have to buy some more. Isn't that good? Isn't that so nice? Wow.
Here it is. If they have their own blog, that would be great too. It's okay to admit that you made a mistake. I hope this doesn't continue the trend like Asmongold was talking with the Lost Ark people. It's like, okay, let's get all their money, and then let's fix it and apologize and hope that everybody's okay. I mean, let's try to get it right the first time, guys. I'm not even talking about just Blizzard. I'm talking about every single game. I mean, I'm so sick of, you know, I think he had a video that was just came out, right? Like why video games aren't fun anymore.
Yeah, I did.
I mean, I would really like it to be like the old school days where you were waiting for a new game to come out, and it would come out.
It's just so sad.
Just blow your mind. You have so much fun playing. It's so sad. I mean, whatever happened to that, man? That's the way I want to feel about games. And maybe I'm stupidly optimistic that one day we can get...
It's just, this is so depressing, bro. Like, look at this. It's me 4 years ago, delusion full of nostalgia. No, here's the thing. I think people are tired of having video games be dictated by money. And like, yes, obviously you've got to make a good game and you've got to make money, sure. But it's like Elden Ring's going to make money. Elden Ring doesn't have any of this. But people always want more. He still has hope. I think the hope does not lie in places like Blizzard. I think that it's in places like grinding gear games. Companies that are small enough to still resist the pull and the urge of the goblins themselves. That's what it is.
Back there.
It's sad.
So, I don't know if I will return to Immortal. Let's see what changes they make. What I want is normalized PvP. I want normalized PvP, and I want to be able to play with my friends. If they can find a way to make that work with their monetary model somehow, maybe there's a different queue or a different event, I have no idea. If I can PvP in the game, I'll log in PvP, at least sometimes. I like to PvP, that's why I wanted to play.
What
I wanted
a day.
to compete for rank 1 legend on my Demon Hunter.
What a day, guys.
I can barely get to gold 5 right now, which is 1 below legend.
Why is that?
Because everybody has triple my health and triple my damage.
Why do they have that?
If I get MVP in those games, which happens way more
You're
often
losing
than
the
it
game.
should, we lost. If I'm the MVP and I don't do any damage, we lost the game, right? So,
man,
let's see what happens for the future of the game. I don't know if I will play it again. I appreciate Blizzard, appreciate Asmongold. I don't know. What do you guys think? I hope Blizzard makes a public-facing document or a blog post, I'm sure they will, highlighting what they're feeling about it and what changes are coming. And let's do better in D4. Thank you.
Man. This might be the saddest video I've ever seen. It is. I'm going to link it to you guys. You got to give this guy some fucking support because God knows Blizzard isn't doing it. Like, this is just, it's like he's a believer. He's a dreamer. He has he imagines a future where all gamers can play together and be equal with one another. And I don't know what to say, man. It fucking sucks. Did Blizzard not learn from Heroes of the Storm? Yeah, he wants to believe, man. He wants to believe. He wants it to be real so much. And I don't know if it's going to happen, man. It fucking sucks. You see the happy guy with the guitar and him after Immortal? Yeah, that's what he used to be, man. That's what he used to fucking be. Blizzard doesn't deserve the fans? Yeah. I feel bad. Let's read a few of these comments, okay? And then I'll watch the Bored Apes thing, okay, guys? I promised I'd watch it. We'll watch it. Here we go. Blizzard also has a history of apologizing and actually not doing much with it. Unlike you, Rex, been following your content for a number of years, but I gotta admit with some people, man, you work way too hard for Blizzard for free and constantly give them the benefit of the doubt when they reach out and make you feel better before screwing you and everyone over. You gotta wake up and realize it's no longer the company that we once knew and liked. We'll see what happens with Diablo 4. I think that you can be cautiously optimistic, but I think that's about all you can be. I haven't made my way through the whole video yet, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm done with the game. The reason all this predatory behavior was done intentionally shows how they really feel about their player base, and that the disrespect was unacceptable. Blizzard changing things to fix the mistakes they make intentionally doesn't make them goodwill in my book. I played Diablo games for 25 years, and although it's going to kill me, I will be waiting a week after Diablo 4 launch to decide if I get the game or not. Looking forward to more of your videos, Rax. And I think Blizzard is accounting for that, which is why I think they're going to add in the pay-to-win Battle Pass stuff maybe a month or two into release, after they've already got their talons in you, after they've already got you on the hook, after they've got you. That's whenever it's going to happen. Waiting a whole week, yeah. See, like, that's what's going to happen. I think so. Is they're not going to add in that shit day one. They're going to add it in later on. Let me go back. I'll read one more. Missing the mark with legendary gems is an understatement of the century. Even if they buff the rate that you get of crests by 10 times, it wouldn't do anything against the whales. A 100% increase wouldn't do anything against the mega whales. This was done by design. Anyone with a simple grasp of mathematics should have calculated it quite easily that 100 crests will get you nowhere. Even if you're lucky and get a 5 of 5-star gem in those 100 crests, you still don't have the gem power to increase its level. They can defend it all they want with their half-assed excuses, but it was designed for free-to-play to have no chance at all on purpose. Free-to-play, it is working as intended. They are getting farmed by the whales, and that's the way that God intended. That is the way that God intended for it to happen. Gentlemen, it's time. I've been holding off on this for a while. I said, you know what? I'm going to give it a few days to see what's going to be. And we will finally watch it. What the fuck is this? This is the Bored Ape Nazi Club. I promised this for a while. It's time. Here we go. This is an expose on the overlap that the Bored Ape Yacht Club has had with different types of white supremacy and other types of racist stuff. You guys will see what happens. Here we go.
Unethical, the practice of having inside jokes that are so fucked up to people who don't even understand them, and basically making fun of people to their face, right?
Yeah.
To me, that's really what's fucked up, and it's more fun. It's actually more, to me, that's the crime here. The crime isn't that they're Nazis and they're racist, which they might be. And I'm sure they are accelerationists who are people who are just basically nihilists who don't give a fuck and want to see the world burn. And to me, that's probably a worse thing than being anything, because you really are anti-human and you're selfish.
What if I told you that one of the most successful NFT collections in the world was pulling off the biggest troll in internet history? No, not convincing people that this ugly shit is art.
Did this happen? Bro, did this shit really happen? Oh my god.
Or that it has any value. What if I told you that hidden within Bored Ape Yacht Club was a series of 4chan trolling, racist imagery, and white supremacy dog whistles? And with a deep understanding of cipher and cryptography, the founders of Bored Ape Yacht Club are making a mockery of the entire world, pulling the strings of the global elite, including celebrities, athletes, actors, and influencers. This story is extremely complicated for many reasons. The problem with accepting the truth I'm about to tell you is that you have to have extensive knowledge of 4chan, internet culture, and symbolism to even wrap your head around this and
Luckily, you also have me as a guide, and I will help you. I can guarantee you that there will probably not be a single racist reference that I will not immediately see. I've been on the internet for 20 years. I've seen them all. Are you ready? Here we go.
Understand the motive. The most important fact I'm about to tell you that you must remind yourself as we go along is that the entirety of Bored Ape Yacht Club is esoteric. By design, it is only meant to be understood by a select number of people with specialized knowledge. And
that's right. It's like the another example of this is the Freemasons and also the Luciferianism. This is only the new generation of it.
See here, it is considered based when others with that knowledge connect the dots. Almost all of the absurdist references present in Bored Ape Yacht Club are glaringly obvious to the in-crowd and are invisible to anyone who isn't terminally online. I might as well be speaking a different language if I don't prime you on every aspect of this elaborate cipher. Combine this with Bored Ape Yacht Club being valued at over $1 billion, and you have yourself the gold medalists of the Troll Olympics. I had my doubts about all of this. That was until I spoke with one of the top creative directors and internet artists in the world, who is an expert of internet culture, 4chan, and trolling. An artist who has worked with Kanye West, Grimes, and Tame Impala, among other creative projects that you've definitely seen.
Oh my God.
2022. A website goes live called GordonGoner.com.
Okay.
Signed at the very bottom was the signature of Ryder Rips. Ryder Rips is eccentric and is a trendsetter in every regard.
Okay.
He created the Deal With It meme, Dump FM, Internet Archaeology, and V-Files. When it comes to the internet, Ryder Rips is one of the most innovative artists of our generation. It's no secret that he uses internet culture and the nature of trolling to amplify his artistic messages. If there's anyone to educate
Makes
others
sense.
on iconography and the meaning behind art, it's Ryder Rips. And if I happen to be the founders of an NFT project manipulating the masses into asserting value on racist imagery, I would not fuck with him. For the past 6 months, Ryder Rips and other researchers have collected all of the data and sources that highlight Bored Ape Yacht Club's successful but depraved continued stunt. And I say continued because they still operate unchecked. 4chan is the gutter of the internet. Founded in 2003 by 15-year-old Christopher Moot Poole, this message board serves as a place where internet culture is born, discussed, and destroyed. Users on 4chan typically post as anonymous or anon. As they argue, the identity of a user adds nothing to conversations at hand. But the collective...
I think that's one of the best things about 4chan. I like 4chan, you have a completely different type of discussion that you have on Reddit. Because people don't have to have the popular opinion.
Anonymous culture of the message board has devolved into a degenerate pit of despair. Along with anonymous identities, there is virtually no moderation. As a result of this, threads on 4chan spiral into some of the weirdest and most disturbing rabbit holes on the internet. So why even post? Well, as Ryder...
Sometimes I'll see posts about myself, and there was one about how... I think I actually... I screenshotted it. It was so good. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let's see here. Screenshots. Okay. This is the last paragraph. Asmongold is the perfect tool to provide globalist propaganda for the uneducated and easily influenced Zoomers. These people are called influencers for a reason. Asmongold glows. Like, I love these. Like, I think they're fucking amazing. It's just... Yeah, I read this shit all the time. It's fucking hilarious to me.
Rips described to me. Trolling is a sport on 4chan.
It is.
This point alone is necessary in understanding the motive behind Bored Ape Yacht Club. Throughout the internet's history, 4chan has been responsible for trolling mainstream media endlessly.
Yes.
One classic example of this was when 4chan tricked mainstream media into thinking the OK hand symbol signified white power. The media ran with it, and as a result, actual white supremacists adopted it as their own. An internet joke that...
Yes, it wasn't real, and it became so not real that it became real.
Illuminated a problem with mainstream media. Their willingness to post anything was taken literally, and the meaning of the joke changed forever. Another example of this is comedian Sam Hyde being the ghost of Kiev. Lastly, let's talk about the benefit of the doubt. Imagine all of what I'm about to tell you is one giant coincidence.
Right.
Somewhere along the grocery list of examples of Bored Ape Yacht Club being one massive alt-right inside joke is a point at which these similarities are no longer coincidences. Let's call this the tipping point. If I bring up one instance that highlights deliberate Nazi, fascist, or alt-right messaging, you may think to yourself, I see it, but that's a reach. So I ask you, what is your number? At what point do all of these examples become crystal clear in front of your eyes?
That's what I've said many times, right? Is at one point doesn't mean anything, but multiple points make a line. Yeah. You want my scalps? That's right.
Me, it was just one. First, let's talk about the apes as a whole. You don't have to look far on social media to see that many people believe the apes in Bored Ape Yacht Club are inherently racist looking. Remember, they could have picked any animal, object, or thing to make an NFT project.
That's true.
Monkeys? Really? It seems a bit random, but we're dealing with deliberate messaging. This is not a mistake. This is Damon Dash, the founder of Rockefeller Records with Jay-Z.
And then I don't know if that monkey thing is like, because what's the biggest NFT?
The ape.
Don't you think that's a little condescending to our culture and a little bit?
We just talking about that.
I feel like, is that a way a nerd is trying to get cute and laugh at us?
We was just talking about that.
Because either way, you should tread lightly with monkey as it relates to our culture, because it's a trigger for us. And they keep doing it. So first I wasn't like, and then I was like, why is everything a gorilla or an ape or a monkey? Why ain't it a penguin or like a panda bear or something? Why is it something that's been used to, disrespect us for years? So I don't know, And when
why is the
language
dog
is
there?
difficult for a creative, that leaves a lot of room for exploitation. So that means a lot of people that can understand may take advantage of those creators that don't want to understand.
Do you guys realize for the last 2 years, they got black people to invest in monkeys and dogs while making fun of us and taking our money from us?
Damn, I never saw
But
this.
Doge was going to the moon when y'all get done.
Now, I don't think that, like, just because they have monkeys, that doesn't mean that it's, like, some racist shit. Like, guaranteed, that's a reach, that's 100% a reach. But, like, again, it's like a matter of how many reaches do you do until you actually are in arm's reach of what it really is. You see what I'm saying? So, like, that's the context.
Go look at Bored Ape
We're
Yacht
gonna
Club
get there.
and go see the imagery.
I've never seen this.
Of how it's connected to Nazism.
Holy shit.
It's damn near the same imagery, but they know we won't study long enough to say, and now look how many billions of dollars they made off of us.
I
and
never
our
heard of
culture.
this.
And then the music industry gonna come in with more NFTs and continue to rob us.
Oh yeah.
All we need is us.
The reason people have made this conclusion is because of something called simianization. This refers to comparing ethnic groups to an ape or monkey. Simianization has been used throughout history to put others down in order to dehumanize them. You will see exactly how Bored Ape Yacht Club uses simianization to convey racist themes and undertones. But first, we must understand the culture.
They did the same thing with Obama with Curious George. I remember that.
In which these apes were born. In 2021, Bored Ape Yacht Club was launched on April 30th, which is the exact day that Hitler died. The launch of Bored Ape Yacht Club was actually in 2021, Bored Ape Yacht Club was launched on April 30th, which is the exact day that Hitler died.
Okay. All right. Okay.
The launch of Bored Ape Yacht Club was actually on the 23rd with a week-long...
I want to do something. I want to run 2 polls. I want to run a poll right now, and we're going to see how convincing this really is. Can we do a poll? Do you think Bored Ape Yacht Club is using crypto messaging to promote a racist agenda? And we're going to start at the beginning, and I'm going to do another poll of the same thing at the end. And I actually really want to see how much of a difference it makes. Yeah. Maybe a third option of like, I don't know. Is it racist? Okay, yeah, that's easier. All right, 60% say no. So we're about 60-40, 37-63, somewhere around that. Okay, all right, that's fine. Let's see. Let's see how things change.
Pre-sale, and they sold out before the 30th. However, they made it a point to tell the New Yorker that it was the 30th. I have shown this picture to various artists.
Okay.
This is Bored Ape Yacht Club's main logo that they use across all of their branding and social media accounts. Not too bad, right? How about
It
now?
does look like it.
Most of them laugh uncomfortably in sheer disbelief. The audacity to do this is mind-blowing. It does not take a genius to see that this Bored Ape Yacht Club logo is a direct copy of the Totenkopf. The skull and bones represents death and was used by both Prussia and Nazi Germany as a military emblem representing death heads. I only mention Prussia because that will play out later when we examine some of the bored apes. Both logos also have 18 teeth. If you're unfamiliar, the alt-right white supremacists and neo-Nazis love alphanumeric code. The number 18 is a symbol of hate. More specifically, it's alphanumeric code for the initials of Adolf Hitler. One being A, 8 being H. One thing to note is that both logos also have a rough edge, which is uncommon in circular emblems. It's just another characteristic that demonstrates they knew what they were copying. Bored Ape Yacht Club was created by a company called Yuga Labs. Like everything in this project, the name has meaning. A little bit about us to start off the new year and what's coming. What's the inspiration behind the name Yuga Labs? We're nerds, and Yuga is the name of a villain in Zelda whose ability is that he can turn himself and others into 2D art. It made sense for an NFT company. When I heard this, I was confused. I've played just about every Legend of Zelda game, and I could not remember for the life of me who Yuga was.
I don't remember him either.
Yuga is a boss in The Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds.
Never played it.
The 17th installment of the Zelda franchise, available only on the Nintendo 3DS. If you're a self-proclaimed nerd or gamer, you wouldn't source your name from the most obscure Zelda game ever, let alone a game for the 3DS. Everyone knows that Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and even Breath of the Wild are the greatest games in the franchise. I could believe Ganon Labs, after the main antagonist throughout the entire series, Ganondorf, but Yuga? I'm not buying it. There is a specific reason they picked the name Yuga. On Yuga Labs' website, they pay homage to another project called the Hash Masks. This project was made by a Swiss company known as Suumkuik Labs. This phrase, meaning to each their own, was on the gate of the Buchenwald concentration camp. This phrase was also used on the face of Prussian helmets, and Yuga Labs loved Suumkuik so much that they even took their exact terms of service. Yuga has an entirely different meaning. The phrase Kali Yuga steps of service. Yuga,
any of the 4 ages of life in the world,
has an entirely different meaning. The phrase Kali Yuga stems from Hinduism, and it refers to an age of conflict or darkness.
What is the period we're in now? Because it seems like it's coming to an end.
There he is. Kali Yuga, man. This is some weird shit that was predicted by the Bhagavad Gita. This is
Gudur Damarong, Battle of the Gods, Ragnarok. Tell me.
This is what happens in cultures. Like, they go through these pitches,
oh my God,
ups and downs.
The earliest mention of this phrase in internet culture was on September 11th, 2014, by an anonymous user on 4chan, in response to people being upset over Gamergate. Anon replied, "I know it is dark at times, but you just gotta learn to enjoy it, man. Embrace being the bad guy. Surf the Kali Yuga." Since then, the phrase spread like wildfire among the alt-right. First, it was made into a t-shirt by Vincent Vauquelin, who founded the French Dissent, an alt-right political party that operated from 2011 to 2021. Apparently, alt-right meme merch went hard, and the new design of the shirt in 2016 featured a toting cough. And in 2019, a Telegram group called Kali Yuga Surfing Club was created.
Surfing Club, okay, that makes a little bit of sense. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm good. Sorry about that.
Anything weird here? The Kali Yuga is one of the cornerstones of traditionalist ideology that was preached by René Guénon, a French occultist and philosopher who is credited for introducing the Kali Yuga to the West. During his life, Guénon moved to Egypt, became Muslim, and preached traditionalism, which consisted of extreme anti-Semitism and an admiration for ancient societies, which included hierarchies of class and gender. Guénon and Italian-born Nazi sympathizer Julius Evola are both revered and memed on 4chan. You'll find threads in the literature and political boards placing these two on a pedestal and recommending their works for a sense of woke pseudo-intellectualism. Often messages will be left with PBUH, which means peace be upon him, a common Arabic phrase. You see, surfing the Kali Yuga manifested itself on Pole. It became a repeated phrase and dog whistle among users. In fact, embracing the darkness, or surfing the Kali Yuga, is a phrase that the alt-right has adopted in order to communicate a sense of collective.
I've read Pole before. I've never seen that. I've never seen this. I feel like this is like, maybe I didn't recognize it. It's a new trend. Yeah, I haven't seen this.
Might melt your brain. but stay with me. It's impossible to
It's not
show
that
the
common,
masses
yeah.
exactly what the founders
Okay.
of Bored Ape Yacht Club are doing without understanding Chan culture, or how 4chan acts as a think tank and hive
thanks for
mind.
saying
One of the worst aspects of Chan culture is pseudo-intellectualism.
Uh-huh.
What you have is a bunch of trolls
Same with
who
Reddit.
haven't seen the light of day, that have collectively convinced themselves
That they're
they are
smart.
based, woke, and have the answers to this world. They
Yep.
find solace in knowing specific information compared to normal people or normies. This is why it's considered esoteric. As a result of this, you have pockets of deranged people who study old texts, scriptures, and societies in order to extract archaic values and worship them. The founders of Bored Ape Yacht Club are terminally online, smart assholes.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Okay, seems good to me. Terminally online smart assholes. I got it. It's the same everywhere. Holy shit, bro! Like this, it's not even halfway done. Like, what the fuck? Actual cold one? Yeah, I got all this shit put in the refrigerator because I was sick of fucking having it over there. And then there's a bunch of boxes everywhere. And then I got the new chair, and it was like one thing led to another. And now I've got the drinks in the refrigerator again.
I hate to admit it. The founders are clever, and I mean really fucking clever. The 4 founders are Gordon Goner, Emperor Tomato Ketchup, Gargamel, and No Sass. You may be wondering, why do they all have obscure Xbox Live gamer tags? Well, if you think this is innocent, you're not ready for this. Number 1, Emperor Tomato Ketchup, Karim Adelaide, software engineer. On the surface, Emperor Tomato Ketchup sounds like a Fortnite skin. In reality, Emperor Tomato Ketchup is the name of a 1971 film that is banned across the world for containing child pornography. It's about children overthrowing adults and establishing their own supremacy, in which a young boy in a fascist uniform sexually assaults a grown woman. And if you were to ask Tomato himself, he would say he got the name from a Stereolab album, which got its name from the film. Another example of plausible deniability. Number 2, Gargamel. Greg Solano, MFA in writing.
There
if
he
anyone
is.
is familiar with the Smurfs, then the name Gargamel might ring a bell. Gargamel is the antagonist.
Bro. Bro. I mean, say no more. I mean, say no more.
Sentient beings into money. He is widely known as an anti-Semitic depiction of a Jewish stereotype. And as Ryder Rips pointed
Even
out,
over the hill.
4chan also uses the term Gargamel to describe Jewish people. A reoccurring theme that you'll notice is that this entire umbrella of Bored Ape Yacht Club trolling stems from 4chan behavior, which is based on inserting enough absurdity to create plausible deniability. Gargamel is smart, but he's a little sloppy. According to his Reddit post history, he posted a 4chan crypto meme before Bored Ape Yacht Club was even live yet, confirming that he's at least aware of the culture or uses 4chan.
So there's something that he had an idea of, right? So he had an idea. I'm rolling. Is this video trolling us? So the reason why I didn't watch this video the day it came out is that I actually assumed that it was like some form of guerrilla marketing for the Bored Ape Yacht Club. I thought it was like some bullshit, and like that's why I didn't want to watch it. I thought it was complete bullshit. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm having a problem here. We're good. Sorry about that.
Solano, or Gargamel, was a literature major in college and wrote his thesis paper on 2666, which is a book that takes place in Nazi Germany with a main character named after Nazi SS doctor Hans Reiter. He even expressed on his now defunct blog that he wanted to write a fiction novel that blends real history with imaginative events, which is similar to Roberto Bolaño's 2666. This could be a stretch, but I'm reminded here of your writing backgrounds. Do you think there's any parallel between your big conceptual breakthrough to design NFTs for what interests you, not some target demo, and the idea that in writing, sometimes the best stuff comes from channeling what you really want to see, not what some theoretical reader wants. Gargamel says, ever since the Bored Ape Yacht Club, we've seen like 1,000 different avatar collections come up.
Oh my
and a lot of them are really cool. But what we think was special and what people could kind of read on top of ours is that we didn't just throw 3D glasses onto apes.
No.
And we didn't have a long essay on exactly what this was, but we knew what it was. It's like Wittgenstein's let the unutterable be conveyed unutterably, or Hemingway's iceberg theory. We knew what this world was and
yeah, you have something that's so abstract and esoteric that even saying what it is makes people feel stupid. You see what I'm saying? So like, yeah, it's like you can't even acknowledge that it exists because of how abstract it is. I love this. This is amazing.
Why the apes are this way, and that somebody else might get a little tingle on their neck looking at it, thinking, yeah, this is kind of different. This isn't just random. In this interview, Gargamel literally just confirmed that Bored Ape Yacht Club is his medium for creative writing. First, the quote is cryptic, but it makes a lot of sense given the context of this project. Let the unutterable be conveyed unutterably. Dog whistles, hidden meanings, fiction writing. Nah, man, they're just apes with 3D
he does
glasses.
look like Gargamel.
You don't
Yeah,
understand crypto. In this statement, Gargamel quotes Ludwig Wittgenstein, an Austrian Jewish philosopher believed to have been the boy who went to school with Adolf Hitler from 1903 to 1904. According to writer Kimberly Cornish in The Jew of Linz, she alleges that Hitler alludes to a Jewish boy who is believed to be Wittgenstein in Mein Kampf. Wittgenstein's entire body of work consists of cipher, cryptology, and solving puzzles. Similar to how Bored Ape Yacht Club is one massive puzzle designed to be cracked for the sole purpose of stroking their twisted fanfiction writing boner. Second, he states Hemingway's iceberg theory, which describes exactly what they're doing.
What that is.
Iceberg theory itself is also a 4chan meme. Greg Solano also has written a book titled The Cinematic Art of World of Warcraft. To say
what? Wait, what? What? Hold up. Oh my God, we really in this now. Caught red-handed.
he isn't a sucker for fantasy would be a flat-out lie. We know that Gargamel is a creative fantasy writer. We know that he wrote his thesis paper on a Nazi story. And we know that he wanted to create something similar, blending real and fake events. He literally quoted Ludwig Wittgenstein and iceberg theory, confirmed that there is hidden meaning, and that everything is deliberate in Bored Ape Yacht Club. Prior to Bored Ape Yacht Club, Greg Solano even stated he wanted to create a Lovecraftian-themed NFT project. And if you know anything about Lovecraft, he was a notorious white supremacist, often weaving his prejudices as the basis for his stories. The frustration that Ryder Rips and others have felt, myself included, with the public's perception of this criticism is immense. You can't begin to educate people on this when they're too ignorant to realize that they're being played.
Well, they don't, it's not that they're too ignorant, it's that they don't want to, like, again, it's easier to fool somebody than it is to convince them that they've been fooled. Nobody wants to admit and say, oh yeah, I actually fucked up. Yeah, it's like, yeah, they're in denial because they're already invested in this. They already have an opinion on this. They got money in it, exactly.
Ape Yacht Club, in a way, is a social experiment in making fun of people who are easily influenced. Crypto bros and everyone who sucks off technocrats included. It is a commentary on the number going up forever, or the wag me crowd, which lives by the slogan, we're all going to make it. This is a very real sentiment shared by thousands of people on the internet, which...
Bro, I love seeing the people that believe in this, man. They actually think that, like, fucking, there are legitimate, real people on the internet, even after this video, that are like, yeah, man, in 35 years, this JPEG I have is going to be worth so much. I'm going to be on a yacht. You're going to be fixing my yacht, okay? Like, that's what it's going to be. That's what they believe. It's so sad.
The founders of this project have profited off of immensely. All it took was celebrity worship, proper funding, fueled by a dystopian political agenda to get fascist propaganda on the world stage. Let me be clear, I'm not saying buzzwords just to say them. This is what's happening. 3. Gordon Goner or Wiley Aronow. also a creative writer.
Okay.
The third founder of Bored Ape Yacht Club goes by Gordon Goner.
Seems like a nice
the
guy.
The same name Ryder used for the website, piecing this all together.
Yeah, seems
this
like a
was
nice
done
guy.
for
Sure.
SEO purposes, so that when you type in Gordon Goner on Google,
Right, it comes
Ryder's
up
website
first.
pops up first.
Of course.
In an interview with Wiley from 2014, he stated, "The only book that I don't like is Mein Kampf, but I haven't read it." When asked innocently about books, he resorted to making Hitler jokes. Yeah, there's probably nothing to see here, right? This
Yeah.
is just more proof that Wiley's attempt at edgy humor dates back to 2014. In an interview with Rolling Stone, Gordon Goner
I don't think that's very suspicious.
stated he chose the
But
name
we're not
because it
halfway done with
sounded
the video
like Joey
yet.
Ramone, lead singer of the Ramones. It should be known that Bored Ape Yacht Club's connection to the Rolling Stone is not random. It's through Neil Strauss, author of The Game, who is apparently writing about the subculture of Bored Ape Yacht Club. Gordon Goner is a full-phrase anagram for Drongo Negro. Drongo is Australian slang for stupid, and Negro means black. Drongo is also tossed around on 4chan and
I mean, well, it's like it's an anagram. Okay, that's it. It feels like a reach there. I think that, okay, so this is what I like about the video here, is that it's so good. This is so good. I love it.
Reddit, it's not simply a random word. It is also conveniently a species of black bird. Another example of a hyper-specific double-meaning term or phrase in Bored Ape Yacht Club. There's not much else known about Wiley Arano, aka Gordon Goner, besides loose leads that allege he's a crypto-fascist. And his dad is literally Don Arano, portrayed by John Travolta in Speed Kills. Both Gargamel and Gordon Goner are writers and creatives, according to the CEO of Yuga Labs, Nicole Muniz.
Can you take me back to the origin story of Bored Ape Yacht Club?
It was almost exactly a year ago.
Why does this
Garga,
video look like
who's
it's
one
from
of the founders,
1980?
Texted Gordon with, "Hey, let's make a NFT." So Garga and Gordon
It's a filter,
were
yes.
both really into crypto. They were really active in the community, but they are writers. That's actually their background. They are storytellers, they're creatives, and so like crypto was this thing that like they were fascinated by and they like loved, but they were never able to actively participate in.
Right.
That makes sense.
It was a barrier to entry.
Exactly,
right?
exactly, because it was technical.
Yeah.
And they're not technical. They're writers, they're creatives, they're storytellers. Like that's what they do.
What a story.
So it's entirely critical that you understand the context of anything. So the issue with Bored Ape Yacht Club is that they're not providing any context. The context that they've provided is that literally it's meaningless. They said that these are just apes in a swamp who like drawing penises on a penis wall. That's the official story of Bored Ape Yacht Club from the mouth of Nicole, the CEO.
Sounds good to me.
That's it. Like, end. Done. Like, there's nothing else.
They called me with like,
Give me 1 second, sorry. Fuck. We were doing so well, too.
"Hey, we're gonna do this thing," and like, you know, just explaining
Alright, we
the
should be
idea.
good.
And I kind of giggled and was like, "Oh yeah, I mean, but people are just gonna draw penises."
Yeah, of course.
And that was it. Like, I was just like, I didn't think anything of it. We hung up. But, like, the stupid thing that I said that I never would have thought about transformed into, well, what if they do draw penises?
Yeah.
And
what is this? What is this interview?
People draw penises, and you know, it turned into, well, it's a bathroom.
What the?
Right.
What the fuck?
You know, it's a toilet stall, and it's a dive bar. But it's not a dive bar. It's a yacht club that's a dive bar. But it's in a swamp. And it's gonna be this like future vision of Miami.
Okay.
And you know, it's all of these like bored apes. And
What
they
the
just
fuck?
created this like story and this world.
Let's play a game of I Spy. The cover of this Rolling Stone art is a direct reference to Hieronymus Bosch, who painted pictures like these in order to hide things in them.
My dad has that painting on his wall.
Spot the racist dog whistle.
The hand?
Ape hands are a racist dog whistle, alluding to the practice of Belgian King Leopold II cutting off Congolese hands for punishment in not working hard enough to produce rubber. The Congolese then started cutting off fellow African hands as it became a currency valuable to the Belgians in itself. Never underestimate the ability for Bored Ape Yacht Club founders to be this demented. Let's try this again. This is footage of the Bored Ape Yacht Club video game. See anything interesting? What's up with these bananas? Why is the bushel of bananas conveniently shaped like a swastika? 4. Sass. Zayshawn Ali. Conveniently shaped.
You know, that's a reach. It is. It's a reach, guys. It is a reach.
Like a swastika. 4. Sass. Zayshawn Ali, software engineer. The fourth founder of Bored Ape Yacht Club goes by Sass, and going off the theme of hidden meanings throughout their entire project, this is also deliberate. SA is the abbreviation for Sturmabteilung, and SS for the Schutzstaffel. SAS, or SASS, is the combination of the two primary Nazi military divisions. There are two possibilities that explain the behavior of the founders. Number one is easy. They are neo-Nazis. Number two is a bit more complex, and Ryder believes we need new terms to describe what's happening. In other words, this is an internet troll's wet dream.
So this is such a massive, elaborate troll that we don't even have the vocabulary to truly understand it. This has transcended the limits of the English language. Oh my God.
Ironic racism on the world stage. This means that this is a meme, but it doesn't look like one because there's nothing to indicate otherwise.
Right.
This can also be described as pose law. It's impossible to know if someone is joking unless they add an LOL at the end of a message to indicate how it's supposed to be perceived. In other words, Bored Ape Yacht Club founders are layering on the irony of troll behavior to the point where it's just doomed. The best way I can describe it is beating a dead horse until the horse comes alive again and then dies again from the irony. February 4th, 2022, Katie Natopoulos, a writer at
So it's like people trying to bring back Harambe.
BuzzFeed, wrote an article covering the identities of the founders of Bored Ape Yacht Club. And where exactly do you think she got her information from? Ryder rips. However, she stated, Solano and Arano don't appear to have any particular red flags, which, as we know, is a flat-out lie. Pressured by Guy Osseri, Kate Natopoulos ran a softball story in an effort to save face. The more degenerative side of 4chan, including white nationalists, enjoy participating in the cult of Kek, a metaphorical fictitious religion that worships Pepe the Frog.
This happened in about 2000 and like, what was it, guys? Like 2015, 2016? Like, I'd say somewhere around there. Yeah, Cult of Kek? Yeah, Kek W, sure. Shadowlight, yeah, there was all that, all around at that time.
Think of it as a tribe on 4chan who considers everyone else not in the know as normies. They wave the Kekistan flag, which is an exact ripoff of Prussia and Nazi Germany's war-mocked symbol. Their mission?
I didn't know that.
Troll the liberals at all costs through meme warfare. By having shared symbolism and jokes, it is a way to communicate or dog whistle to other members that they, quote, embrace.
Bro, he retweeted this. Do y'all remember this? Like, I thought that shit was not real. Like, he straight up fucking retweeted this one. And I was like, there's no way he did this. There's no way. And I scrolled down Donald Trump's fucking tweets for like an hour, and I found it. It was actually there. He really did it. No way? Yes, he did.
the principles of chaos and destruction that are central to alt-right thinking. The term Kek originated from World of Warcraft.
That's true.
When a Horde player types LOL to an alliance, LOL is then translated into gibberish spelling out Kek.
Right.
This is because the two opposing factions in the game can't communicate with each other unless they are on the same faction.
Imagine that.
It just so happens that Kek is an Egyptian god that looks like a human with a frog head, hence Pepe. And guess what Kek was the god of? Darkness and chaos. Sound familiar? Surfing the Caliuga was not the only surfer innuendo that the alt-right adopted as lingo. In fact, they also used the word cowabunga to signify their alt-right beliefs to fellow members of the alt-right. It just so
I actually didn't know. I did not know this. The cowabunga is a new one for me. I've never heard of this before.
happens that one of Bored Ape's founder's wife had this exact lingo in her bio, which has now been deleted. And in September 2021, Bored Ape Yacht Club challenged the internet with a series of puzzles.
Okay.
Whoever cracked the secret codes would receive a Bored Ape Kennel Club NFT, a Bored Ape NFT, a Mutant Serum NFT, and 10 Ethereum. At the time, the value of these prizes added up to hundreds of thousands of dollars. This puzzle will demonstrate just how far the creators of Bored Ape Yacht Club are willing to go in order to play out their racist fantasy. This information is taken directly from this user's post on Medium. This whole puzzle started with a single stealthy tweet. Somebody left a strange note at the bar. The image contains a message, "Come find me below," with the cipher text of U8JJ6. This is a keyboard cipher, where if you look at the keys below each letter on a keyboard, you see that it spells /Jimmy. Entering this after boredapeyachtclub.com will take you to a new page and you are able to load a puzzle game. Jimmy the monkey is back on his bullshit again. In the clubhouse, the game is a 2D screen where you can click on rooms and interact with various objects. Most of the rooms contained a puzzle. The boat room contains a single interactable object in the room, which is a wall of dancing men. If you know a bit about ciphers, it's fairly quick to recognize that this is a dancing man cipher. The dancing man cipher is from Sherlock Holmes. Decoding the cipher reveals the following message. This isn't a puzzle clue. Suck on a banana, bozo. Love, Jimmy. This seemed to be a troll as it was not used in the final solution. The party room has two interactable objects in it. The first object is a dog collar with the numbers 0010 on it. This is just the ID number for the exact NFT that you would win if you were to crack the puzzle. The second object is a party poster containing song lyrics. The puzzle gives a selection of song lyrics sorted in alphabetical order by word, with one of the words being replaced by the word monkey. Solving this puzzle involves taking each lyric word bank, identifying the song, and figuring out which part of the song the lyrics are referencing. You sort each word in that set of the lyrics in ABC order and figure out what word has been replaced with monkey. This results in the following troll message. Wasted your time on this one, stupid apes. Entering the pool area presents you with two puzzles. One located on the—
Oh my fucking god. They got him. Just a minute. I gotta use the bathroom. This is this is unbelievable, man. Like, I love this. This is one of my favorite videos I've seen. Okay, I'm back, boys. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I'm good. This is unreal. Holy fuck.
inflatable duck in the pool, and the other on a drink menu located next to the bar. This puzzle presents a list of duck-themed clues and their answer length. Going through and solving all of the clues results in the list below. With this answer set, reading the first letter of each answer gives the phrase "cocktails are shaken," which is a clue for the puzzle located next to the bar. Using the hint from the previous puzzle, we now know that this menu list is an anagram of cocktails. In addition, the text at the bottom of the menu indicates something extra was added to the drinks, hinting to there likely being an extra letter not used in the cocktail anagram. With there being 26 menu items, it seemed highly likely the extra letters or the cocktails used every letter A to Z for ordering when done. It is quickly realized all the cocktails start with a unique letter A to Z that, when put in order and reading the extra letters, gives orange liqueur used in spritz. Final answer, Aperol. Upon entering the kitchen, a sheet can be found lying next to the sink. This puzzle provides instructions.
Bro, like how? What the fuck? Bro, what the fuck is this? This is nuts. Oh my god, it's amazing. What the fuck is this?
On what to do, begin by identifying the dishes that are clued on the left and filling out the blanks on the right. The extracted letters, highlighted yellow on the sheet, spell the phrase Gibraltar's Barbary, which is referencing a specific monkey that lives on Gibraltar, the Barbary macaque. Final answer, macaque. In the library, you can start by clicking on the bust on the top of the shelf, which contains a puzzle scroll. This puzzle is a Mad Gab style puzzle as hinted by the title, Bus Dan Dush Elf, which, when read aloud, sounds like bust on a shelf. You can make 4 Mad Gab style phrases using one word from each column on the scroll. The output of each Mad Gab is its own clue to a word. This final output is yet again a Mad Gab where ooze 6 ciphers can be read as use 6 ciphers, a hint for the bookshelf puzzle. When you click on the bookshelf next to the fireplace, it shows you an enlarged version of the bookshelf. This bookshelf contains many different patterns throughout. As you start to group the patterns together, you will discover there are 6 separate puzzles using 6 different ciphers, as hinted in the previous puzzle contained in the shelf items. The monkey hands. There are 6 hands throughout the shelves using American Sign Language to spell weapon. Naval flags. There are 6 international maritime signal flags throughout the shelves that spell Nassau. 5-bit binary. There are 6 groups of books colored orange and green. These books are 5-bit binary, which provides 10010, 00101, 00001, 10011, 01111, 01110.
What does that mean?
These can be converted to their decimal equivalent of 18, 5, 1, 19, 15, 14, which can then be further converted to letters to read reason. Clocks. There are 6 clocks through the shelves. Each clock face has a different time, with both hands clearly visible. Using the clock hands as a flag semaphore, you can obtain the letters to spell salute. Book titles. There are some books facing forward with their titles clearly visible, and after reading through the titles, you will notice some of the words are from the NATO alphabet. Echo, Mike, Bravo, Romeo, Yankee, Oscar. And when you extract the first letter of each NATO word, it will spell embryo. Morse code. Between each of the bookshelves is a repeating pattern of a lighter color. Each shelf is a separate letter spelled using Morse code. If you decode the Morse for each shelf, it will spell analog. Now that we have all the words extracted, we need to extract the final answer. Looking at the words for a moment, it can be seen that the first letter of each word can spell answer when ordered correctly. Since the first letter spelled answer, we extracted the last letters to see if it provides an answer to the puzzle. The extract is Guanan, which is a breed of old world monkey, and it's the name of Rene Guanan. The game room contained 2 objects you can interact with. The first one is a game called Jimmy the Asshole, which, after some playing, didn't appear to contain a puzzle. The second one is the game room puzzle. The flavor text for the puzzle is there are lots of games to play here if you can figure out the rules. It also has some pictures of Hangman and Tic-Tac-Toe. These are big hints for what you are looking for and what the solution is going to be. The solution for this puzzle involved taking each puzzle string and figuring out the puzzle rules that encoded the text. Here is one example. There are a lot of P's, so we want to analyze that first. You start by separating each line by P. We are looking for game-related words, so we can guess the 2 words here are card and canasta. With these 2, we can deduce that the rule for this puzzle is to replace the first letter with P, which can then be reversed from the cipher, which gives the following clue: card worth 50 in canasta. The answer to this clue is Joker. However, we aren't done here just yet. Now we need to apply the same rule we discovered, replace first letter with P, to this answer answer to get a new answer out related to games. Applying the rule to Joker results in poker, the actual solution to this puzzle line. Here is the rest. Taking the first letter from each solution, you get the following phrase: Drooper's apartment pal. Drooper is a character from the Banana Splits.
What's wrong with that?
His apartment pal is Bingo. Bingo is an ape, so we can confidently determine the answer is Bingo. The attic is one of the more difficult puzzles, and before we dive into it, we first have to talk about this.
Wait, one of the more difficult puzzles? Wait, what the hell are you talking about more difficult? What?
Skeleton in the crawl space. The skeleton in the crawl space has a bunch of 3-letter phrases and some numbers, with the flavor text of NTH plus EAT. We know that we're trying to combine the phrases to spell words, with the numbers most likely being the length of each word. There's really no approach other than maybe looking up words that start with or words that end with, but the best place to start was realizing that NTH and EAT were clued as being connected and could spell N, the, at. After that, it is mixing and matching until you get something good out. The output you get is Anastasia Steele really loves the hexes used in the attic.
Okay.
This is a reference to Anastasia Steele from
that?
50 Shades of Grey, which is referencing that the hex color codes in the attic are gray codes. This is basically a second hint for Bought It, which you can see in the attic section below. The attic starts with an image with some pixels and flavor text about having to feel your way around in the dark. This is a reference for being blind and hinting towards the pixels being braille. The phrase you get out of using colored pixels as braille dots: beginners always unlock dim old tones. If you take the first letter of each word as hinted by the word beginners, you get Bought It, which is a type of cipher. This is the one puzzle you can right-click and export the image, and it just so happens to be SVG. So we can extract the hex color codes accurately for the next step as hinted by the skeleton puzzle. Extracting all of the binary codes out and removing the lead 0, you get the following. Using Bought It encoding on the binary, you get the following. The only interesting thing we get is Calamar, which is another type of cipher. This suggests that our extract is valid, but the rest of it is cipher text. We can then use the string with a Calamar transposition solver, but without a key, it was just a bunch of guessing words as a key. Solvers of this puzzle got stuck here for a while until it was noticed that attempting some auto-solves on the grid, assuming 6 columns instead of 8, resulted in the final 8 letters looking like a scrambled version of Visionaire. Given the first set of data gave us Calamar, and having it almost end with Visionaire now, another type of cipher, was too likely to be a coincidence. Putting some effort in manually with a 6-column assumption, you're able to get the following. Using Calamar key of 412563 or 214563 gives an output that spells Visionaire at the end, giving us the following possible strings. Cutting Visionaire off the end and taking the remaining letters, we try to decrypt the cipher using Visionaire and testing keywords relating to bored apes and the puzzle. Eventually, they landed on the following: Australopithecus. At this point, it's time to solve the final solution. Taking the answer from each puzzles and sorting them in ABC, we get the following words: Aperol, Australopithecus, Bingo, Guanan, Macaque. If we examine the answers, we can extract even more information about what they mean. Aperol is an orange liqueur that only got popular after World War II. This answer is different than all the others, considering it is a drink that is meant to be ingested. Going off that theme, perhaps this is a metaphor for taking the red pill, as it sometimes appears red in color. Aperol also just has the word ape in it. Australopithecus. Of all the different possible answers they could have chosen, they landed on Australopithecus. Here's a little anthropology for you. In 1931, Ludwig Cole Larsen joined the Nazi Party and later undertook an expedition to German East Africa in search for a primitive man. In 1938 to 1939, he discovered Australopithecus afarensis at Laetoli without realizing the importance of his find. Ludwig attempted to prove that all people have a common origin, but that African people remained in the state of primitive man, while the Aryan race had developed. Such scholarship was at odds with most anthropological concerns of the day in Africa. He then later lost his position as professor in the course of the denazification after the war. Cole Larsen is not highly regarded amongst contemporary East Africanists. Bingo. Bingo the gorilla is a major yet final antagonist in the 2019 direct-to-video horror comedy film The Banana Splits movie. Bingo and his friends are animatronics created by Carl to entertain children as the Banana Splits. However, after the show is cancelled, Bingo and his friends start a killing spree. You want to know something even creepier? Bingo only has 3 lines in the movie.
I wonder how the show's gonna end. Time's almost up. Time's almost up.
Bingo's last and most famous words. The only words Bingo ever says sounds just like accelerationism.
Oh, that's a bingo.
I don't know about that one.
Is that the way you say it? That's a bingo.
I don't know about that one.
Bingo! How fun!
That's a reach? I think that's a reach.
Guanan has double entendre. He's the father of traditionalism, bringing the Kali Yuga to the west, and Guanan is also a species of monkey. Macaque also has double entendre. Macaque is a racial slur and a type of monkey. By definition, there is a clear distinction of what type of monkey both Guanan and macaques are. They are part of the Old World classification of monkeys. In 2006, a Virginia senator was called out for using this slur. With close ties to Virginia, the founders of Bored Ape Yacht Club would definitely be aware of this political disaster.
You too have gotten in trouble with words that you've uttered. Let me bring you back to August 11th. You were at a campaign stop and a young man who was videotaping it for the web campaign was there also. Let's watch.
This fellow here over here with the yellow shirt, Macaca, or whatever his name is, he's with my opponent. And let's give a welcome to Macaca here. Welcome to America and the real world of Virginia.
And here's the young man, S.R. Siddharth. He's a resident of Virginia, an American citizen, straight A student at Fairfax High School, and now goes to the University of Virginia. Critics say that macaca is a racist slur and that you used it because he was dark-skinned. What did you specifically mean when you said, welcome to America and the real Virginia? Why did you use those words toward a dark-skinned American?
Tim, I made a mistake. I said things thoughtlessly. I've apologized for it as well I should. But there was no racial or ethnic intent to slur anyone. If I had any idea that word, and to some people in some parts of the world was an insult, I would never do it because it's contrary to what I believe.
Well, where did the word come from? It must have been in your
just made up. It just made up words.
My theory is that the primate...
Yeah, it just, bro, it just came out of nowhere, guys. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, you know, we gotta have so. All right, is it maybe? I mean, I had no idea. It's just, I mean, things come together.
Answers of this puzzle are a direct reference to the founders of the project, and April could be seen as the red pill. The Boogaloo Boys were born on the weapon board of 4chan known as K. Think of them as paramilitary incels, or Chan LARPers.
Yeah,
they can be classified by their Hawaiian shirts and absurdist meme styles to make anyone who calls them out look insane. It can be a very effective tactic when trolling. This Bored Ape Yacht Club shirt is an exact Boogaloo Boy Hawaiian shirt used to LARP by 4chan users.
Oh man, it's like, I mean, the thing is, man, that's interesting. I'll say that it certainly is interesting. That could possibly, if it maybe was, be true.
This is Ape 1488. The number 14 is a neo-Nazi dog whistle. It is a direct reference to the white supremacist slogan known as the 14 words. We must secure the existence of our people and future for white children. The slogan was coined by David Lane, a member of the white supremacist terrorist group known as the Order. The number 88 is white supremacist alphanumerical code for HH, which stands for Hail Hitler. 1488, which is also included in the ADL database or the Anti-Defamation League, is a combination of these two hate symbols.
But the fact is, guys, I've been on the internet 20 years. I know pretty much about every single different slur in the English language and a few in other languages as well. So not only do I understand all the slurs, I also understand the euphemisms like 1488.
Here is where it gets
there it is. Oh my god. No way. Yeah, I got it. It's expose. Holy shit, expert witness. Yes, I'm an expert witness in fucking internet racism. What a proud title to have.
Really dark. What do you see on this
I really
ape?
made
No, not the bloodshot eyes. This ape is wearing a prison outfit with the numbers 0198. 07. If we take out the zeros, a practice in cryptography called null padding, we are left with 1987, which we can deduce is a year. You see, 1987 is a reference to the year that Rudolf Hess, a Nazi hero, died in the Spandau prison in West Berlin as a result of his conviction during the Nuremberg trials. It was destroyed the same year to prevent it from becoming a neo-Nazi shrine. Not everyone who has a Bored Ape is aware of the inherent racism. Let me point your attention to the sales activity tab. If someone is selling an ape, they set the price. Interestingly enough, there is a pattern of selling apes for variations of 88 Ethereum, ending prices in 0.88 or 0.14. This is a cut and dry example of esoteric racism. Ape 6969 features the same prison jumpsuit and a Prussian helmet with a shit-eating grin. This is a troll hidden in plain sight designed to mock everyone who looks at it. The odds of Ape 6969, which is a troll in itself, having both the prison jumpsuit and a Prussian helmet is statistically near impossible. Apes in the Bored Ape Yacht Club project are adorned with various characteristics. This can include clothing, accessories, eyes, faces. Anything you see on these apes can be randomly generated to produce the final product that we see as an ape. By design, some of these characteristics are more rare than others, which means more desirable, which results in a higher price. Some of these characteristics are harmless, but there is a definite through line with one characteristic in particular: headwear. The Prussian helmet is known as a Pickelob, which is a reference to the German Empire from 1871 to 1919. The Vietnam-era helmet features an Ace of Spades card attached to the helmet, which was a custom American soldiers started in World War II, but continued in Vietnam.
Yeah, I've seen this.
In Vietnam, however, American soldiers would leave an Ace of Spades on dead Vietnamese soldiers. The card in the Bored Ape helmet has a letter J on it, which would indicate a Jack of Spades, not an ace. The founders of this project are not sloppy writers and wouldn't get history wrong if it meant they could include yet another racist reference. Maybe this explains it. Based on a 1938 decree in Nazi Germany, every Jew in Germany had to carry an identification card marked with J for Jewish at all times. The sushi chef headband is a Japanese headband known as a hachimaki.
Oh man. Oh my god, bro. Like this is insane, man. It's one hell of a reach. There's a lot of reaches though. And they all seem to be reaching in the same direction. I don't know, but it certainly is odd that every single reach leads to the same conclusion.
Hachimaki can have different Japanese characters on them to mean different things. There are 6 variations that are the most popular and commonly used. Bored Ape Yacht Club went with kamikaze to indicate Imperial Japan's suicide pilot. A sushi chef would never wear this headband. The safari helmet is a British or European pith hat used by the British Empire in colonizing Africa. And Belgium in the Congo, led by King Leopold II, who, as you know, cut off Congolese hands. The kami hat is known as a Ushanka, and with the sickle and hammer, it represents—
Wait, bro, that's the one they sent me. Oh my god, that's the— Oh my god, that's the one they sent me, bro. Look at it. Oh my god. You're part of it now. I'm part of it now. Holy shit. I'm implicated. I'm a cog in the system.
It's the Soviet Union or the USSR, worn during World War II while Russians were commanded by tyrannical leader Joseph Stalin. The fez is a potential reference to the Ottoman Empire, but there's also such thing as a Nazi fez. With all of these helmets and headwear, one can see a clear
Nazi
such
fez
thing as a—
I never have heard of that before. Yeah, it's the monkey with the fez hat on. That's all there was. Like, that's the only thing I thought of.
A Nazi fez. With all of these helmets and headwear, one can see a clear picture of Chan culture's fetishization of power and dominion of those they deem weaker. October 2021.
Let me see these again. I don't know. I've seen this one. I haven't seen any of the other ones, though. To be fair, I have not seen any of these other ones besides the bottom one here. I have. Have you guys seen these? I have? Okay, all right.
Power and dominion of those they deem weaker. October 2021, music manager Guy Oseri, founder of management firm Maverick, who represents Madonna and U2, acquired representation of Bored Ape Yacht Club. This would include securing book deals, music, television, video games, and even movie integrations. This was a power play for Bored Ape Yacht Club because it legitimized funding and star power behind the project. With the connections of Guy Oseri, Bored Ape Yacht Club now had a way to control the media messaging around their project.
The project obviously has so much hype and so much support. There's also been criticism. Some people connected some of the images to racist tropes. I'd love to give you the opportunity to respond to that criticism.
It's apes, because aping in is very much a nod to this community, to crypto enthusiasts, to people who aped in early. So the story is...
Bro, like, she should have a better answer than that. It's like, you knew they were gonna ask you about this shit. That's the best that you could come up with? Like, you knew that they was gonna ask you this.
About them. One of the founders is Jewish. One is Turkish. One is Pakistani. One is Cuban.
Uh-huh.
Guy Oseri, who's one of the partners that came in later last year, is Israeli. I myself am Cuban, and I'm actually first-generation American.
Cool.
The idea that we're neo-Nazis or alt-right.
Bro, nobody said that. Nobody said that. That's I don't know, bro. Like, that. Nobody said that shit. Give me a sec. My dad's calling me. Go ahead.
Okay, that little set, that box you showed with all the helmets.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What about?
Before her.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. There you go. You're in there. There it is. Now maybe that's it.
What's the point? What are you trying to say?
Well, you said you only recognize the one from Nam, you know?
No. That's not what I said. I meant that I only recognized that specific picture, not the helmet. Of course, I knew what the helmets were.
Oh, okay.
Have you been watching this?
I just got back from shopping and
Okay.
So I'm tuned in.
Okay, all right. I was gonna ask you whether you thought that it was a real thing or not.
What was a real thing?
So basically, remember like how I told you about like those NFTs and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so anyway, basically this guy made an hour-long documentary explaining how all of these people that were making this NFT project were actually crypto like racists and Nazis that are using hidden subliminal messaging in order to perpetrate their ideals in plain sight.
The same old shit like trying to slip through the racist stuff.
It's the same shit. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, and it's a whole video of that. I was gonna ask you if you believed it or not, but if you hadn't seen the whole thing, like this is crazy.
Oh, we'll have to check out the video. Show me.
Okay,
the video.
all right, I'll show you. All right, well anyway, I'll talk to you later.
Not right now.
Yeah, I know that. I'm in the middle of it.
Yeah, I mean, you already showed it, right?
Yeah. We'll watch it.
Huh?
Yeah, we're watching it right now.
Oh, well, I didn't see the beginning part, though.
Oh no, yeah, we're 40 minutes into this shit.
Yeah, I mean, this gal's a Jew, but I mean, so.
Yeah.
She says she is. I mean, I don't know.
She says she's Cuban. It was the other guy that was a Jew.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought she's Jew.
No, she said she's Cuban.
She kind of looks Cuban.
Okay, all right. Well, listen, I'll give you a call in a little bit, right? Whenever I'm done.
I'll talk to you after a
Okay,
while.
sounds good. All right, yo.
Just wanted to say that first helmet, you ought to recognize that. Remember that?
Yeah, I do. I remember it.
Is it still around?
Yeah, it is. I do.
I love that.
Yeah, my dad got me a helmet just like that when I was younger. Okay, all right. I'll talk to you later, Pa.
All right, yo, bye.
Yo, bye.
Yo, bye-bye.
Okay. All right. So Dad's on it. Yeah. Dad, yeah, he's been in on it the whole time, man. Implicated. Yeah. My dad got me a helmet like that, had like a spike on it for like a bicycle helmet. That's what it was, and that's it. And you know that helmet? Yeah, I put nails on the top of it, and then I realized like, man, maybe I shouldn't use this and ride around with a helmet on. Exactly. And so yeah, let's get back to it. And oh my God, it's just. Oh my fucking God, this is a video. This is a real video. Makes you bald? It doesn't.
Offensive. It's hurtful. It's totally untrue.
That's really personal to you, that criticism.
The idea that
I find it to be interesting that like she said that it's like, oh, it's, you know, we're not neo-Nazis. Like nobody said that. They just said it was some racist imagery. Like nobody ever. Who is saying that, man? Ain't nobody saying that. Isn't that interesting?
be racist or even ironically racist because you're ethnic is the saddest excuse I've ever heard. And this interview is bought by Guy Osseri. Here he is pictured with the founder of D3, and this woman looks oddly familiar. Guy Osseri is even referred to as the fifth ape, a reference to the fifth Beatle. When Ryder launched GordonGoner.com, Guy Osseri went off the deep end. Ryder rips—
Wait, what?
Described to me a 2-hour phone call consisting of Guy Osseri screaming at him to stop digging into the project. After Ryder explained the symbolism to Osseri, he replied with, "Who am I to judge what art is?" And remember that Rolling Stone interview I mentioned? Gordon Goner stated, "Are we the Beastie Boys of NFTs? Because right after our initial success, it felt like the Beastie Boys going on tour with Madonna. Everyone was like, who the fuck are these kids?" The Rolling Stone article then states, funnily enough, Madonna's longtime manager, Guy Osseri, signed on to rep the foursome about a month after Goner made this comment to Rolling Stone. It's just so ironic that Bored Ape Yacht Club would go on to partner with Madonna's manager, Guy Osseri. Here is the family tree of Bored Ape Yacht Club. Greg Solano and Wiley Aronow are from Miami. They met later in life at a bar arguing about literature. Karem Adelaide and Zayshan Ali went to University of Maryland together. Greg Solano also attended University of Maryland, but would go on to get his MFA at University of Virginia. The P.O. Box of Yuga Labs is in Alexandria, Virginia. The CEO of Yuga Labs, Nicole Muniz, went to high school with Wiley. Mark Andreessen is the funding, Guy Osseri is the management and PR, and it's not a far stretch to say that Neil Strauss is their Rolling Stone media connection. He is also writing a book based on Bored Ape Yacht Club. Guy Osseri and Neil Strauss go back to 1998, when Guy Osseri was featured in the credits of Neil Strauss's biography on Marilyn Manson. One of the most mind-boggling parts to this ongoing story is celebrity endorsement. Everywhere you look, a new celebrity flaunts their hideous Nazi propaganda.
Dude, I'm so sick of this shit. And if it's not just the Bored Apes, okay? If I've got to fucking see one more celebrity, especially the celebrities that aren't popular anymore, especially that, fucking promote an NFT, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Didn't expect them to know any better, but there's something going on underneath the surface.
Yeah.
I know most celebrities are denser than a cement block, but you can't convince me they would all spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on these JPEGs just because of hype culture. So what's actually going on? In a Twitter Spaces video, Ben Baller, a celebrity jeweler, describes the process of receiving a Bored Ape.
Real talk, not once, not twice, 3 times I've been offered a Bored Ape through MoonPay. I had Adidas hit me up, my DMs, you know, on Instagram. Hey man, you want to co-host space with us, blah, blah, whatever. Told you own a Bored Ape. No, I fucking don't. You know, hit me up. And it's just, I don't know what it was, but the fact that some of these super top tier all-star NBA players had them, and I was like, yo, this is all cap. I mean,
true.
There was an NDA they tried to send my agent and shit too. You know,
I mean, there's definitely NDAs and everything there, but I'm you know, positive there's, you know, some.
No, what I'm saying is for me, if I was.
Bro, this is some back of the dollar Illuminati pyramid with an eye on it bullshit. Like, oh my god. Oh, bro, like, for real, like, this is nuts. Oh my god, conspiracy, yeah.
You know,
every
they wanted you to not
celebrity.
disclose that they wanted you to not disclose that they had purchased the Ape for you.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
They wanted to seem like you bought it for yourself because you liked it.
Oh, so they wanted to give it to him to create the illusion of celebrities buying into it, but it was actually given to them for free to make it seem like people are buying them. That's cute. I like that. That's smart. Yeah, it's a good idea.
The thing about that is that a lot of celebrities who are going into this, they're probably just stoked to get the Ape, and they don't even realize a lot of them probably don't consult their legal and shit like that beforehand.
Yeah.
But they're actually asking you to commit fraud on their behalf.
Oops.
That's right. MoonPay has celebrities sign NDAs or non-disclosure agreement contracts revealing how they received the ape.
I just got my first NFT.
Oh, you did? What was it?
Through MoonPay.
Okay.
MoonPay, which is I'm figuring I did my homework.
Okay.
MoonPay, which is like PayPal but for crypto.
In fact,
how the fuck can so many celebrities get hoodwinked by this shit? How is it possible? How are all they even got DJ? Is that Cal? No, they didn't get him too. Oh my god. Another
the
one.
celebrities aren't even buying them, and they're lying through their teeth about why they bought them, all while committing fraud on MoonPay's behalf. Receiving a Bored Ape as an endorsement and not explicitly stating that you were compensated violates the Federal Trade Commission's laws. So next time you see a celebrity show off their Bored Ape, you can see who's a puppet taking advantage of their audience. All while—
That is insane. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Like, trusting these people is a mistake? I mean, the thing is, like, a future Snoop Dogg, Serena Williams, what the fuck do they know about NFTs or crypto? Probably fucking nothing. So it's like they probably never thought anything of this. And this is what happens, right? Is you don't get people that understand this stuff. You get people that don't fucking understand that. Future doesn't fucking know what probably the FTC guidelines are. Like, what the fuck? Why the fuck would he know that? It's like, so he just gets this picture. They're like, oh, cool. They sent me this thing. That's cool. I guess now I got it. They never think about it again. For real. Like, that, it makes sense. Mark Cuban, though, that's a fucking, you got no excuse there.
While unknowingly contributing to an apocalyptic political ideology backed by the technocratic elite. You may be asking yourself, who designed these apes in the first place?
Yeah.
Surely they would be the ones responsible for drawing the racist imagery,
yeah, they would
right?
be.
Currently, it is believed that there are 6 artists on the Yuga Labs team. However, there was an artist in particular that provided the base layers for the apes. Her name was Seneca. When confronted and shown the finished designs, she claimed she did not even recognize the final product, and was shocked at the characteristics she saw. Seneca described payment from Yuga Labs as not ideal. After all, they were rolling in millions of dollars, and she wasn't even getting a slice of the pie.
Yeah, I
However, it is speculated that Seneca received a $1 million bonus from the company after media outlets front-ran her story. At the end of the day, Seneca, a very talented artist, was not responsible for this imagery. The Bored Ape Yacht Club project represents a sinister commentary on people's eagerness to hop on trends and projects just because it's in the spotlight.
Dude, I will be so happy if all of this actually turns out to be true, and it's literally just a bunch of fucking guys that are trying to just make fun of people for hopping on to bullshit like this. This is incredible if this is actually true. 1 second. We good. Sorry about that. All right. Making fun of people also while making bank. This is unreal.
Say this is an ongoing story because on April 30th, 2022, 1 year after launching Bored Ape Yacht Club, Yuga Labs launched a metaverse called Otherside. If the date sounds familiar, it's because it's also Hitler's death day. The sprites available in the video game that sounds familiar, it's because it's also Hitler's death day. The sprites available in the video game that doesn't exist yet are called codas, spelled with a K. In music, coda with a C means the end, and obviously the theme of transitioning from life to death or crossing to the other side. Their new metaverse also features Stonewall Jackson, a reference to the Confederate leader Stonewall Jackson, and Plot 1 is owned by Emperor Tomato Ketchup. Along the way, Ryder Rips was able to open the eyes of thousands of people by organizing the information and explaining the full context to the best of his ability, knowing all too well that the barrier to entry of this information is diving down the deep rabbit holes of white supremacy, the alt-right, and 4chan. But now...
See, that's the thing, is like, there's a lot of people that they don't even know any of this stuff. Like, they've got no fucking idea. This is amazing.
One thing's for certain. He was correct in telling me that Bored Ape Yacht Club is the biggest troll in internet history. Now that you know everything there is to know about Bored Ape Yacht Club's cute little social experiment, what can we do about it?
If this is actually all an elaborate troll, I feel like this will never be beaten. If this is actually all an elaborate troll and it was started from the beginning, this will never be beaten. Like, this is like, it's like the Lord of the Rings of trolling. There's never been anything that even comes close. Coney 2012, that guy believed it though.
This. Well, as it stands right now, the founders of Bored Ape Yacht Club operate relatively unchecked. That's because there's no real pressure. Their tactic of using plausible deniability and dumb excuses to deflect from the truth is about to change. Nicole Muniz, I really hope you had no idea this was going on. And if you didn't, that means your business partners strung you along because they think of you as a normie. It's unfortunate if you got roped into this.
That's the thing, is it also, not only will people pretend like they didn't know, but even whenever they see the connections come together, they'll pretend like they don't see them because they don't want to look stupid. I mean, that's what I would do. Give me a second. All right. Sorry about that.
Sari, we will not be silenced. That's all I'm gonna say. Gordon, Garga, Tomato, and Sass.
I also think these guys are pussies. Like, I think they're feckless for doing this. It's like, they are, bro. It's like, go fucking do, like, why are you making this girl you went to high school with speak for you on tape?
I want every celebrity, actor, athlete, and influencer to burn their fucking ape. I want to make such a fucking shitstorm that everyone from Steph Curry to Post Malone to Jimmy Fallon is forced to act. You see, this little price tag is contingent on you, the market, the people. But in their minds, it's the normies, the sheep that made them rich. So I ask you, are you a fucking sheep? I want each...
I will be honest. Racism shit's out of pocket, not a fan of that. However, if they actually pulled this off, and they tricked everybody into this, and it was all a meme from the beginning, I do think this will never be beaten, ever, as a troll. It will never be beaten. Like, this is the... And it's not even that it will never... This is like the Elden Ring, the Lord of the Rings. There's no shot.
And every one of you to tweet #burn BAYC on Twitter. Let's play their game. Burn means to destroy, but it's also something you can do with your NFT if you hold one. Not only will we sink Bored Ape Yacht Club because of their disgusting scheme, we will send a message. This message will be loud and clear. We will not be manipulated. To piss off Ape profile pictures and amplify his own research, Ryder created Ryder Rips Bored Ape Yacht Club. Ryder won a DMCA takedown request against Yuga Labs, solidifying the point that you can't copy an NFT. Ryder also set his royalties to 0%. In this case, it's truly not about the money. He is also creating Ape Marketplace, saving people billions of dollars a year in gas fees. Oh, and if you see my profile picture, don't be fooled. It doesn't contain any racist imagery. It's also from the Ryder Rips Bored Ape Yacht Club collection. Silly goose, you can't copy an NFT. And I think I'll call him Caesar. You can even use him as your profile picture, because we're about to take over.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Holy shit! Oh my god, they're going ape shit. Why don't they just shoot him? Holy fuck, man. I never saw the movie either. I never believed in this king of Planet of the Apes shit. It always sounded really dumb to me. Apes strong together.
Es ist dem Feind gelungen, die Front in
Conqueror's Blade is a multiplayer free-to-play...
Just a fucking minute. All right. Let me go back to the video. Where is it? Where the fuck did the video go? Okay, where is it? Is it this one? Yes. Okay, it's this one. Holy shit. You guys ready to do the poll?
That's it.
Like, you guys ready to do the poll? How many of you guys, like, do you believe it more or not? Yep, let's do the poll. I want to see the poll. I want to get what people think about this. I want to know exactly what this is. Beware, a guy made the video's interest in burning Bored Apes. He's backed by rival NFT collection, Asmon. Guys, I don't care about JPEG wars. I don't give a shit about it. Like, it's stupid. I don't care. People buy this shit. Listen, if people want to buy this shit, then who cares? Let them do it, yes. Holy shit. 78%? So it literally more than flipped. This video did. I'm going to be honest. This video went deeper than I thought it would. It went way, way fucking deeper than I thought it was going to go. 22%. The thing is, every single one of these coincidences, I think, is just simply a coincidence, right? If you look at like one thing, it's like, yeah, the monkeys kind of look like a racist stereotype, like, whatever, right? But like, that was a long time ago. Who knows if people even knew that? It's hard to say, you know what I mean? But it's like, and then it's like another one, and then it's another one, and then it's one, get this, one after that. It's like, man, I feel like we're starting to make what I like to call a pattern. It's like, there's just a little bit of pattern, man. Yugo Abs responded on Twitter. Did they really? I mean, I don't know. I'm curious to see what they're going to fucking say. Did they actually respond to this video? I think I can go ahead and pull this shit up if you guys want. YUGA Labs. Let's see if I can pick this up. And Yugo Labs, what did they say about this? Let's go ahead and double check here. So they made a response to this whole video, I'm assuming, on Twitter. And this is what they said. The outpouring of support from our community has been overwhelming. We will continue to be transparent with our community as we fight these slanderous claims. In order to put a stop to continuous infringement and other legal attempts to bring harm to us and the Bored Ape Yacht community, we have filed a lawsuit against the responsible parties. We will continue exploring and pursuing all legal options at our disposal. And then there's this guy, as you may have heard, we've become the target of a crazy disinformation campaign accusing us, a group of Jewish, Turkish, Pakistani, and Cuban friends, of being super secret neo-Nazis. So, even though the ADL, which exists to protect Jewish people around the world, hasn't confirmed this to be true, trolls are still spreading ridiculous conspiracy theories online and using them to sell knockoff NFTs. Holy shit. So this is a whole situation. Yeah, this is a new trial for me to watch. I'm excited. You can be racist regardless of your race. Yes, but you have to admit that it's less likely for people to be racist if they're Jews, right? If racist, like Nazi people, it's less likely for people to be Jews and also Nazis than just to be a person and a Nazi. I would probably assume this to be the case. Does that make sense? Yeah, not Palestinian, definitely not. What are you saying? I'm saying that it would make sense. Are people saying it's not true? There are racists and aren't Nazis. Well, we're talking about Nazis. We're not talking about racists. Yeah, what if the question was, it's fucking common sense. It's common fucking sense, man. Well, let's see here. More likely to, what's this here? A lot of people hate themselves. Of course there are some people like that, but I think it's not as common as people that hate other people. Let's read some of the comments here and see what people have to say. And this is the Burn Bored Ape Yacht Club. There's a lot of people getting into this, apparently. Now, the problem with these celebrities turn a blind eye because they're told they'll make bank dropping the NFT with Bored Ape. Yeah, or there are also a lot of celebrities that are just doing it because they feel like, oh, this is the hip, cool, new thing to do that all the kids are getting into, so I'm just going to get involved with it. They're not sitting around reading 4chan all day. They haven't been on the internet message boards for the past 20 years. They've got no fucking idea about this. They just see a monkey and it's like, oh, that looks cool, and that's it. They never think about it. Because the best thing that you always want to do, this is the most clever thing, is to have it where you get somebody to do something that they don't know that they're doing. That is the pinnacle of trolling, is to make somebody do something that makes them look stupid without them knowing that they're being stupid. You know, that's what it really is. Doesn't look cool at all. Well, yeah, but like, I don't think some look okay, I guess. I don't know. Let's see, if you have no idea what 4chan is, they fall for their schemes all the time. Or what if they're using the guy to cover? I don't know. Only the creators truly know. Or if it defeats their theory, a lot of people are in on it. All I'm saying is that there is a lot of... I'm going to link the video again. There is a lot of information about this. And it is odd that all of the information points in one direction. That is different. I think it's no coincidence that he started off with a weird log. I think that's his most convincing piece of evidence. So if you want to talk about like what is the evidence that I consider to be like more authentic, I think that, let's see here. If you want to look at the biggest evidence here, this is kind of like I find this one to be like this Bored Ape. Like, this is kind of convincing to me, I would say. Let's say besides that, ADL, oh yeah, this is just all this other stuff. NFT Monkey. Again, it's like a matter of like, oh yeah, this picture here. I mean, this is a bit odd, right? I mean, it's a bit of a coincidence. I would say it's a coincidence. The prices, yeah. Like, the logo is certainly having the edges roughed. Yeah, the roughed edges are certainly interesting. And so let's see what the rest of this is. That, I didn't really think about that as much. I didn't care that much about this. This guy, a lot of this other stuff. I'm surprised that they didn't use the, just like the picture of the skull itself. Because people often use this, like a skull that's similar to this, to like draw a distinction between like white people and like black people's skeletons. I've seen this very regularly with like other racist memes and shit. So I'm actually surprised he didn't add that in. But I feel like that's just kind of base stuff. Yeah, true. With the 18 teeth. Yeah, I think that's interesting as well. There's way too many coincidences. And that's one thing that I would really say. At no point in any of this is anything certain. I think that you can only approach this and gain this opinion on it if you look at everything together. You have to look at all of the information and all of the evidence together collectively, because each individual thing itself is not very convincing. Symbols are meant to be found. Do you think these people made these and didn't think anybody would catch on? I think that, so this is something that I used to do with ninja looting, is I would tell people as a joke that I was going to ninja loot all of the gear. And then there were some people who were like actually trying to take it serious. And one of my favorite things to do was to turn the people who knew that I was lying into the enemy for the rest of the raid. Because you fuck with people's head that way, right? And so you get somebody into thinking that like, oh yeah, this guy's just being annoying and obnoxious, to fuck with them. And then at the same time, actually those people are helping you lie to themselves. Right? Like it's like a fun little game to play. Because it's like, I mean, raiding was boring, right? He did the raid 100 times. Like, you got to make it more interesting. And so this is the kind of stuff I would do. And so I think that they put it out there knowing that it was so abstract, knowing that it was so esoteric, knowing that it was so hard to understand, that even if people saw it right in front of them, they wouldn't believe that it was real. I think that's what they did. Now, I don't know about this, but like if I was them, that's what I would have done. Is that you want to make it to where people can see it, it's in plain sight, but nobody can say it's there. That's the goal, right? That's clever. That's what you always do. They know about all the puzzles. They literally made all the puzzles. Yeah. Why are you entertaining this bullshit? It's slander. The guy who made the video is getting sued to hell. The same guy who made the copy is trying to shill out the likeness of Bored Ape Yacht Club. Gear Factor and Source Bro, not a stupid video that rambles on for 1 hour. Well, I mean, these are all, none of these are really facts. You have to keep this in mind. Like, this is, I mean, again, actually, there are some facts. This is literally their logo, right? I mean, like, this is their logo. Like, we see it. It's right there. There's the logo. So it's either that's the logo or that's not the logo. And this logo is over here. It's either this is the logo or it's not the logo. I don't necessarily agree with every single conclusion that he draws, but I do find that these coincidences lining up this often, I feel like this is substantial. I do. I feel like this is genuinely substantial. If we believe this is racist, what should we do about it? There's nothing to do about it. You're not going to put him in jail, right? Like, you're not going to put him in jail for making a racist NFT. It's awareness. I think people are just looking for awareness with this kind of stuff, more than anything. Let's see here. See the NFT holders. Well, fucking say it's racist bullshit? Maybe. I don't know. The puzzle part was the most convincing to me. Did you see Eminem's Bored Ape music video? No, I did not see that. And also, I think that, in my opinion, I actually don't think this is ideological. Now, I could be wrong about this, but I don't think that it's ideological. I actually think that this was done purely as a joke. It is purely a fucking Tyler Durden Fight Club level joke. Just to make everybody look fucking stupid. Like, I don't think that there is sufficient evidence in order to conclude that these people are genuine racists. Right? Because, like, there's plenty of people that post weird shit and do stuff like this just simply to get a reaction. Now, I don't know. I think that's the most likely thing. No, I'm not sure. Obviously, I'm not sure. But that would be what, if I had to bet on one thing or another, that's what I would bet on. Yuga Labs released a full letter response. Well, I bet they did. Absolutely. When you say the guy who made the video lost loads of money on NFTs and he's making a revenge, there is always the case that this person is actually compromised and all they want to do is they want to burn Bored Ape Yacht Club because they have a financial incentive to do so. It is always important to question your source, even more so whenever you agree with it than whenever you disagree. I think that you're very much right. Yeah, a guy that made the videos in chat. Well, great fucking video, man. I fucking love it, man. Fillions in chat. yeah, it's nuts, man. Is he actually here? The part of the video is like a whole meme. Yeah, well, let me see here if I can find some of this. Ask him, interview him. I don't know if he'd want to do that. User, let me make sure that I get it copied in here. Just a second, copy. Okay, what did he say? Yeah, actually he is. I'm not getting sued. I made $0. I hate NFTs. So, yeah, there you go. So he's not making any money off of this, or at least he says he's not making any money off of this. Do an interview. I don't want to pressure him into it. If you want to come on and talk about the video a little bit, I'd be willing to do that. But it's up to you. And I find this to be very, very interesting. Like, you have a lot of evidence for this in general, and I'm curious to see what's going to happen with it, because if it gets enough publicity, I think that maybe there is a chance that it could happen. I mean, sure. And big deck, yeah. I'm not sure. Okay, all right, that's fine. Let me go ahead. Let me see if I can find you on. Okay, yeah, I did. I'm gonna go ahead and just DM you my Discord. Okay, yeah, I just DM'd you my Discord, and I'll bring you on in a minute. Just add me. Let me know whenever you add me, and because I have to like accept the shit, and then you should be good. Yeah, so I'm gonna talk to him on Discord for a little bit. I'm not gonna. I don't have a whole lot of time because I promised a certain group of individuals that I would play a certain type of video game today. So I don't have a whole lot of time, but I do want to make sure that I talk about this because I think it's a pretty interesting opportunity. And yeah, give me a second here. And yeah, I'm talking, of course, about World of Warcraft. Yeah, sure. Let me go back over and see if I can find him. And let's see here. All right. Okay. Yeah, as soon as I'm good, I'll be ready to go. Raid Shadow Legends. Yes, we're playing Raid Shadow Legends. That's exactly right. Give me 1 second here. I'm playing a Power Wash Simulator. Chill, dude. Give me 1 second. Holy fuck, it's becoming serious. I find it to be very interesting. It's extremely... Okay, alright. Okay. You might not be able to add me because of my my settings here. Let me actually add some text here so people know what's going on. Another interview. I wanted to make sure I copy-pasted his name. Okay, there we go. And let's make sure I have that in there. Actman, yeah, chill, we're good. All right, let me see if I can add him. And I should be good to go here in a minute. Have you played the new PoE League? No, I have not. Actman got fucked. He did. I'm actually amazed that nothing has really come of that. I'm amazed. Like, how is that even possible, man? It's nuts. How long did it take to make the video? I'll ask him. Yeah, I will ask him. Give me a second. I've got to make sure that that I get his thing and we add him and all that. It's okay. Actman was really drunk in your interview? Well, I'd be drunk too, man, if I'm getting my whole fucking life getting ruined for no reason other than this bullshit. All right, I'm adding him. Give me 1 second, gentlemen, and we'll get into this. Okay, I added you. Okay, and just DM me, just so I can see it, because I've got, like, I don't even know how many fucking friends I have. There's a lot. Let me make sure that I can just put there. Okay, and Actman broke actual TOS. Yeah, well, Quantum treated it like a to-do list, so I don't think that's necessarily very, that's not a very good argument to me. Let's see, I'll pull this one up. I think this is, again, like the most compelling one here. Yeah, there we go. Justice demands retribution. Oh, I think a lot of people just want to see, they want to see something fucking happen. I think that's it. Stop bitching about Final Fantasy. I'm gonna do this right now. I mean, I think this is cool. Give me a second. 1 second. Let me go ahead and make sure I can add him again. Okay. Okay. All right. I added him. Just give me a couple of minutes, and I will bring him onto Discord, and we will talk about this. Actorman has people on his side, though. Yes, I think so. Absolutely. How's the chair treating you? I think the chair is nice. As I said, I'd like to raise my desk. I do like the chair. Here's why I like the chair. Okay? Let me explain. All right. Here's that. I can lean back, finally. I can lean all the way back. That's my favorite part. And, can you do that? Yeah. That's what it is, because it's free. That's another good reason. I'm gonna be honest. That's a really good motherfucking reason. That's good. Yeah, absolutely. But can you do that? Yeah. And, jerking position? Yeah, you just leaning back, bro. Just doing what you need to do. That's what it's about. And, what's this here? You can lean back even further with other chairs? Oh, no, I know you can, but I like what it does here. And also I can make the back, I can lean the back. It's like, there's a lot of customizations. Also, I like this thing here because it's like, it makes it to where I don't have my head forward. Like, cause this is my natural posture. Okay? Like, it's not too good. So it's an issue. Yeah, lumbar support. No, I can put that in there in general. Postov get a sponsor? They did. They sponsored me. They did. We're sponsored by Razer. I'm fucking chilling, man. I am fucking chilling. Gamer posture? Exactly. All right, let's see if we got... All right, we're going to call Philion, and we're going to have a little bit of a conversation about this situation. Here we go. Hey, what's going on, man?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yep, I sure can. Guys, can you
How are
hear
you?
me? I'm doing great, man. I just got done watching your 1 hour video. How long did it take you to put all this together?
Oh God. So I was first made aware of like the research in January when it launched.
Yeah.
I just saw it like circulating on Twitter. I started to dig more into it like end of March, and it took me about 2.5, 3 months to finally finish it.
Holy fucking shit. That is incredible. Were there parts of it that you didn't add into the video?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's always going to be like the decision to keep things in or take them out because some points can be perceived as a reach more than others. Others are just redundant. So it was really kind of a struggle towards the end to decide what the final draft was going to look like. But yeah.
What's been the response ever since you released the video? How do you feel about how the community has responded to it?
To be honest, I know this may sound like a little weird, but I know I'm a YouTuber, but I've never really had like this level of exposure just off the bat of a video. So I was a little anxious at first, but the overwhelming majority of people are really, one, supportive of just the sheer work that like went into that video, because it's not an easy feat to make something like that. Then obviously whenever you go against the grain or in any way, you're going to ruffle some feathers. So there's people in the crypto and NFT community that come up with a bunch of reasons as to why I would make a video like this,
like
or
what?
come up with that like I have an economic incentive for this. Meanwhile, like I have proof that the video is demonetized. There's a copyright claim on the video because of the Hitler meme at the end. I'm not connected to like Ryder Rips' project in any way, shape, or form, other than the fact that like I have one. But that's really it.
Are you connected to any other NFT projects?
No shot.
Okay, so yeah, no. How do you feel about NFTs in general?
I kind of hate them.
Why?
Just the culture. I mean, I've made videos on Gary V, Logan Paul. All like, I'm not sure if you're familiar with like my other work, but
I will be after this.
Yeah, I kind of like doing deep dives and exposing just celebrity culture and what they're doing, and pulling the strings behind the scenes. The crypto space and NFT, it's just there's way too much like negatives. There's too much negativity and downside. Like I don't really see the utility in any of this. I know that utility is something that people in the crypto space like cling on to, and they always go to like, oh, but you can have a concert ticket, but like we already have that technology.
We've never been able to figure out. Like, I mean, we've had this huge problem. It's been a national problem. We can't figure out concert tickets, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say though, doing a lot of the research in this, I kind of have a more open mind with NFTs, but I don't plan on ever having like my own project or investing heavily at all into anything.
And speaking of investing heavily into other things, is like we saw some of these people, these celebrities. We're talking about Snoop Dogg. We're talking about some serious popular people that are getting these NFTs. And your assertion is that they received these probably for free, based off of the call that you had showed on the video with the guy, and they were almost trying to push the NFT on him. Is that right?
Right.
So how many of these other celebrities, do you have any information? Do you feel like they probably also received them for free?
I can't say definitively, like, who got them for free or, you know, how much they paid for them or what was done for them to get them. But I just thought it was interesting that that video surfaced and it pointed to the fact that NDAs could be involved, which is really sketchy because NDAs are used oftentimes as like a cop-out to protect a lot of celebrities and influencers where they think that, like, you know, if you make somebody sign an NDA, then they're not responsible for anything that goes on. Well, NDAs are void if illegal activity is going on. So it's just like, it's a whole veil of smoke and mirrors that kind of get...
It's almost like, why are you even talking about this if this is something that you're trying to do above the table? Okay, yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I've seen this pop off. I've been seeing big celebrities getting involved in this. And the next thing is, like, I think we can pretty much assume that people like Post Malone and Snoop Dogg, they're not in on all of this symbolism and ideology. Where do you think the line is drawn between people who are in on it and effectively useful idiots?
I feel like a lot of the celebrities are just useful idiots. You know, they're probably in circles, insulated circles around each other, telling each other about how much money they're making with NFTs or how much exposure they're getting. But I think the real, like, in the know people of the esoteric racism would be people on 4chan and deep in the crypto space. Like you saw on the sales activity tab of OpenSea, like...
With the 88s and the 14s.
Yeah. Like, you can't make that up. You can go and check right now.
Yeah,
like,
have you had any contact at all with any of the people from the Bored Ape Yacht Club community that have maybe, like, talked about their experience in it or anything similar to that?
There's just like a war on Twitter between Bored Ape Yacht Club people and people that have watched my documentary that support it. But I haven't talked to anyone directly from them, no.
So Yuga Labs is suing you?
Not me. That's a misconception.
Who are they suing? Ryder Rips?
Well, yeah. And as of right now, it's... I mean, the document is public. I'm not saying anything that, like... would reveal anything. But as of right now, I'm not listed in the document. I mean, I don't know what they would come at me for. Like, other people have made videos on this in the past, like Cavernacle and Upper Echelon Gamers. The only difference was I actually got an interview with Ryder Rips, and that's something that nobody has done before. But, yeah, I mean... I hope not.
Are you worried about any sort of, like, repercussions or retaliation from any of these guys?
In the sense that they are powerful and they have a lot of money, and I'm a 24-year-old YouTuber. Like,
yeah, it's a David and Goliath situation, absolutely.
But I kind of have faith in... I shouldn't say the internet as a whole, but a lot of times when I see instances like this, like... I wouldn't doubt my supporters or anyone that actually has this stuff, sees this stuff with an open mind, that would, like, see what, like, just what is possible with my video. I don't really know how to...
Well, I did. I looked at it and I did a poll whenever I saw how long it was and how expansive it was going to be. I did a poll with my audience at the beginning and I asked them, you know, going into it, how many of you guys are believing this? And it was like something like 70-30, somewhere around there. And then by the end of it, it was like 75-25 the other way. And 75% of people thought that it was a legitimate thing. So... I feel like you've convinced a whole lot of people. I mean, at this point, probably collectively between everybody who's seen it, like over 1 million people now.
Yeah, I saw XQC react to it. H3 talked about it on 2 episodes. I know Critical reacted to it. Jimmy Fallon changed his profile picture.
Really?
Yeah.
Away from the NFT, I'm assuming?
Yep.
Isn't that interesting?
Apparently Travis Barker, Meek Mill did too, but I'm just not sure on the exact timeline of when they changed it, but people have noticed, like, the 8 pictures just disappearing.
So do you think that this is going to have a real, like, actual effect on the NFT project?
I think it's raising a lot of awareness, and that's
Yeah.
kind of what that's the entire point of this video. It's just to raise awareness.
Have any
and
of
I
the...
think that
go ahead.
sorry about that. I just think that is something of value in general. It's having a lot of people have like, one, a lot of discourse, and two, just like open discussions about, you know, because there's a lot of talk about like the legality, the copyright law, the intellectual
Yeah.
property regarding this quote unquote art or NFT projects, and it's just very murky and there's no regulation. And you know, the very sentiment of NFTs are supposed to be decentralized, but what we're seeing is that that's kind of not the case, because you have billion-dollar companies asking for rectification based on, you know, in their words, an internet troll. But
Well, that's the same thing that happened with Seth Green. You know, he was trying to get his NFT back, and it got kidnapped, according to him. And my understanding is he had to pay $250,000 to get it back.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, has any of the people, like anybody from Yuga Labs, any of the founders of the Bored Ape Yacht Club project, have any of them tried to reach out to you in any way?
No.
Not at all. Okay.
Nope.
So they haven't tried to ask you to take down the video or anything?
Nothing.
So what do you think's going to happen next?
Oh, I have no idea. That's kind of why I'm anxious.
Yeah, yeah. It's certainly something to worry about for sure. And I guess one thing is that there are still those 20 people that do remain unconvinced. And for the people that watch the video and are still unconvinced, what would you want to tell them?
I would just tell them to educate themselves on esoteric culture. Like, it took a lot out of me mentally. It was very draining to go down 4chan rabbit holes and truly understand, like, oh, okay, this stuff actually exists, and there's people out here that like to dog whistle and troll on the internet and just get a rise out of people, and that's really the currency on 4chan. Now, I think I posed 2 possible explanations. Like, one, oh, these people are neo-Nazis, but I kind of wrote that off intentionally. 2, it's a much more difficult thing to define here what's going on, because it's people that
almost
know
like
it's
culture
racist.
commentary.
Yeah, like anyone who watches this can see that some of the symbolism is racist, but the fact that it's so racist and raunchy and bad makes it funny to the people that are in the know. So
Yeah.
it's defined as post-ironic humor or post-ironic racism.
Yeah.
And it's really difficult to pin down. That's why stuff like this is designed to make the person who questions it look like a madman. So the only way in my mind to do this was really just lay it out in a video format, which hasn't been done before prior to my video. So
Well, I think that's one of the most insidious things about types of, you know, like what you said, esoteric messaging, is that even the acknowledgement that it exists brands you as a madman to many people that are not among the initiated.
Yeah.
And so I guess one kind of like final question is I wanted to ask you is that obviously there are 2 circumstances here, and it's kind of what you just brought up, is that one circumstance is that these 4 guys and maybe the woman who is involved with them and a handful of other people at some point potentially are in the know and are actually neo-Nazis and trying to use this messaging to subliminally give people a reason to have this type of, I guess, like proclivity, right? To believe this stuff. So they're actually neo-Nazis. That's effectively what I'm saying, right? Is it
Right.
One case is they're actually neo-Nazis. The other one is they're just trying to provide effectively a social commentary, make some money at the same time, and just effectively pull off the biggest troll that I think we've ever seen. Which one do you think it is?
the second one, the biggest troll I've ever seen.
What makes you think that it's not them actually being neo-Nazis?
Because they're educated and they make it a point to tell everyone that they're smart and, like, for example, they quote Ludwig Wittgenstein and Hemingway, Iceberg Theory. Greg Solano, who is Gargamel, wrote his senior thesis on Roberto Bolaño, who is, I believe, a Cuban. He's one of like the top 50 Latin American writers. And Roberto Bolaño wrote a book mocking Nazis. Like it's kind of, you almost they're too smart to just like stoop down to blatant, I don't know, white supremacy. I think that it's a lot more gratifying when you're able. I mean, you play World of Warcraft. I've played WoW my entire life. Like the fantastical background. Yeah, the fantastical background of all the lore and depending on what you think of it, like that's a writer's kind of wet dream in a sense. And world building is all part of a writer's arsenal. So when you're able to pull something off with really elaborate messaging, symbolism, character building, all that. I just think that's more gratifying than just simply being racist.
Do you think that it was intentionally overt in cases with, let's say, the logo, etc., to put it right in front of people and then to have them assert that it's not there?
Yeah, totally.
Wow.
It's kind of like a laugh in everyone's face. In that case, I mean, I believe that one look at those logos and anyone can see that it's just like very similar, down to like the placement of the text, the 18 teeth, the jagged edge. Now, some people have said that the jagged edge, doesn't really have any merit because it's hard to find on the internet.
Yeah.
At the time when Ryder was doing this research, from what I understand, he found it's that particular jagged edge Waffen Totenkopf emblem appears in two places. One, it's Graham's Nazi covers. It's a weird website that has like Nazi history, and that's like the logo. And then it's also on the Steam marketplace as like a skin for a tank game. So it's not like that jagged edge Waffen Totenkopf emblem doesn't exist. It wasn't put there to like deceive people.
Yeah.
It does exist, but it is harder to find than like the traditional circular emblem Totenkopf.
Right, but there is actual precedent for it being jagged in that way.
Yeah, there's two examples of it on Google.
All right, well, that's at least good to know. And honestly, like, I think that this is something that a lot of my audience, including myself, thought is that, I mean, the amount of work that you put into this was absolutely tremendous. Especially, I mean, I consider myself somewhat of a journeyman in this type of messaging and a 4chan culture, and a lot of this completely caught me off guard. Like the Gargamel thing, I'd never even heard of that.
Right. Well, I appreciate your support and your viewers taking the time to watch the video and see the amount of detail that was put into it, because it's definitely like, it's made me step out of my comfort zone in terms of like filmmaking and stuff like that.
Well, we want to see more of it. How can we support you?
Just share my video.
Okay.
I'll see you guys in like the comment section.
Okay.
And don't be strangers. I can take criticism. I understand that some parts of the video may not be everyone's cup of tea, but each thing I put in the video, I try to put purpose behind it. So yeah, just check out the channel and show your support. That's really it.
Thank you so much for making a video, and thanks for coming on and talking about it. I really appreciate it, man.
Of course, man. Nice to meet you.
Absolutely, man. And I'll see you later. Good luck. See ya. Peace. That's a nice guy. That's a really nice guy. Holy shit. That's a nice guy. Give the video a watch. Yeah. I'll give it a link right here. Yeah, to just come on and talk about it like that. Oh my God. That is incredible. I will obviously I'll follow up on a lot of this stuff tomorrow whenever I get into it as well. And let's see here. Give me 1 second. Zeal's Loa on video. We got a lot to look at, but I'm going to be honest. I promise you guys I'd do Final Fantasy. I said I would do it on Thursday. I didn't fucking do it. I'm going to do it. We're going to do Final Fantasy today, guys, because I promised that I would do it, and I feel bad for letting you guys down. And that's it. Give me 1 second if I can go ahead and open this up and get this started. So we're going to play WoW today. We are not going to play WoW today. That's not going to fucking happen. 69K likes. It's going to be pretty soon. I think it's great. And thank you, Asmongold. Yeah, I know that. I've got it. Listen, I want to say, guys, there's a lot of games I like playing. There's a lot of things I like doing, okay? I want to do as many of these as possible on my stream and try to enjoy them as much as possible. I know not everybody likes seeing everything, whether it's React content, Final Fantasy, or anything else besides that. But the only thing I can ask you guys is give it a shot, give it a try, approach it with an open mind, and I think sometimes let's just try to have a little bit of fun together and just enjoy ourselves. That's the most that I can ever ask for, and it's the most that I can ever hope for. That's the way I see it, man. No worries, man. We love you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to say huge shout out to Fillion for just straight up coming on the stream and talking about this. Like, I did not think that shit was going to happen. Like, I didn't think that shit was going to happen. I'm sorry I didn't have better questions to ask. I just kind of did it fucking spur of the moment. I didn't have anything else planned out like that. Oh yeah, let me get the text off the screen, get that stuff taken care of. We should be pretty much good. Let me make sure I've got it there. And there we go. We are good to go. And whole shit reeks of pareidolia. I don't know what that even means, man. I'm gonna be honest. 5-hour intro. I think that's a little bit shorted. Ask the perfect questions, man. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Good interview for being on the fly. Yeah, I tried to do my best. Okay, guys, and